Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 5 of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North Championship here at Warden Law today for some great racing action to round out what has been a thoroughly enjoyable season. I am Reeve Taylor, joined in the comms box by Mr. Andrew Mather. Great to be alongside you once again, Andrew. For, as I say, what should be a really fun day's worth of racing here.
A fun day, a chilly day today here at Karting Northeast. Welcome to Warden Law. Great circuit this. Actually the first time that we've brought broadcast Club 100 action for the cadets and juniors here up in the Northeast. 1200 metre circuit, 12 turns, 5 feet in elevation. Here is your forecast. It's an interesting one. It's dry at the circuit at the moment, very chilly. A little bit of wind blowing in off the sea, but look at that rain. That rain could be hitting us as we get into racing later on this afternoon. So for a season finale, a championship decider, Reeve, us neutrals in the box, that's exactly what we want. A little bit of drama with the weather.
Absolutely, all to play for. And a few drivers who we've had a chat with so far today already feeling quite confident and geared up, ready to go for that racing action later on, so it will be exciting stuff. We've just had our practice sessions and now we jump into qualifying. So a few minutes worth of qualifying for our cadets who are heading out first for our A group.
Yes, just a quick update at the circuit here. If you're at home and wondering, why are we still on practice sessions? We have had a delay this morning of about 25 minutes. We had a non-track related medical event, not an emergency, but an event that meant our medical team here at the circuit had to respond to that. That of course meant that with the medical team responding to what was going on off circuit, we couldn't continue with action on circuit. That situation has now been dealt with, big thanks to the local ambulance team who have taken over on that front. We've been able to resume action here at the circuit. Does mean we're a little bit behind in terms of where we're expecting. The practice sessions that start off the day for everybody have been reduced from 11 to 8 minutes. We, at the moment, are being told that the races will stay at 11 minutes. Bit of a question as to whether the qualifying sessions will be reduced from 11 to 8 minutes as well. As soon as we know the news on that front, we will let you know. So at the moment, if you're just watching and covering things on Alpha Timing, this is Cadet Lightweight North Group B practice. I think we've got one more practice session after this at, I'd say, at around 11:15. So don't worry, you're not missing any competitive action at the moment. You're just going to have to put up with us two talking through these practice sessions. But given that it is a championship scenario, a championship finale, Reeve, that's kind of opportune for us because it gives us plenty of time to tell the ladies and gentlemen and the folks at home what today's about, what the situations are heading into this last round of the championship as well.
Yeah, exactly, and it is all to play for in our 4 groups that are racing today. It's very close between a number of our drivers. We've chatted a little bit in the Paddock show, and I'm sure we will at various points like what we have now about what that means for some of our Club 100 competitors, because not only are you going to be taking away those trophies and the prize of saying I am one of the top drivers in Club 100, but also further opportunities in the world of karting and motorsport with the likes of the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, which of course Club 100 gives you an opportunity to take part within, and that is for our top 5 drivers for our juniors.
It is indeed, just for the juniors this year. For the cadets, watch this space. As I say, the Club 100 Arrive and Drive Rotax Racing Club concept has really blossomed in 2025. You've got series such as Formula KFX out in California. That format for the full size drivers has been growing over the last 18 months or so. So 2026 is Rotax Racing Club International Finals held at Genk. Brilliant circuit out in Belgium. End of May 2027 will just be a junior and senior affair, but watch this space for 2027. That's all I'm going to say right now on that one. But the bit of news heading into this round, so previously advertised it would be top 3 in the end of the championship. At the end of the championship, they would get routes through to Genk, the champion getting a free or fully paid for, fully funded race entry for Genk. Well, the news is top 3 is now top 5. So top 5 drivers in the junior classes at the end of today will have booked their entry paths into the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. And we should consider as well that there's a number of drivers, a very good example being Logan McAllister, top of the table at the moment in junior super lightweight, who is also very well positioned in the South Championships. Those who are up to speed on the Rotax Grand Finals, I'll use Emerson McKenzie-Wren as an example this year. Emerson went on a bit of a mission of not satisfied of being British champion and Kart Masters champion and champion of everything else. He wanted every single ticket that he could get. That then triggers a cascade down through the order. So if there are drivers who get more than one entry path, they don't get both of them. One of those entry paths then passes on to the next driver in the championship. So do keep on top of that situation for both here in the North and also in the South Championships. We'll have the last rounds of the South Championships at Bookmore Park in a few weeks' time. Could very well be that we'll see drivers maybe 6th, maybe 7th place in the championship also get away through to Genk at the end of May 2026.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of just what makes the new kind of developments in the Club 100 so exciting. Obviously, today at some point we're going to be talking about, for the first time ever, some Club 100 North champions, which is very exciting indeed. And as you mentioned, having these two championships does open up opportunities like that for so many more young karters who are looking to get involved in the world of karting, in the world of motorsport. And Club 100 has shown kind of is the place to do that at the moment, because it is going from strength to strength and building in popularity.
Yeah, I was chatting to a few of the parents earlier on this morning, Reeve, not just about today, but also what they've been doing recently since we last had a cadets and juniors meeting. I was on a bus Sunday last week on the way back from a very rainy, wet Gatwick airport.
Oh, it doesn't get better.
And because I can't get enough of karting, I was watching live timing at Shennington for their clubby, particularly seen noticeable in the Minimax category. A number of drivers, Ethan Guest was one of them, there were a couple of others as well whose names slip my mind now, apologies. But a number of drivers are like, oh yeah, they've done Club 100 Cadets, and them, and it's really starting to get going now, this karting pathway of drivers first having some competitive racing in an outdoor capacity here in this championship, and then going on and doing owners. Mainly within the Rotax categories, not just the Rotax categories, but primarily the Rotax categories. So very good stuff to be looking out for. Let's give you a rundown, actually, whilst these practice sessions continue. I say, don't worry, you're not missing any competitive action at the moment. Let's start with Cadet Super Lightweight, because remember, on a day in the North, all 4 categories race on the same day, unlike when we go to Bookmore Park for the South Championships, bigger entries on that one, more developed championship over the last few years. We have one day for the super lights, one day for the lights. Everybody is racing today in that regard. So we'll start with Cadet Super Lightweight. Jacob Underhill is your championship leader. As I like to do it, Reeve, I'm going to actually do this on total score count at the moment. So if Jacob Underhill doesn't go out there today, he will, but if he doesn't, he'll finish on 10.22. The drivers that can beat his tally on that front are Alex Rattan, currently on 10.15, could move as high as 10.26, because drop scores do come into play here today. James Vout can also overhaul Underhill as things stand, is currently on 10.07, could go up to 10.23. James Vout basically needs a perfect day here today, needs to win both pre-final and trophy final to win the championship here today. Zach Smith is next up, 9.98. Can't beat Underhill, but could draw at least second with Alex Rattan, and is looking good for a top 5 finish. David Cadder as well, top 5 at the moment, 990 points. That's your Cadet Super Lightweight scenario. Cadet Lightweight scenario looks like this, little bit different in this one, and we'll explain why in a moment. Leading in the championship is Felix Sheldon Hayward. Before Felix runs any kind of competitive lap today, Felix has 1,021 secured. The drivers who can beat him are Zane Perry. Now, Zane missed round 1 at Glanny Gore, so has used their drop scores already. Zane needs a perfect day, both wins of 130 points each, to move from 763 to 1023. A second place will not do it for Zane Perry here today. And of course, if Felix Sheldon Hayward takes his score even further than 1023, it's job done for the driver at the number 27. Ethan Guest still has a mathematical opportunity of winning in cadet lightweight. Currently sits on 994. Has some iffy scores from earlier in the year. A 20th in the pre-final at PF, for example, will be one that Ethan hopes is a drop score by the end of the day. Ethan can go as high as 1022. So 1 point clear of Felix Sheldon Hayward. Again, needs a perfect day to beat Felix Sheldon Hayward's current score. So that's the situation in cadet lightweight. Junior super lightweight. This is where we start talking about tickets for Genk. Remember, it's the top 5 now who get entry paths through to Belgium. Logan McAllister, by our calculations, has already got the championship secured. Before he turns a wheel today, he's got 1,011 points, 10-11 on his score. He cannot be beaten, but the following drivers could well join him on the grid in Belgium at Genk at the end of May 2026. Ellis McKenzie is second, 982 at the moment. When we say McAllister has the title secured, that's because McKenzie can only go as high as 1008, 1,008 points, so it would be 3 points short of McAllister's total at the start of today. Could still, though, take second place in the championship, of course. Thomas Welsford is on 947, could move up as high as 1,004, as could Jack Bromham. Jack Bromham could also finish the day on 1,004, currently on 911. Tom Justice could go as high as 1,003. So if the scores start converging in that one, Reeve, that's going to be a really, really tight finish for second, third, fourth, fifth in the championship. Keep an eye on the likes of Sam Burnell, Sam Morris, Lewis Tracy. There are a lot of drivers who, with a really strong day today here at Warden Law, could book themselves on the train, the plane, the whatever. There's various modes of transport that you can get used to get out to Genk. So keep an eye on those scores in junior super lightweight. That is going to be a very, whilst not for the championship, a very dramatic finish. It could be a very dramatic finish for those tickets to Genk. Last but not least, junior lightweight. Jamie Talley-Gooden at the moment for the whole of the championship has used his drop scores. Was not at round 4 at Rowra. Not being in either of those 2 races at Rowra will count as the drops. He is here today, though. Has 775, could go as high as 1035 with a perfect day for the driver of the number 12. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, before anything gets going, he's got the most points already secured. 1,006 points for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, could go as high as 1027. Dom Balasaitis, 981. Could go as high as 1018. Max Sheldon Hayward, 949, could go as high as 1014. Harry Clark, 980 on the board at the moment, could go as high as 1006. So it's a little bit jumbled up in that particular order, Reeve, because we've had basically everyone in that top 5 has had either not been here or a bit of a shocker at some point earlier on in the season. So drop score scenario in that last of the classes, junior lightweight, is going to be one where we're going to have multiple abacuses out today, isn't it?
Yes, it will indeed. Plenty to play for as we get into those later races, especially with, you mentioned, the added draw of some tickets to Genk. So that'll be very interesting to see how that develops later on in the day. That goes without saying that, even without that, the championship fight is usually always pretty interesting when it comes to Club 100 events. I've been around for a couple of seasons now, and it seems to be that every time we come towards the end of a season, no matter what Club 100 division we're running in, it always comes down to the wire. There's always something to talk about in the championship. Oh,
absolutely. There's always someone and something to race for in Club 100. Good morning to you in the chat. Let's see who we've got in the chat here today. I need to hit the chat thing with a hammer to get it running again. But I know early on in the morning we had a couple of drivers out there feeling a bit chilly this morning. We'll come back to that. The technology's letting me down at the minute. We're in the last practice session before we get into qualifying, Reeve. Should we have a chat about next year as well? Calendar release that's been done since obviously the last time we had a run through these, and the one for the North Championships next year expanded up to 7 rounds from 5 this year. The calendar looks pretty tasty.
It does indeed. Yeah, so we've got some familiar sights on our Northern calendar for next year. Warden Law is as it is today, is going to be the finale round, but got a couple of test days out at Wilton, traditional testing location there before round 1. Provisionally at least, is at the new Silverstone facilities, which is very exciting indeed. I know CLUB100 is testing the waters, dipping their toes into a bit of Silverstone action in the coming months, so very exciting to see how that goes. Then we got round 2 at Wilton Mill, round 3 at a personal favourite of mine, Gleneagles in North Wales, another fantastic venue. Then we got Rower, we like a bit of Rower, don't we? So round 4 will be at Rower, back to GYG before we head to PF5 for round 6, and then, as I say, Warden Law to round things out in September.
Absolutely. I love the fact that Gleneagles is on the calendar twice.
Yes.
There was a bit of discussion about this on the social medias. It's not that long ago when people would be clamouring for GYG every year. Why aren't we going to GYG? And it'd be a simple case, ladies and gentlemen. Not enough people from around the M25 would head up to GYG. It would not sell out, so it would be a biannual visit for GYG. But I think particularly with the introduction of the cadets and juniors, the landscape of the customer base has just subtly changed a little bit over the last 2 or 3 years. That now
up the north,
and up the Wales as well.
Yeah.
I can hear Henry Baudet shouting at me like, "Give respect to the Dragon Nation." GYG now sells out, so we're going there, and we're going there twice next year because thanks to the support from the CLUB100 community turning up, making sure that that the event, let's be honest, makes money. Doesn't make a loss like it perhaps did previously. We're now going there twice in a year. That is fantastic because I fully agree. GYG, one of my favourite circuits in the country, as is this place, Karting Northeast, where champions are born. The replay and the chat function has now sorted itself out. So good morning to George Glossop. Good morning to Noz as well. A few of the chats from earlier on have disappeared. Oscar Mallet. I knew someone was freezing up here, and it was Oscar Mallet. Good luck to Oscar out there today. Hello to Susan, cheering on Alex Rattan. Alex going for potential championship glory here today. Paul Rattan as well in the chat. Ronnie Hara, Jack cheering on Jackson Burge. Ethan Windsor cheering on Ayrton Limmer Evans. We had a chat with Ayrton earlier on today during the Paddock show, which you'll be able to watch during the lunch break. I've just paused for a moment. You know how we said rain at 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
That was wrong. It's raining now. So that's a bit of early drama then in these practice sessions. This can happen in this part of the world. We're not far outside of Sunderland, and if you know your geography of the northeast, we're in the Republic of the Tyne and Wear. We're near the sea as well. Weather can be unpredictable in this part of the world. So the rain looks like it's come a little bit early. It's just from some spits and spots on the window at the moment. Shouldn't be affecting things too much. Good morning to Jen Forster. Hello to AMG Karting as well. Hello to Mickey. No rain in GB. Cool. Well, you cursed that, Mickey, because it's now started. Hyper, me as well, cheering on Nico. Lots of people in the chat. Mariam as well, cheering on. I think Alex Rattan as well. So there we go, Reeve. We needed to pad for about 10-15 minutes whilst these practice sessions have done. We've just about done it. 20 seconds of this one to go.
There are indeed, and as you say, rain just about holding off for now, but if it gets any heavier, this is going to get very interesting. It's a cold day. Grip conditions already pretty low out there, just owing to how cold it is. I suspect that the track hasn't had the opportunity, hasn't had the energy in it to kind of come good in the practice sessions we've had so far. Add in a bit of rain, we're going to be in for some fun times out there on track. Our juniors currently out there at the moment. They are our super lightweights, so don't have the most weight in the kart, but do have experience potentially to their advantage, so might be able to get a little bit of a feel for the circuit as it is for now. So those last couple of laps of practice may be an important set. As we bring an end to practice, and we'll get ready to head into qualifying in just a few moments.
We do indeed. So that's all of the free practices done for today here at Warden Law. Well done to all of the drivers. I think, like I say, we've pulled back a good amount of the time already from the delay earlier on in proceedings. Just for the record, Benji Hamilton fastest in that last junior super lightweight group. We'll see their qualifying later on today. If you want to follow all of the action, results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100/live is, I don't know if we could get that in the chat with one of our moderators. I don't know if David Whitehouse is with us yet. Can pop that in the chat for folks, but you can follow all of the action and the race order today via that service. Let's get ready for it then. Out on circuit in a few moments. It's time for qualifying. So super lightweight North Group A out first. Reeve, I've shuffled my papers, found the right piece of paper. Who have we got in this first session?
Names to watch out for: David Cadar, he's in that fight at the top end. James Vout is a speedy driver indeed. Rory Hamilton's in this one as well. Plenty of big names heading out there on track for our cadet super lightweights. This will be their first bit of damp-ish running of the day. It's not bad out there, but it's certainly not getting better. So it'll be interesting to see what these cadets make of the change of conditions out there.
So we have an official notification from race control, 10-minute qualifying sessions. So 1 minute has been knocked off of these sessions to just recoup that last bit of time that we lost earlier on this morning. No need to worry, ladies and gentlemen. It's all been taken care of brilliantly by the CLUB100 medical team and the local ambulance service. We did have a delay earlier on this morning. If you're just joining us, a non-track medical event meant that we had to stop proceedings here at Warden Law out on track. Have the CLUB100 medical team first of all respond to that event, then hand it over to the local ambulance service before we could then resume track action here at Warden Law. Just gave us a bit of a delay of about 25 minutes that the team have been looking to work back through. We will race under the lights, I think, later on today because the clocks have changed overnight. Much appreciated for myself and Reeve after our arrival up the M6. I don't like the M6. Put that in the CLUB100 bingo card.
Welcome to a taste of my world, Andrew.
Yeah, M6 sucks. So we've got an hour back. It's been a spin. Now that is down. Where is that down? I think was that down at. That's down at turn 3. A bit of a spin for one of the drivers there. There's still plenty of time, Reeve, for the drivers to get themselves up to speed in these damp, slippery conditions and get some good lap times in.
Yeah, absolutely. 8 minutes on the clock. So at this phase of qualifying, drivers are, I should say, just getting up to speed, getting a feel for their cars, getting a feel for what the track conditions are like, and maybe finding a bit of space, a bit of free space out on track to try and get a bit of clean running in. We do have pretty decently packed grids here in the CLUB100 Cadets and Juniors today, but we've also got a 1.2 kilometre circuit here, so there should be ample opportunity for drivers to try and find some space.
There's a number 60 of Rory Hamilton going down the inside. We will see Rory have a good go at the South Championships in a few weeks' time when we head down to Buckmore Park. If you like your CLUB100 live broadcast action, it's that time of year. Plenty of it coming your way. Here today at Warden Law, we've got the finale of the South Cadet and Junior at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time. And we've also got the culmination of the seniors at Buckmore Park coming in the next few weeks or so. So if you've not done so already, do subscribe to the channel here on Alpha Live.
And I believe you can look forward to both of our voices for those upcoming events, don't you? Yeah.
Yep. So run through to the end of the season. We may also, at this stage, there's two methods, of course, of how the grids are determined for the Pre-C, Pre-B and Pre-A finals. I reckon we will have the changing conditions method come into play today. So instead of everyone getting lumped into one big group of a qualifying classification, it'll be top few from Group A, top few from Group B, who proceed on to the grids for the Pre-C, the Pre-B and the Pre-A finals. Remember, the big points really up for grabs in the Pre-A finals, of course. David Cadar has gone to the top of the order at the moment, 1 minute 6.212. So it's Cadar from Hamilton from Vout. 1, 2, 3 up there, as you would expect. Nathan Greach has had a good start, up to 4th place. Ronnie Deacon, Sam Fleming, and a good start as well for Mohamed Issa Sobedar, who's been getting quicker and quicker throughout the season. Has a very, very good social media presence, does Mohamed. And at the moment, Mohamed there in 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Has been progressing really nicely for all of his Club 100 running so far this year. As Ronnie Deacon takes new fastest lap over this session so far, 106.1. That is on the 3rd completed lap in this 10-minute session. But as you mentioned, that change in how results are declared from qualifying going to conditions, it's a nice, equitable way to do it, because what it does is it doesn't take away the kind of unfair penalty, if you will, or racing of
being on a slower track.
Yeah, being on a slower track. Yeah. But what it does do is you still have to show that you can qualify as best you can, because within your field you're still having to compete. So it's a really nice way of running things.
So it's top 20, 20 drivers maximum in each session, and then it will, as I just remind myself, 18 drivers automatically qualify for the Pre-A. So basically you need to be top 9. Top 9 in these sessions should see you through. The manner in which it's done in race control is there is a little clever bit of software from the two Wills at Alpha Timing that if there has been a significant change in the track conditions, basically it just makes the screen start flashing red and pulls the attention to the clerks and the race controllers to say you might want to think about employing that strategy. Which, as I say, I think today is very likely that will happen. 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this session to go. Reeve, and at the moment still David Cadar looking good at the top of the timings. 1 minute 5.58. So the track is getting quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we had that initial kind of spitting that has waned ever so slightly for the past few minutes, but having these karts heading around the circuit, getting energy into the circuit through the tyres with the heat from the engines running around, that is helping keeping the track as dry as it can be. And as you say, times are improving. David Cadar 105.580, so actually improved last time out. Just about 2 tenths ahead of James Vout into top 3 experienced drivers, as Ronnie Deacon actually does improve there to go 105.7. It's getting a little bit tasty at the top end of this session now. Everyone is going to be aiming for those mid to potentially low 105s as we head into the final couple of laps.
Indeed. So 3 minutes and 20 remaining on the clock. There is your current provisional pole sitter, David Cadar, in the number 21. There is a yellow flag out at Marshall Post 2, static for a waved then at 3. So has someone gone off at St John's Corner? It's a little tricky downhill corner, and there's some tyres on driver's right-hand side that are very easy to clip. Yeah, I think it's just for tyre replacement, so nobody's had a full-on off. Rory Hamilton having a little discussion there with James Vout. James Vout, of course, going for the championship. Decent start, P2 today. I say, obviously, racing drivers, they'd prefer to be P1, of course, Reeve, but I think for those in championship battles with these tricky conditions, just get through to those A-tier races solidly in the top 10. That's okay. You can work from there, particularly on a day when there's going to be a few slips and slides out there. Yeah,
absolutely. Points on the board is the name of the game on a day like today, especially with what is at stake for some of our juniors.
Oh, now this is a change. Penalty. Racing under yellows for David Cadar, number 21. So David Cadar will drop down the order now. This will be a place deduction on the grid for the Pre-A final as things stand. So That takes David Cadar away from provisional pole position, and James Vout will now, at the moment, leave Group A as the top driver. Just a reminder as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100, all as one word. That will get you through to the live timing on a second device. Sam Fleming there, in the colours of Craft Motorsport. We had a chat to some Scottish drivers this morning. One of the things that the North Championship is all about. Traditionally, historically, Club 100 has been more of a southern-centric organisation. But a big part of how the cadets and juniors have changed the landscape over the last couple of years. A much greater spread of drivers coming from all around the country. And we're going to chat to some of them this morning. I'm going to start another campaign like I did at Shennington for the Masters category in the seniors, for those experienced with 35 years of age or older. Not old, just experienced. For the Scottish drivers. As I say, we're further expanding this championship next year to 7 rounds. Who knows? Could be even more in years to come. And I'm getting on side with the Scots for a campaign for a race at Lark Hall, because I like Lark Hall. I know I'll probably get told off because that's a long way from Sittingbourne, but you never know. Sell it out. As I say, we didn't used to go to GYG every year, and now we're going twice there in 1 year because people want it, and people buy the spots on the grid.
Yeah, people are being opened up to the virtues of the North.
Yeah.
It's just, I've been saying this for ages. Cheap fuel.
Very cheap fuel. Checkered flag is out. Ronnie Deacon at the moment top of the timing sheets, but things could change in the last few moments here. This is the first of 2 groups over the line. Rory Hamilton goes P3. Mohamed Issa, I think, is going to be through to the Pre-A final, goes up to P5. Ronnie Deacon still out there. David Cadar still out there. Ronnie Deacon in the number 64 is going to be one of the last drivers over the line, I think, here. David Cadar, we know, has a penalty from earlier on in the session. Who's hanging around in that top 9 as well? I think Nathan Greach is going to be through. Sam Fleming should be through as well. Joshua Milburn, George Marriott will have a little bit of a nervy wait. I don't think Jess Kirby, Sebastian Harris, Lily Catignon are going to be through on this occasion, but we'll have a chance of racing through on a repechage basis through the Pre-B final. Rain is getting heavier, Reeve, here at the circuit. Deacon now over the line, and will have provisional pole position, and may well also have a little bit of stroke of luck with the weather, because yes, the changing conditions format may be used, but it's still the way that if you have the better conditions, you will have the priority over your fellow P1 driver in the other group.
Yeah, so very fortunate there for our first bit of cadets heading out on track. As we have the next fleet of carts, our juniors heading out on track next.
So we turn our attention then to the juniors. This will be the lightweights. Easy way of telling the difference, irrespective of the age category, between the super lightweights and the lightweights. Look at the number board. The lightweights are always a black number plate. The super lightweights are a red number plate, because they're all Rory the Red racing cars. Unsurprisingly, slippery surface flag is out. This is proper rain now. This is going to make things very, very tricky, but is one of the great things about Club 100 in terms of teaching drivers skills. Considering we're going to Genk, tenuous link time. One of the things that Genk is very, very famous for, one of the circuits that Max Verstappen learnt his trade when he was a younger driver. And what did his father always do when it rained?
Send him right out there and make him stay there.
Make him stay there, very cold, on slick tyres. That is what you have to do in Club 100. There are no treaded wet tyres in this club, in these divisions, and it means at the very best, rise to the top in these kind of conditions. Qualifying is underway, 8.5 minutes of it remaining. Who have we got in this session? You might need to shuffle the papers again. I've probably put them in a bad order. There we go.
No,
oh, no, I
good.
haven't.
You haven't, no. I had faith. We have some
Never in doubt.
Yeah, big names once again. Dominic Balasaitis is in this one. Max Sheldon Hayward, Dmitry Borovsky, Thomas Hughes, who we had a chat with in the Paddock Show, who you'll see coming up later on. Yeah, so some decent drivers heading out there once again for our first bit of junior action, and we talk about the slippery surface change of conditions. I think it's going to be very interesting. We are quite unique in the fact that we run two completely separate fleets in the cadets and juniors, because obviously of different sizes of the driver. So that does mean that this junior fleet has been sat there completely cold. None of them have gone out and have been enjoying some running. Nice cold tyres, nice cold kart. Got to get those up to temp and get some quick laps in.
Indeed. Track limit warning in the early stages of this session for kart number 25. That's Dmitry Borovsky, who's had a bit of trouble out there. So 7.5 minutes of this one to go. The drivers, in fact, I don't think are going to get many laps in here, as the conditions just ebb away quite a bit. Here's a good section of circuit through Paddock Bend. I say the last time we had any kind of Club 100 run broadcasting here will have been the BUKC 2 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly. It's gone very BUKC-like here today.
I was going to say, that was me in comms on that day, and do you know what happened?
It rained.
It rained.
It
and
rained
it was cold.
a lot. Welcome to the northeast. As the number 39, I think, has had a bit of a problem there. Or was that the 49? So yeah, Freddie Coleman Evans has fallen down the order. So early stages. If you want to know how much the track conditions have changed, we were talking about, what was it, 106s with the cadets. It is the number 39 that's gone around. Oh, now that's Marcus Allen. That's currently our fast. Well, Marcus has gone too quickly through turn one. He is currently fastest in this session on a 1 minute 28.054, and has gone through turn one a little bit too quick and had a spin.
Yeah, he was another driver we had a chat with in the Paddock Show and was really looking forward to the fun and excitement of the rain, and I think he certainly had some of that excitement already, but does still, as you say, holds the fastest lap time in this session at the moment.
A couple of penalties have come in early on here, Reeve. These are spin under yellows, so for those new or just needing a bit of a reminder on this Sunday morning, if you see a yellow flag, you're meant to slow down, you're meant to be in full control. So if you spin and lose control under a yellow flag, that's going to be a penalty. And Alfie Slater, the number 76, had some good runs early on in the season at Wilton Mill.
Bit of understeer there.
Yeah, and John Wall, the number 27, they're going to be dropping down the qualifying classification at the end of this one. John Bolter goes fastest in the number 32 there, the dark grey suit and the yellow shoulders. 125.532, 3/10 clear of Max Sheldon Hayward as things stand.
Yeah, and that's probably not owing to track conditions improving. What it probably is, without getting too technical, is that now there's a bit of temperature in the tyres. That surface of the tyre just begins to work a little bit better and wants to stick to the...
Yeah. It's a good circuit, this, for getting heat into your tyres. Whoa, now that's quite a slide off the road. That's Max Sheldon Hayward. In fact, that's your two fastest drivers in this session. Bolter and Sheldon Hayward both having problems there. That was just coming into the start of the Senna S. The Senna S kind of classifying through from this little hairpin. That's the left bit of the S. And then the reverse right-hander, the slightly more open hairpin, is the second bit of the Senna S. Max Sheldon Hayward continues on his way after that little spin. At least get it out of the way in the qualifying session and not do that in the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems to be a bit of a curse as drivers pushing on. We do have full course yellows by the looks of it. I suspect just because there's probably a couple of spots where the barriers are perhaps out of position, and we just need to make sure that everything is back in order before we can get, I was about to say, get under full racing pace, but it's probably not going to be much change, really, when the yellow disappears.
Well, it won't be that much of a change, but the drivers best not set any best lap times at the moment, because you'll find yourself quickly getting the attention of race control if you suddenly start putting in green lap times at this stage. Slow boards out. Those slow boards, I think, are going to become a more common sight in British karting. That's basically the replacement of what used to be a Battenberg flag.
Yes.
For those who haven't seen those before. Hello to Rafa. More requests for circuit requests. And I will say, now is the time. You're not going to get it for next year. This is a point I've been making on the social medias to people in discussions. Club 100 basically working 2 years ahead now for plans for the future. Developing this championship. Done 5 rounds this year, 7 rounds next year. If everything keeps going well, it'll keep growing and growing and growing. Same with the international finals at Genk. That's been in the pipeline actually for quite a long time. So if you want to circuit on the calendar for 2027, start canvassing and lobbying now. And Rafa wants us to go to Three Sisters. We have been to Three Sisters before. We had a BUKC. Were you racing at that point? Or was that before your time?
That was.
Am I really old?
I'm not going to answer that second question. That was slightly before my time.
Okay.
Although I have done a couple of events there outside of
Of
BUKC,
course.
etc.
But no, we did have a BUKC round at Three Sisters some years ago. This is, of course, the moment at which I remember and reminisce back to Jack Fisher punting a cone, one of JV's cones. My American football team, the New York Giants, are in the market for a kicker who can actually kick a football through some posts at the moment. Well, Jack Fisher in a Club 100 kart can do a pretty good job of that, and did that at Three Sisters a few years ago. There's another tenuous link for you this morning, folks. 1 minute and 50 seconds of this session to go. John Bolter's still fastest on that 1:25.532. So with that slow procedure that's now come in, things haven't really changed, which is absolutely correct. Nobody should be setting faster lap times under a slow procedure. John Bolter, though, has had a penalty. Oh, so for a spin under yellow, the number 32 has been given a penalty. So for the second qualifying session in a row at this stage with 90 seconds remaining, Reeve, our driver P1 on the board is going to be dropping down the order.
Yeah, and this might become a bit of a common theme, I think, in the qualifying session at least, as drivers are finding their feet in these new conditions. They've had their practice running, they've got an idea in their head of what the track is like, and you pretty much need to throw all that out the window as we head into qualifying at the pressure of a competitive session, and we might start seeing this here or there, which is a shame. It's an impressive run for John Bolter, but Max Sheldon-Hayward kept the nose clean, 1:25.8, and those two are the only two drivers in the 25s in this session.
At the moment, Bolter from Sheldon-Hayward, Walmsley, Ride, Allen, Slater, Rowe, Tyndall, Murray, Balasitis. The moment look like they'll be going through, but Tom Balasitis will not be happy down in P9, one of your front runners in the championship. But then again, if these conditions stay in, you will be able to move up the order as the day goes on. Sam Chilton goes P6. Good lap there from Sam. It's just displaced by Thomas Hughes. Don Balasitis must have heard us. Has just shot up to 5th place. And Larry Tyndall up to P3. Good driving there from the driver of the number 64. Gets well up into the higher reaches of the order. Reeve, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 4 positions gained. That's a nice effort there from Larry Tyndall. Oliver Wilde as well, it's down for 8th, but that's 7 positions gained late on in the running. So a bit of a transformation of what the race forecast is looking like for Oliver there, at least, as we do bring an end to this junior lightweight Group A qualifying session. At least on the time board. So we've got a couple more drivers waiting to head around. We'll wait to see if there are any more changes. John Bolter will be one of your first drivers to cross the line at the end of this lap. They're heading through into Sector 3 now. We're looking at Max Sheldon-Hayward on screen at the moment. Has a little bit of pressure there, but should be able to bring it home with no major worries. Has that P2, might not know, of course, that is actually pole. As it stands at the moment, or at least provisional pole.
You need to be top 11 in these junior races. It's the top 22 in the qualifying classification who will qualify through. We are taking a bit of an assumption that the relative groups method will be taken today. So the top 11 from each group going through to make that automatic 22. Don Balasitis has saved himself up to P2. That was a big lap right at the end from Balasitis. Alfie Slater up to P4. Oliver Wilde up to P6. There's a lot of changes right at the end of the session here. Someone's going to get caught out, I feel, and I think it's going to be Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen only P12 in that session. So Bolter, Balasitis, Max Sheldon-Hayward, Slater, Tyndall, Wilde, Dilworth, Parrott, Lamas, Chilton. That was the driver I was worried about. I was worried that Sam Chilton was going to get caught out there, but just saves himself for P9. Charlie Walmsley, Ryan and Bradley Lowe are the drivers we think are directly through to the A-tier race. We've got to move on, though, because next up, Super Lightweights Cadets Group B.
And here we go, it's the cadets back out on a track once more. And I can confirm the rain has resumed with a bit more force. So while things look like they were improving for our juniors towards the end of that session there, the cadets might find that to be slightly different. Still a couple of junior karts out on track at the moment. But the cadets are indeed making their way out for the first couple of laps before they get into the thick of things in the session. Watch out for names like Jacob Underhill, obviously in the mix in the championship. The number 14 plated kart is in this session. Also likes of Sam Vout, Freya Lally, Dexter Hazeldine, and Zach Smith, Alex Rattan in the mix in this one as well. So a decent couple of heavy hitters here as we see the rain, the wetsuits making their debut in today's track action, which is probably a wise decision.
Yes, that is the correct decision indeed. More ideas for 2027 tracks coming in. Joe wants us to go to Lakeside. Salvador Newman, no B final for Dom today. He's absolutely fine. Apparently it's harsh me picking on Jude McTamanay. No, it's not. He missed 2 extra points and got fired. There we go. Moving on. Big game tonight in the NFL, but that is what we'll be enjoying on the way home after the running here today at Warden Law.
Am I going to get an education in American
football?
football?
Yeah, you are going to get an education in the NFL and how the New York Giants invent new ways of losing football games. Anyway, 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. There's Freya Lally. Freya Lally, one of the female drivers. Good group of, I say, all the girls having a really strong run through the course. I think it's quite possible that we'll see some of the girls finish in the top 10 of championships today. Layla Fitzgerald jumps to mind. There's a few spin under yellow penalties coming in. There was some simultaneous spinning I could see into the Senna S. Quite a few of them actually. So Alex Rattan, Nico Lay, Sam Vout have all been shown spinning under yellow penalties. And there's one name in there that's quite big. Alex Rattan, second in the championship at the moment, has got to get things right now in this session. 7.5 minutes to go. And a reminder of the time from earlier on, using the new and updated alpha timing. Remember, it's a 1 minute 5.505 to take overall pole position within this category. I think that's going to be a bit difficult with these conditions, Reeve.
Yeah, it will indeed. Drive at this point, it's just kind of just more of a race of attrition, really, and you'll just see where you finish, I suppose, isn't it? At this point, at least in the qualifying sessions, Freya Lally currently tops our timing boards because she's the first competitor to finish a full lap so far in this session. A couple of more times beginning to pour in now. We'll get some more representative ideas of what our cadets are doing out there on the track, and it's interesting. It's a different dynamic. Obviously these cars are a couple of seconds slower, usually on a dry lap. They've got those mini-max engines, a bit less contact patch. But in the wet, there's less weight in these carts as well for them to use, for them to throw about to try and find that grip out on track. So an interesting one for our younger drivers to negotiate.
So, as a demonstration, Jacob Underhill goes to the top of the order with just over 6 minutes remaining in the session. 1 minute 32.995. We are more than 25 seconds slower than what we saw from that first group that ran with a little bit of rain, a few spots of rain out on the circuit. This is proper rain now. Not heavy, but more than enough to properly wet the surface. Who have we got here? Oh dear, there's a little spin for, was that Nico Lay in the number 56? Good race number 56. But Nico having a bit of a problem out there.
Yeah, a couple more drivers looking like they're falling foul of the grip conditions, unfortunately, but Such is the way, as you say, over 25 seconds off. That is a huge amount of time when you consider it's only around about a minute lap anyway. That must feel, as a driver, so agonisingly slow to have the lap effectively extended by another 50% compared to how it should usually be running.
Underhill does a 1 minute 30.789, stays at the top of the order. Alex Ratton up to P2, so that's what Alex needs to do. Will have that penalty, of course, for spinning under yellow earlier on in the session. But at least has elevated himself a good degree up the order. Hello to Johnny Whopper to put NFL kickers to the side for a moment. He wants to go to Nuts Corner. I'm not gonna lie, I think that one's probably a little bit further down the line, but I do like that suggestion. I do like Nuts Corner. Me and Henry Baudette are continuing in our personal commentators campaign to get the British Championships to go out to Nuts Corner. We haven't succeeded, I don't think, yet. But you never know. You never know. We can but try. 4.5 minutes of this session to go. Zachary Smith's gone to the top of the order with a 1:27.534, and it's currently 3 seconds quicker than anybody else out on track. Jack Lewis has joined the list of drivers who's had a bit of a spin under a yellow flag, so we'll lose some positions in the qualifying classification. Gasworks must be a really tricky corner right now. For those new to Warden Law, Gasworks Bend, very good place to overtake, but the front end of the kart gets unloaded just as you go down the dip, which is exactly what you do not want in these conditions, Reeve. Yeah,
it's slightly off camber, which means there's no weight transfer effectively, so those tyres just, they're not doing anything really. Yeah. The car just wants to go forward. That is really tricky stuff, hopefully for our drivers' sake. So we are now seeing, I think, the same thing we saw in the previous junior session, rather, where a little bit of temperatures there now. So the time can start to come down. A couple of 1:27s. There are some yellows flashing out on track at the moment. But if that gets cleared, we should start to see those lap times improve ever so slightly.
Yeah, we do indeed. Zachary Smith's just gone 1:24.897.
Oh,
so
nice.
I think the rain has stopped. There's still plenty of raindrops on the window of our commentary box, but they're not increasing in number. So I think the rain has stopped. And this track can dry out pretty quickly. So we're not that far away from the sea. You do get a bit of wind whipping in, blows across the circuit, and can dry it out very quickly indeed. Just see out the window, we've got a bit of a spin for, I think it might have been Dexter Hazeldown. It was a driver with a kart number finishing with 1. And we've only got one of those in this particular session. Let's see if it was Dexter. Actually, no, I tell a lie, we've got 2. I think it was Sam Vout who actually turned round at and through the Senna S. There's number 23 of Zachary Smith on your screens. And you can see him there just working the steering wheel, Reeve. For those not tuned in with that style of driving, what's he trying to achieve there?
What he's trying to do is he's trying to scrub the tyres and get some heat into them to activate the compound. It's in the dry. It's by no means the ideal way to navigate the circuit. I tend to do it in the world of sim racing, and my friends call me a keyboard warrior for it, because it's like you're just going full input, and nothing. But that is how you get some temperature into the tyres in the wet, and that's how you make these karts navigate a corner, because you'll get nothing, and then it grips up.
Yeah, changes at the top of the order. Omar Uller has gone to a 1:24.215. Alex Ratton goes P2. Zachary Smith and Jacob Underhill now down to 3rd and 4th in this session. Good lap times from Dan Norton, William Moore, Freya Lally up in the top 9 at the moment. Remember, we reckon it's going to be top 9 from these groups to go directly through into the A-tier races. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. We don't have sector times around this circuit, so we kind of have to just wait and see as the drivers come round to complete the end of this 1.2 kilometre lap. There is Omar Uller, running in the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet from a few years ago. Oh, look, it's Hamilton versus Alonso on screen, and Hamilton goes through. Wait, that's wrong. Good overtake there from Omar Uller. We won't say who the Alonso driver was, because they won't like being talked about as being overtaken. This is good stuff from Omar Uller. Underhill goes fastest now, 1 minute 22.141. This is all going to be about timing, isn't it? Reeve, this is going to be a Nico Hulkenberg situation. If you can cross the line with about 10 seconds remaining on the clock as the track continues to dry out, you could be onto a bit of a winner here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about cutting it very fine to that final second. You want the best track possible, and as you say, that is coming as late as possible. Zachary Smith improves their 120.8, now sees him on provisional pole by around about a second and a bit. That is a nice delta to have, but I have a feeling in the final 30 seconds we're going to see some more drivers come across the line, and that might vanish as we do have a bit of an instance heading into the final corner. Both drivers heading back out on track, though, just not what they wanted, as that does compromise not only their previous lap, obviously, but their run on to the next lap as well.
Yeah, Omar Ulla there just putting his hand up to note the yellow flag. Zachary Smith has gone to a 120.805. That's the new fastest time within this session. Oh, spin down at Gasworks. Just before Omar Ulla arrives ahead of that one. Omar going through Gasworks. Where is Jacob Underhill out on track? Can't quite see the driver with the green and black helmets at the moment. Underhill currently P2. I think Underhill will take that right now in the situation that's presenting itself to these drivers. So out of the final corner. Can Omar Ulla go quicker than a 1 minute 20.805? It's not been the best of laps. Oh, and Omar knows. He just lost out on that last corner. Stays P3. We'll see if anybody else is improving out there. Not at the moment. Yellow flags, of course, out at Marshall Post 2. There's Ethan Junior Hall. Like a Charles Leclerc replica helmet. I like that line. Round the outside. Not using the concrete, keeping it within track limits as well. Ethan at the moment holding P9, which will be enough right now, Reeve.
It would indeed. Waiting for the final couple more drivers to come across the line, but it's looking pretty good. As you mentioned, a bit of a Hulkenberg situation there, potentially for Zach Smith, who has pretty much nailed the timing by the looks of it. Had the best out of the circuit that we have seen in this session so far, as the final couple of drivers do come across the line. It is Zachary Smith looking pretty comfortable out there. That 120.805 set on the fifth competitive lap of this session, or at least their fifth competitive lap. Just a couple more drivers. Jack Lewis, Sam Vowt, Isaac Layton to come across the line, but that pretty much brings an end to your cadet super lightweight B qualifying group. There's going to be some more juniors heading out on track in just a moment.
So we turn our attention then to the second group in junior lightweight. So similar situation to what we talked about with the cadets. This second group more than likely will not go quicker than the A group, but it's still important to get those lap times in for relative position within the group. Top 11, we assume, will be going through directly to the pre-A final. Remember, you can repechage through to the pre-A final, to the back of the grid, by doing well in the pre-B final. All of those races will be coming up after the lunch break. Don't go anywhere. We'll still keep things rolling for you here at the circuit, because we've got a 30-minute long, thereabouts, long paddock show to show you. Well, I say paddock show. It was kind of like the pre-grid show. We never escaped from the pre-grid this morning, Reeve.
We didn't, because we just had so many eager young drivers wanting to have a chat. It was great. It absolutely flew by. I didn't realise half an hour had gone on our clocks, because, everyone seemed to be in good spirits despite the weather. And
it was during the delay, so they had really nothing else to do.
Yeah, that. I'm going to say that's less of a part of it. It's more because they just wanted to speak to us. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with.
Slippery surface flag still out then. If you're just joining us, live qualifying action brought to you by Alpha Live and DDMM Sports Commentary. Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor on commentary duties for you here today for the final day of the season. And just a quick reminder as well, as there's a little spin there for the number 10 of Jack Matthews. Jack we had a little chat with during the show earlier on that we'll broadcast to you during the lunch break. I don't think it's going to be beaten. I say that 1 minute 24.579 was the fastest lap time from the first group. So you never know if the rain holds off. Although we're still getting new raindrops on the commentary box window, so
using that old scientific technique of commentators knowing whether it's raining or not. It's too cold to go outside today. It is still sprinkling out there. Hello to Andy. Andy Rattan cheering on Alex, watching from Australia. Which bit of Australia are you watching from, Andy?
Oh, they're in their summer at the moment, aren't they? So
they are.
Very envious.
I've not heard from Michael Burke yet this morning in Bathurst, Australia. And I'm going to make some form of a promise here. We're going to have as much excitement here today as the Bathurst 1000 from a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
With these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you haven't watched that race yet, not now, later, 6 p.m. tonight when we're all done here, go have a watch of the last hour of the Bathurst 1000 from a few weeks ago. It was mega.
And just in case that isn't enough for Bathurst fix, Club 100 are going to be there later on in the form of the Club 100 iRacing, so do get tuned in for that one.
Oh, beautiful tenuous link there.
I know.
6 minutes and 51 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, full course yellow still out there at the moment. Oh, no, that's
I think
timing issue.
Our timing screen had a bit of a wobble there. It's not a full course yellow at the moment. There's the number 68 of Gunnar Wright on your screens. Lap time starting to come through. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, the first of them. One of the big hitters in this group. 1 minute 35.446. Remember, it's a 124 that the drivers are trying to beat for those drivers from the first session. Jamie Tyler Gooden in this one as well. And Jake Chapman. The Chapmans have been very, very quick so far this season. I think Max, I've seen wandering around, is on camera duties today.
Nice.
As in photography, not cameras here for your Alpha live stream. Photos as and when they come in will be up on the public Facebook page. Number 14 there, Kira Boylan. Whilst we're talking iRacing, Kira, one of the youngest drivers in the Club 100 iRacing Championship this year. There's Max.
Nice.
I knew I'd seen him out and about. We're watching you.
And we're watching that.
Spin through Gasworks. Didn't quite catch the number on that one.
Luckily avoided there, narrowly avoided.
But yes, no, speaking about Kira, the number 14, racing in the Club 100 iRacing Championship. If your ears have gone, what's that? It is a chance for anyone with past or present history of racing in Club 100, a past or present racing history in the BUKC, a present racing record in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, so if you're racing with them in 2025, a relation, a firm relation of the above, so mums and dads of cadets, they can race, for example. You've got to be over the age of 13 for iRacing's terms of service. We do have some 13-year-olds who've just turned 13 and just joined iRacing the championship. Also, if you are the member of a BUKC-affiliated university society, you're eligible. And also, if you hold a Motorsport UK esports license, including the free one, you are eligible for the championship. We have 4 categories: Premier, Clubman, Intermediates and Rookies. If you're in one of the top 3 and you win the class championship, you get an SB40 North or a Club 100 Experience drive of your choosing in 2026. That's the prizes on offer, and we're racing every other Tuesday night. So we've just yes, what week are we on? Yes, we've just had one Tuesday night, racing every 2 weeks. So the next one is not this coming Tuesday, the Tuesday after. And we've still got 3 or 4 spaces left on the grid for the rest of the championship season. £30 entry, and it would be great to see you on the grid if you want to be involved. Head across to all the Double Dash Motorsport media, social medias, all the details of how to join are on there. So, what's been going on in this session? 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Jamie Tyler Gooden currently fastest, 1:33.793. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes second, or was second, because Jensen Davies has just gone over the line, and Jake Chapman there in the blue and white suit has just gone fastest on a 1:31.186. There has been a penalty for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Oh, it's going to be a big one as well. Restarting on the grass for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. That's a real no-no in Club 100. wow, that could be a championship deciding point for that campaign of the driver in the number 15. We will keep on top of that situation, but generally that's a pretty big penalty if you restart on the grass. And at the moment, Ethan is down in 6th place within this group. Jamie Gooden has gone fastest here, Reeve, a 1 minute 30.749.
Yeah, all changed very briefly, as I think once again we just found a bit of a happy zone on the circuit where you can get some decent laps in a 130.7, still way off what we'd usually see these junior karts achieving there. So we have a very slow spin there, unfortunately, for the number 36. That is the number 36 of Jensen Davis, who unfortunately was a bit of a passenger in that one. The back end started to kick out. These are very short wheelbase. These karts are not the easiest to correct once they go, and that one was an unfortunate incident there, but is still back on track. We'll be able to recoup in the final few moments of this session.
Ethan Saunders-Wilkes goes fastest out on track, 128.787, indicates that once again the track is getting quicker. Jake Chapman's had a spin through Paddock Bend. It just shows how tricky the conditions are. Chapman comes over the line as Tyler Gooden goes fastest, 128.549. That's a big lap from Jamie. Jamie knows he's got no room for error. Was not at Rowrah, so his 2 drop scores for the season will be the pre-final and the trophy final from round 4. 0 scores, they go out the window. But it means he cannot afford to have a bad race today with the likes of Saunders-Wilkes, Balasitis, Sheldon Hayward all snapping at his heels. This is the number 15 of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. If you're just joining us, yes, second in this session, but has a restart on grass penalty overhanging him right now, Reeve. It's the old Colin McRae adage, isn't it? If in doubt, flat out, try and get as high up that order as possible.
Yeah, it's best you can do is a bit of damage control, really, isn't it, to just try and still qualify. It's the same, in some ways, it's the same mindset as you'd head into it anyway without that penalty. You just got to knuckle down and get those quick laps in. 53 seconds left on the clock, though. Jamie Gooden still has you 128.5, which leads the timing tower. Arnie Ray Mackey improving quite nicely there to go from 14th up into 9th. So that all-important top 11 there. That was with a 134.4. So unless you're absolutely in that perfect sweet spot on track and you nail the lap, it is so difficult to get those 128, 129 lap times.
So drivers crossing the line now will be starting their last laps of this qualifying session. Jamie Gooden still at the top of the order, clear by just over a quarter of a second. We're still about 4 seconds off the pace that we saw in Group A. Zach Watson up the order, up to P4. Good stuff there. Jaden Giles as well is on the move, up to P5. All of these drivers looking to go through. Checkered flag is out. There's Jake Chapman on your screens in the 113. 3rd at the moment in this session. This is going to be a close run thing, I think, to the end of this session. Jaden Giles goes P3. So there is still some speed out there in this circuit to improve lap times. It was a 130.656. Both Tyler Gooden and Chapman trying out some alternative lines, trying to use the grip at the far edges of the circuit, off the normal racing line, to get good corner exits. Zach Hassan comes over the line, P9. That might be enough to go through directly into a pre-A final. Look how wide Chapman's going there, but he's in track limits. We're straddling the white line there. That was fine for me. Through in towards the horseshoe, this long left-hander. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes goes over the line, remains P2. It was a 131.559 on that last lap. Is there going to be an improvement in the times here from Tyler Gooden or Chapman? The risk for Chapman. Chapman goes up to P3, but no quicker for JTG. Didn't need to be, though, in that session. Reeve, JTG on pole position from Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see they're heading into the final corner. It just went a little bit too deep into the corner for JTG, but as you say, doesn't matter in the end. Has that pole position for the junior Group B lightweight qualifiers. As you say as well, nice improvement for Jake Chapman. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes does have that penalty over his head. Otherwise, nice session for Ethan there. That brings an end to our junior lightweight Group B qualifying session as they dive back into the pits. We get ready for our cadets to head out on track next.
So, turn of the cadet lightweights next. This is their first group in timed qualifying. Very different conditions to what they sampled earlier on in free practice. Wet circuit, a new circuit for many of the drivers. This should be an enticing battle across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. Keep comments coming in from around the world. I've got a challenge, actually. Can we be the most watched karting today?
Oh, I like that.
It's an event on at Teesside. It's another circuit in the northeast. Oh dear. It's a bit of simultaneous pirouetting there out of the centre S. So I want us to beat that. There's another event on with a good friend of mine who's normally in this part of the world, but we've done the opposite directions. He's gone very south and I've come up very north. I want us to beat him. And there's an event on at French Quarter as well for the end of the season that is not as important as the Cadets and Juniors here today, so I want us to beat that as well.
Like it.
But we can only do that if you like and share the stream with your friends and family on your social media and get the word out that we're racing here today. So that's your instruction, everybody. To do that, let's get as many people watching as possible. If you've not pressed that like button already, please do so. Obviously, if you think we're doing a terrible job, don't click the like button. It's your choice. But if you are enjoying the stream, do press that like button.
8 minutes then on the clock in this qualifying session for our cadets, who are just getting a feel for things, getting back up to speed. We've had our first spinning under yellows penalty coming in. As I say, there might be a little bit of a theme in qualifying, just it's the unfortunate way that it is. We do need the drivers to stay in control of the kart at all times, particularly under yellow conditions, of which there are quite a few. It's a bit of a domino effect. Someone spins, a yellow flag comes out, someone spins again, there's more yellow flags. So we need to make sure that everyone's pointing in the right direction, although I'll say everyone's doing a commendable job out there overall.
Jambo's just actually reminded me, no, you're absolutely correct. JTG was at Rowra, but his results did not stand. Thank you.
Right.
Reminded me. So his results were expunged from the championship standings.
Ah. I see. So this is a very important day for JTG.
Yeah,
in
they will
this
be
case.
drops. They will still be drops.
Right, okay. Yeah.
That's all we'll say on that one.
Yeah.
But no, thank you, Jambo. Thank you for reminding me on that one. Yes, so 7 minutes of this session to go. Big names in this one. Luke Collins is the first driver over the line. He's been having a decent season. The number 24, 136.1 to start things. Oliver Renshaw, unfortunately, has had a spin on the yellow penalty. He's had a little problem out there. So driver of the number 28 will be dropping down the classification order later on in these sessions.
Yep, some decent names in this, the lightweight Group A session. A driver comes to mind as one we had a chat with in the Paddock show. Ayrton Lima Evans, currently running fourth in this session. Oh, as we have a bit of argy-bargy heading in to Sector 1, Turn 1 there.
Yeah, Charlie Ledoux involved in that one. I think it might have been Kai Jackson, the other involved there. I couldn't quite tell whether that was the number 62 starting with a spin and then was it the number 41 not really having anywhere to go. So they'll carry on there. Renshaw goes up to P10. So 136.103 at the moment. This is a brand new category as well, so there's no standing time from earlier on in the in these qualifying sessions. Still think we'll have the relative position within group method used to set the grid for the Pre-A final later on today. There's Dante Dillon doing some kart testing. Charlie just getting back up to speed out there. Should note as well, whilst we were talking iRacing earlier on, I mentioned that there was a young driver in the entry for that this year, and they're out in this session, Athena Cooper. So Atty Cooper at the moment 12th in this session. So yeah, the championship welcome to anyone with a Club 100 racing record. Oh dear, that's a little spin there for Charlie Ledoux. Oh, and taking an alternative line through Gasworks Bend.
Yeah, so as you say, everyone's welcome to take part. More the merrier is the case. As
long as you're 13.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I know, ladies and gentlemen, that's the problem when you have someone do lots and lots and lots of karting commentary. If you're a cadet and you're 10 years old, well, if you are a cadet, you can't be a cadet and older than 13. We have had cadets try and enter, and I'm like, not yet. Can't knowingly allow you into a service where you're meant to be 13 or older. Oh dear. Libby Venus has had a problem. Out of the final corner, and Libby's just parked there on driver's left-hand side. That's out of Paddock Bend. Spin of the yellow penalties for Ledoux and Cooper. And I know it may seem harsh in these conditions, Reeve, to be having spinning under yellow penalties when it is very, very slippery out there, but the point still stands. If that yellow flag is out, you need to be under full control, don't you?
Yeah, this is what I was saying right at the start of the session. It has become a little bit of a pattern, and as you say, it might seem harsh, but it is unfortunately just the way. When this is not going to say that the rules are obviously they are supposed to cater to all conditions and all racing that we will partake in with the Club 100. So obviously, if you're spinning under yellows in a dry race, for example, that's probably even more egregious than it will be in wet conditions. But unfortunately, the rule still applies. So you will have to be penalised according to those rules. That's not to say that the drivers out there aren't still doing a very impressive job. I've driven a Club 100 kart once in the wet in my life, and it wasn't a Club 100 kart. I've driven a kart in general once in the wet.
Are you meaning to tell me that you did BUKC for a number of years and you've not managed to have a wet day?
I did BUKC for 1 year.
Oh, just the 1 year?
Yeah, I've been to many events.
But still, that's pretty impressive that you managed to do a season of BUKC
dry.
And you never had... How?
I don't know. But yeah, dry. And then my first ever wet running in a go-kart ever was last year's BUKC 24-hour. That's a trial by fire.
Yeah, that's always wet. Every year.
So I certainly can't do it in the wet, so hats off to these drivers here.
3 minutes of this session to go then. Luke Collins at the top of the order at the moment with a 1:36.103. Kai Jackson second, Theo Thomas third, Charlie Ledoux, Riley Busby and Nico Verbers. Nico is having a lot of support in the chat, P6. Ayrton Limmer Evans, P7. And then Freddie Donald and Rafa Malcolm at the moment looking like the drivers who would go through if the relative position method is used. Harry Woods goes up to P13. Libby Venus has rejoined the circuit and is now up to P17. 2.5 minutes of this session remaining. Luke Collins taking that wider line through Paddock Bend, over the line. And that's an improvement, 1:35.355. I think Luke is doing a great job here, Reeve. Luke got out on track, clear track ahead of him, using the space well, not worrying about slipstreams or anything of that nature because it's a wet session. You're not really in the need for any slipstreams. He's driving consistently, driving quickly and doing a fantastic job. Yeah,
really strong performance from Collins in this session. As you say, about as ideal as you can get in this session where he is out on the track. Haven't seen I was about to say, haven't seen anyone come anywhere near as close to him, to be honest, so far. 1:35.355. That's really impressive running for Luke Collins. Nearest driver, Kai Jackson, 1:38. And then we have a couple of drivers in the 38s and 39s. But it is Luke Collins, the driver to beat, with a 2.7 second margin, which is looking quite comfortable, with 90 seconds left to go in the session to be the biggest margin we've seen in qualifying so far.
As I say, this is what I mean with things improving out there for others. They're kind of tripping over one another right now. Oh, and the rain's coming back in. Okay, I don't think we're going to see any faster laps in this session because the rain has just started to team down again. It's persistent rain. It's not heavy rain, but just looking at it on the commentary box window, again using that scientific method. And no one's going for green lap times at the moment. So Luke Collins, as I say, got out there, got the job done. Oh, let's say that. Adam Asgard's just gone up to 12th place within the session. I don't think that's going to be enough to get through to the Pre-A final directly. 35 seconds remaining on the clock here. Luke Collins clear by 2.7.
Yep, 30 seconds left. We're looking on to the number 57 of Harry Horn there. And then we have a couple more drivers who will get one more opportunity to head around the track with the time we have allotted left in the session. Luke Collins, our session leader, currently coming towards the end of Sector 1. Here we are looking at the number 34, Theo Thomas, who heads on to the start-finish straight to set what will be their final fast lap attempt. The checkered flag has just been waved with mere seconds after Theo Thomas heads across the start-finish line there. Here we go, through Sector 1. A bit of oversteer there for the number 17 of Adam Ashgar. No improvements to be found then in this session. 12th will be all she wrote for Adam Ashgar in this session. Here we go then, final few drivers coming across the line now. First, a few names with checkered flags next to them on the timing system. The rain really beginning to pour down now. That is the number 42 of Harry Woods having a bit of a spin. A couple more drivers having a bit of a spin. I think the conditions dramatically worsening in this final couple of laps, and it is catching a couple of drivers out. Yellow flags flashing all over. There won't be any improvements at the very end of this session, which means Luke Collins is your driver on pole for our cadet lightweight Group A qualifying session. Actually managed a 137 on that final run, which is still impressive, given everyone else is now quite comfortably in the 40s in this run. So just a couple more drivers out there on track, but as I say, no improvements to be found. That's it for the cadet lightweight Group A qualifiers. It's going to be your junior super lightweight Group A qualifiers up next.
So next out on circuit, the junior super lightweights, their first group, and again the rain really coming in now. This is a tough set of conditions for everybody about to head out onto track. Quick reminder of how things stand in the championship. Logan McAllister, by our calculations, has got this one won already, Reeve. 1,011 points already secured. So Ellis McKenzie second, 982. Thomas Welsford third, 947. Tom Justice nicely scoring at the moment, 939. And Jack Bromham as well, 911. Yes, it sounds like the gaps between all those four are quite wide, but if they have strong days, it's quite possible that those scores will converge. The battle for the top 3 spots, the top 5 spots as well, of course, now going to Genk, going to Belgium later on in the spring of next season. I think it's going to be a really intriguing scrap here. There is Logan McAllister in the red helmet. Just saw him out on circuit. So good to see that Logan is here today. Sometimes when you see a driver secure a championship early, they go, I'm not going to do the last round. Logan did have a very good excuse, I want to say 2 years ago, when he won one of the cadet titles. He was at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
That's a good excuse.
That's a good excuse, but yes, there is Formula One today. He's a little bit further away than Abu Dhabi from Europe. So yeah, Logan has decided, yes, he will race with us today, as opposed to join George Russell in the stands.
Well, it's the most exciting racing action on the cards for today here at Warden Law, so I can understand why those conditions looking pretty torrid out there now, it must be said. Worst conditions that anyone's had to qualify in so far this morning.
Absolutely. But this is what sometimes can happen. Oh dear, as the number 53 has gone round. That is on the run through the back chicane. That was Clara Boyce. Again, going to have a spin, get it done earlier on in the session, find those limits. We had some BUKC testing last week at Wilton Mill. I always remember that grandpa story. You know how social media likes to remind you of things, or like, oh, you did this so many years ago. Dagger to the heart yesterday. A certain social media network reminded me it was 12 years since my first run in a CLUB100 kart at Llandau, birthplace of champions. There you go, Henry, for that one. Yeah, so we've got drivers here today who weren't born when I first drove a CLUB100 kart in the wet, in South Wales, spinning off all over the place because the team told me, if you don't spin today, you're not pushing the limits and you're not finding what you can do. To get it done nice and early in the early parts of the session where it doesn't really matter,
and then go quicker later on.
I like that. That's a good mindset to head into your first kind of foray into karting with.
They literally said if you don't spin today, you will not be selected for the team because you're not pushing hard enough.
Like it. Yeah, that's good. And I think that's what we're seeing. Some of these spins here, that's by no means, as I was chatting about earlier, that's no means a lack of skill or anything. Quite the opposite. It's drivers that are getting to grips with the track, pushing the limit, and drivers that are fiercely competitive and know that they're often in the mix for a championship fight or are having a great time out there, who are just treading and finding limits and unfortunately that does result in the odd spin here or there, but these are professional young drivers. They know how to get it back out on track and they don't let it dent them, so it's great to see.
Yeah, 7 minutes of this session to go. We'll start getting the first lap times coming in a moment. Dan Griffin's the first driver over the line of 1:42.182. Thomas Welsford's had a good start in this one. One of those drivers running for a ticket to Belgium. 1:38.542. And there is Thomas Welsford in the black race helmet, kart number 64. Just slipping down the inside there of the number 61 of Dan Griffin. Where the lap time is coming in. Sam Bonnell's had a good start to this session. Could well be on for a solid top 10 finishing position in the championship with a good set of scores here today. Well, at the moment, Bonnell's gone P2 in this session. Logan McAllister P3. Findlay Hanna. Findlay, one of the drivers from Bonnie, Scotland. A little spoiler for the pre-grid show, Paddock show, that you'll be able to see later on during the lunch break. It was when Findlay and Tyler, his good friend from up in Scotland, said, "Oh yes, only 3.5 hours drive for us to get here today to Warden Law. Only 3.5 hours." It's like, I tell the ladies and gentlemen how long some of your drives can be. So fair credit to the Scottish drivers. They have some big travel distances. We were whinging yesterday about the M6. The Scots pretty much have to do that every single time they come down to England or Wales for some racing. Oh dear, Caden Ward had a spin through Gasworks, and some of the drivers were maybe going a little bit too quick under yellows there.
Yeah, they are indeed. A couple more oversteer moments, but well caught by some of these drivers. Your fastest at the moment, as we mentioned, Thomas Welford, 1:38.4. Closely followed by Sam Burnell, 1:38.5 on the money, 1:38.500. But that has just been beaten by Logan McAllister there, as yellow flags do indeed wave, but that's a 1:37.7 for Logan McAllister. That is a nice improvement as we now enter the second half of the session. This is usually the point in these wet sessions that we have seen the track come good comparatively, so we might start to see some decent times tumbling in now, but it's all just about keeping the nose clean at this point. It's those fortunate drivers who have kept consistent, kept the nose clean, who have been rewarded in these qualifying sessions. Logan McAllister putting in a good innings and doing his best to get towards that with the 1:37.7.
Absolutely. Keep your comments coming in. See a little bit of chat about the SP40 racing that we had here yesterday. Congratulations to Tommy Lee. Sealed the championship yesterday. Actually, no, he'd sealed it before yesterday. For being the inaugural CLUB100 Senior Lightweight SP40 North champion. Chris Powell, Premium Powell, had a good day as well to hold in second place. Jack Fisher third, James Britton and Johnny Wilson all in the top 5 in the final standings of that one. And well done to Aidan Lynn as well, who held on after some very good days for Hassan Zafar. And Hayden Harris did, in the end, take the heavyweight class yesterday by 8 points and needed those points to be scored. 5th and 3rd yesterday was enough for Aidan Lynn to become champion in the heavyweight category. And we should mention as well, just before we get into the latter stages of this session, I'm going to turn away from the cadets and juniors for a moment, Reeve. That one of the big news stories as the calendars came out for CLUB100 2026 is that the afternoons of Senior North days will not see the cadets and juniors have some extra practice. There will be a Sprints North Championship next year,
We'll probably talk more in depth about that when we're having a seniors day down at Buckmore Park in a couple of weeks' time. But if that is news to your ears that you want to have a look at, do head over to the website and also the social medias. It'll be the same calendar as the Cadet and Junior Norths, so full weekends, the seniors on one day, the youngsters on the other day. But really, really excited to see how that pans out in 2026. That same calendar that we talked about earlier. So the season opener to be TBC, to be 100% TBC, but all being well, the North seasons will start at the brand new Silverstone kart track. We've been down to Silverstone recently. I was there for the European Le Mans Series a few weeks ago. It looks really, really good, really top circuit. I think the racing is going to be producing some great racing. Producer in my ear said Silverstone famously in the north. I know. But at least it's not sending them all the way to Buckmore Park.
I was going to say, more in the north than Buckmore.
Someone did suggest on social media, I am calling them out now, I'm not going to say who their name was, they put, why no Buckmore Park? It's like, are you for real? We're in the north. Buckmore Park is not in the north. Anyway, Silverstone to start off with, Wilton Mill for the second round, GYG in North Wales for round 3, Rowra for round 4, that's proper North, Cumbria, GYG again for round 5, PF International for round 6 in Lincolnshire, and then Warden Law back here to finish in September. So that's your North Championships schedule for next year. All the details across on the website. 1 minute to go. Logan McAllister, not a massive surprise in this one. Reeve, top of the order, clear by quarter of a second ahead of Thomas Welsford and Sam Burrell. All of them in the 136s to 137s.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have that late session track improvement, so to speak. Originally, Logan McAllister got that early 137 in. Now, Findlay Hanna, Sam Burnell have joined him in that as well in the 137s, but Thomas Welsford and Logan McAllister into the 136s. It's actually pretty close, relatively speaking, between Logan McAllister and Thomas Welsford, so we'll see if anything can happen late on. Sam Burnell's heading around the final couple of corners now, as is Thomas Welsford and Logan McAllister. They're occupying Sector 3, so we'll see if the times do indeed change for the final couple of moments in this qualifying session.
Yeah, some really good performances coming in here. There's the number 61 on your screens of Dan Griffin. Dan needs a good time here because I don't think Dan's going to get over the line before the checker flag comes out. Stays P11. Oh, no, did just get over the line by probably about half a second. Harvey Preen goes P5. Dana Rohan up to P6. Adi Manu P7. All being well, these drivers should be through directly into the Pre-A final. Caden Ward, after that difficult start to the session, goes P9. Imogen Owen looks to be through. P7 for Imogen. Lewis Tracy sneaks in P10 there. So Dan Griffin at the moment is out if the relative positions method is used. Ollie Ward will not be through to the Pre-A final. Goes P13. We're on our screens at the moment with Sam Burnell, who's safe in terms of going through to that Pre-A final, but would like to be a little bit higher than 4th in this group. At the moment, that would set him just inside the top 10 for later on today. Findlay Hanna up to P3. There's the 113 behind. Oh, bit deep. No, that's fine, though. That's fine from Sam. Yeah, 2 wheels still inside track limits. Just... the 113 there is Amy Gualtieri. Amy at the moment in 18th place. Session still going for McAllister, for Welsford, for Hanna, for Griffin. Again, Burnell trying to use those really wide lines. Welsford over the line stays P2. I don't think anyone's really going quicker at this stage of proceedings. Burnell across the line. Not far off the best that we saw from the driver, the number 91, but not quicker, so stays P4. McAllister over the line, P1. I think it's just...
fastest lap.
Wow. Logan McAllister puts in a 135.6 right at the end. That could be important depending on how conditions are for Group 2. Where is Dan Griffin? Dan Griffin, we mentioned just over the line before the checkered flag came out. I don't think has completed this lap, and I think he's going to be outside that top 11 just... in P12. That is the end of things for junior super lightweight. We'll see the second group for them later on. But as the engines fire up, we're going to turn our attentions once again to the cadets.
Here we go then. It's the Cadet Lightweight Group B qualifiers heading out on track now. And yeah, all getting pretty heated right at the very end of that session. But that cools down and we get ready for some more action. Our cadets just waiting to head out on track at the moment. We've still got some juniors heading in to the track. No, we don't, sorry. Getting completely muddled up. Our cadets are in front of us, right on screen, Reeve. There you go. Always helps if you look at the screen. And there we can see our cadets getting ready to go racing. Couple of names here. We had a chat with actually Ethan Guest, who we had a discussion with, who has the world's most accurate weather radar. Well, I was chatting to him about the weather, and I was saying, yeah, I think maybe for the race we're going to see some rain. And he went, mark my words, qualifying, my radar says rain, and my radar's never been wrong.
Right.
And Ethan Guest, 100% correct, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have a chat to his dad Steve about that later on and see we need that.
Yeah, so if you do have any weather questions, Ethan Guest.
Ethan Guest and his dad Steve. I've been keeping an eye on chat. There was some chat about photos. Right. Public service announcement. Listen up, everybody. This has been the same all year. Max was here yesterday, so by the news I've had from Molly in Race Control, that we will have some photos from yesterday. The first batch will come out tomorrow. If you raced on Saturday, you get your first group of shots, not all the shots, your first group of shots on a Monday. If you raced on a Sunday, you get your first group of shots on Tuesday, and then the rest of them will come out Tuesday evening through to Wednesday as Max furiously edits and goes through them.
That's a nice turnaround. Well done, Max, there.
Don't start sending DMs at 9 o'clock on Monday about today's racing. It's not Tuesday yet, okay? There we go. Same for the seniors. I've said it on the broadcast now.
There you go.
Everybody's got the message. Got it out of my system. If you've raced on Sunday, you're not going to get your photos until Tuesday lunchtime at the earliest.
Yeah, that is still a very impressive turnaround from Max. So nice work there. 7.5 minutes in this session to go then. Drivers still getting a feel for things. We'll wait for the competitive times to pour in towards the end of this lap. As we have the rain somewhat abating at the moment, it doesn't seem to be pouring down quite as bad as it was a couple of sessions ago. Track conditions are obviously still not ideal, and it's not like we're in the middle of June or July where you might have a spot of rain when it's cleared by the end of the session, because the track's warm and it's dried up. It's going to linger. It's going to linger for quite a while, and I imagine some of the drivers are probably ruining that we are eventually going to be going into a lunch break, because that ain't going to help the track at all.
No.
It's just going to sit there cold.
It's going to sit there cold and getting wetter and wetter and wetter. Jokes aside, don't chase the photographers as well. Don't do that, because you don't get the answer that you want from the CLUB100 social media direct messages account. Don't start chasing the photographers. They have things like school and university and 9 to 5s and things like that, and they work very, very hard to get the photos as quickly and to the quality that this is expected of them. So there we go. I won't say it again. If you raced on Saturday, first shots Monday. If you raced on Sunday, first shots Tuesday. Thank you very much. What's happening in this session, Reeve? 6 minutes of it to go. Ethan Guest looking pretty quick out there.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that's happening at the moment. Everyone seems to be pretty chill out there. Just found a nice bit of track to occupy, and they're pouring in with some lap times. Ethan Guest, as you say, leading the charge, 137.9. Zane Perry's also in the 137s, and we've got a couple of drivers in the 138s. But I imagine, once again, give it a couple of minutes, we'll see the track get to its comparative best, and things might hot up a little bit.
Indeed. Unfortunately, a penalty has come in for Rian Roy Chowdhury. So it's a spinning under yellow penalty. That seems to be the most common one today. And that was 3 or 4 minutes ago. So we'll drop Rian down the order a bit. Before we go to the lunch break, I don't normally do this, but we'll give you a little bit of an indicator as to who's looking through. Yes, so the relative positions method, as I call it, is being used. So at the moment, your pre-A final for the Cadet Super Lightweights looks like this. Qualifiers directly through: Ronnie Deacon, Zachary Smith, Jacob Underhill, Rory Hamilton, David Cadar, Omar Ullah, James Vout, Mohamed Issa Subadar. I've got a feeling that might be one of the strongest qualifyings from Mohamed so far this season, and second of the rookies as well. William Moore, Nathan Greach, that's your top 10. Felix Rigby, Alex Rattan, Sam Fleming, Freya Lally, Joshua Milburn, Daniel Norton, George Marriott and Ethan Junior Hall. Those are the 18 who've directly qualified through in Cadet Super Lightweight. Jess Kirby, Mia Gualtieri, Seb Harris, Ryan Hamblett, Lily Catignon, Dexter Hazeldine, Jensen Goodall, Freddie Thompson, Edward Sybury, Lucas Fradgley, Jack Mills, Freddie Powell, Sebastian Hill, Archie Flynn, Lewis Forster, Jack Lewis, Joe Fleming, Nico Lai, Isaac Clayton and Sam Vout. They will have opportunities to go through to the Pre-A final from the Pre-B final. And then likewise in the junior lightweights, John Bolton, Jamie Tyler Gooden, Don Balasaitis, Max Sheldon Hayward, Jake Chapman, Jaden Giles, Larry Tyndall, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Zach Watson, Oliver Wilde, Alfie Slater. Oh dear, someone's having an alternative line through the Dunlop chicane. Alfie Slater, Tyler Gibson, Jake Dilworth Parrott, Jensen Davies, Jacob Lamas, Ethan Pitt, Sam Chilton, Zach Hassan, Charlie Walmsley-Ride, Arnie Ray Mackey, Bradley Rowe and Gunnar Wright. Those are the 22 who have automatically made it through to the junior lightweight Pre-A final. The rest of them, if didn't read out the name of the driver that you're interested in junior lightweight, they'll be in the Pre-B final. 3 minutes of this session to go. Zane Perry at the top of the standings here, Reeve, on a 136.759. Ethan Guest, though, on your screens, kart number 11, needing to find a second to retake this provisional pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Zane Perry really shone through on that previous attempt, finding one entire second just when that track was starting to get good. Haven't seen anyone else kind of jump at that opportunity just yet. We might see another really late charge in that final lap like we did with the juniors a few sessions ago. But yeah, a couple of track limits warnings pouring in as well, as drivers are trying to pick up a bit of pace where and when they can, if it does present itself. Ethan Guest, who we're on board with at the moment, is currently in that second position. This could be the lap that makes the difference. Let's see as he heads through the final couple of corners. We've got the hairpin, which kind of backs onto itself before you head down to start the next lap around here at Warden Law. A driver in the background enjoying some more of the scenery, but Ethan Guest continuing on for the start-finish straight we go. And let's see, over the shoulder looks Ethan. See just how much water the cars are having to displace on the outside lines here. Down the start-finish straight goes to show just how wet it is. It might not come across entirely on camera, but when you get to those parts of the track where karts haven't been sat for all of these sessions, it is sodden. It is completely wet. So Ethan Guest doing a good job navigating his way through the conditions here.
Few drivers in the middle part of the order improving here. George Glossop up 6 places, is now 7th in this session. Cora Moore and Jake Matthews look like at the moment they're going through with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Or say that, Jackson Burgess just shot up the order to P5, so there is some pace out there. Oh dear, it's off the road. Who was that? It was someone starting, I think that was Felix Sheldon Hayward. Yeah, it was. Orange suit starting with a 2. That's got to be the number 27 of Felix Sheldon Hayward. There's a spin down at Gasworks as well. So that was championship leader off the road. Now, Felix is okay at the moment, 3rd in the session. But in one of the classes that is quite close, that's not good news for the championship leader. James Binley goes up to 11th. There is Felix Sheldon Hayward, now back out on circuit. Wearing the classic orange visor as well. I like that. That's a bit of a throwback. 30 seconds of this session to go, Reeve.
There are indeed no major changes at the top end of the pack so far. We have got a lot of our top end heading through the final couple of corners. Now we're looking on just a little ways behind. This is the number... Oh, we're going to change that. We head back onto Felix Sheldon Hayward, heading down the start-finish straight now. 1.4 seconds is the gap between himself and a provisional pole. No change there. That was a bit of a slower lap, but I think that might be a recurring theme as we do have some spots of rain continuing on across the circuit. Checkered flag has been waved. The timer has hit 0. These are the last few laps that these drivers can post.
Yeah, Ethan Biddle stays P4, Charlie France stays P9. Oh, that was, I think, a little bit of an ironic celebration of like, yes, we had a spin. Not quite sure who that was for. Taking the difficult moments in a good stride there was that particular driver. There's Zane Perry. Zane Perry at the moment looking at pole position. Zane, similar to what we talked about with a couple of other drivers today, doesn't have any drop scores at their disposal. So needs to go all out here today. Ethan Guest not too happy about Zane Perry going down the inside here. This has been a bit of a race, but to be fair, Zane Perry's got fastest time in the session at the moment. He's not going to be in any kind of mood to help others out there. Oh dear, bit of a spin for Andrei Vasikov there in the number 18. Oh, now Ethan Guest in the wall.
Oh dear, that is pretty detrimental this late on the final attempts for Ethan Guest, the driver in P2. Can't improve this time around. The rain is properly pouring down now, as we saw with one of our drivers spinning out there. I believe it was Andrei Vasikov. If you spin and you stop even briefly in these conditions, all the temperature's gone from the tyres.
Yeah.
There's no grip once more. So tricky situation out there for a few of these drivers as Zane Perry heads across the line. Actually doesn't manage to go faster still. Yeah. Saw purple and got excited, but still provisional pole, and it's looking like it is in fact pole for Zane Perry.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be going particularly quickly on this lane. In fact, yeah, everyone's over the line. Perry P1, Guest P2, Sheldon Hayward P3, Biddle, Burge, Layla Fitzgerald, Cora Moore. These are all going through, I think. Jake Matthews and Charlie France in the top 9. George Glossop is probably going to have work to do in the pre-B final. Binley, Shanks, Gibbons, Kent, Barry Whiting, Vasikov, Payne, Roy Chowdhury, Peters and Shelvin. Those were your 20 drivers in that Cadet Lightweight North Group B. We're going to move on to Junior Super Lightweights. So second half of the field for the Junior Super Lightweights. Reeve, who have we got in this one?
Some big names once more. Matteo Erdenfeuchters in this one. Watch out for Jensen Barnard, Lewis Prendergast. Then we have Leo Belamenko, Benjamin Hamilton are just some of the drivers that you are going to be seeing in the running in this session for our Group B qualifiers. Super lightweights out on track once more, just as the rain is really beginning to hit hard. And now we see a couple of drivers already spun off and not getting their best foot forward in this session, feeling a little bit of that pressure, shall we say, as we do have the checkered flags waved once more. Just in case you weren't aware already, it's a little bit slippy.
It is indeed. As I say, that corner, that left-hander that's known as St. John's, probably not the most difficult corner in these conditions. I think you could argue that Gasworks is the most difficult, but if there's a clear P2, I would say it's St. John's, because it's not as downhill as Gasworks, but you do just have that very gentle runoff. And as I say, you've never driven a CLUB100 kart in the wet. You've never felt the pain. But it's that case of the Dunlop tyres are a bit better for this than previous brands of tyre that have been used for these championships. But it's still that same case on a slick tyre where you've got grip, and then you saturate the tyre almost, and you just lose everything. It goes off a cliff. And that particularly happens if you're looking a little bit downhill. I tend to find if you're going to lose front or rear, it tends to be the front you lose first, and then the rear overtakes the front and you spin round. When you're loaded up to the front going into a corner, even if it's just a little gentle downhill, very, very easy to lose control. There's Jensen Barnard on your screens in that distinctive yellow, blue and white helmet. This is one of those points of the day where I start to feel very old, because I note that Jensen's had a growth spurt, because I always think of Jensen as a cadet. But if you do this job long enough, they don't. That's the problem. They don't stay as cadets. There's a bit of news earlier on this week that a driver that I will still think of as a cadet is even moving on from karting, a certain Mr. Kenzo Craigie, at the end of this season. It's like, hang on a minute, you were winning British titles in Honda Cadet not that long ago. How are you now going up into single-seaters? Anyway, There is a problem. Was that down at Senna 1? Oh, it might have been on the exit of Gasworks, actually. Possibly for Jacob Rattray. Rattray has not come round to complete a lap yet.
There he is. We can see him just out of our comms box.
Right, so yes,
into Senna 1.
It is out of Senna 1. 105. Oh dear. Joni Young, double pirouette there. I think Caitlin Steppenbeck has also had a spin under yellow because a penalty's come in for the driver of the 127. Jacob Rattray has also been shown spin under yellow, as has Alfie High. So a continuation of what we've been seeing so far in these sessions, Reeve. Early on, drivers just getting caught out by the conditions and caught out by those yellow flags as well.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers will be hoping that they can just get a little bit of clean running in over the next couple of laps, try and get those competitive times in, where Benjamin Hamilton has got that first competitive time in, so 135.8. Everyone else, 138s, 139s, 140s. So bit of a difference there as it stands. But Benjamin Hamilton impressing early on in this session, looking pretty clear of everyone else. Is actually in the midst of a bit of a pack heading through Sector 2 and into Sector 3 now, so needs to negotiate that well to make sure that other drivers don't capitalise on any clean running that they might get late on into the session.
Yeah, there's Jacob Rattray going around the final corner. Here's the number 17 of Jamie Crampton on your screens, up to 16th place after that last attempt. See the driver there of the number 17 really working the front axle, trying to get a bit of grip there out of Senna 2. Careful on the curbs through the back chicane. Jensen Barnard goes up to P2. 130. In fact, exact same lap time as Benji Hamilton. Yeah, that is a good run from Jensen Barnard. Benji Hamilton, of course, still holds pole position. There is Benji. On virtue of having done that lap time first. Penalty for Leo Belimenko. Belimenko restart on grass. Oh, that's going to be another big one. Is currently 7th in this session, Reeve, but will be dropping down from that position.
Yeah, well, indeed. A few changes going on at the top end of the pack. We were on board with Jensen Barnard, who we're back on board with now, as we watched him run into turn 1, carrying about as much speed as you'd want to, really. He was right on the knife edge in terms of grip. Has been able to make it through, so we'll be watching on to see what this lap is looking like in the end. Here we go, on board with Jensen Barnard. Still a bit of oversteer creeping in. We do have yellow flags waved through this sector, so Marshall's be looking to make sure there aren't any improvements on this lap. So less than 5 minutes to go. Another spin just in front of Jensen Barnard there. Jensen Barnard looking a little bit squirrely, but doesn't join in the sympathy spin. Makes it through Gasworks absolutely fine. Green flags wave once more as we head towards the end of Sector 3. So that makes it just over 4 minutes now left in this session. Not many more opportunities for drivers to get a clean lap in for this qualifying session. I see at the moment Benjamin Hamilton leads the charge. Jensen Barnard very close indeed in terms of time. In fact, they are matching in terms of time. 0.000 seconds is the difference. And an unfortunate spin there for Jensen Barnard into turn 1. Last lap it was looking pretty knife edge, as I say. And there we go. We found the limit there. But Jensen picks up pieces, continues on. But what a run between Benjamin Hamilton and Jensen Barnard. 0.000 seconds is the difference. That's what we like to see. Jack Bromham improving there. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter now improving to go P3 as well. Jack Bromham just improving in that previous lap. There was a bit of green running towards the end there, and we might be starting to see the final few fast laps as long as conditions stay good.
As long as conditions stay good and the track stays green, we have, just out of our window, got one driver stranded on the entry to Senna 1. Benji Hamilton having a little look at the cameras there, still on top on that 135.815. Unfortunately, I think Caitlin Steppenbach has had a second spinning under yellow penalty. There are a few drivers in the order. I think they're going to be moving down towards the bottom of the pre-B grids as a result of this. 3 minutes to go then. Who's moving up the order? Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has gone up to 3rd place recently. Jack Bromham up to P4 as well.
Lewis Prendergast has had a good improvement also, currently inside that top 11 that we reckon is going to be today's cut-off. The spinner into Senna 1, I think, is Jacob Rattray. It's the number 74. It's unfortunately had another little spin out there. Ella Rowe there in the number 97. Ella currently running in 15th place, so not far off making that straight cut into the pre-A grid. Are we seeing any faster laps on this particular tour of the circuit? I don't think so, because we've got a couple of yellow flags out. But still 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this session to go, Reeve. Still time for drivers to bump themselves up the order.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very close running at the top end, but we've got some experienced names here, so I suspect we could have some late charges if we do get that clean lap in. A couple more ways yellows coming out on track at the moment, so hopefully we do get that nice bit of clean running towards the end for drivers to set a more representative time. It's great to think that at the very start of these qualifying sessions we were remarking how 130s were mighty slow given the conditions. Now we're in the 135s for a really quick lap here. So conditions not ideal. It'll be interesting to see how the track is shaping up after the lunch break.
1 minute and 35 seconds to go then. If we've not mentioned already, Tom Justice at the moment has given himself a chance of going through. Oh, Benji, well no, that wasn't Benji Hamilton. Was it Benji Hamilton? That a spin there through the exits of the back chicane. No, it wasn't Benji Hamilton. It was another driver with a similar red and blue helmet. So apologies, fans of Benji there, for panicking you for a moment. So just over a minute on the clock to go. Anyone crossing the line now, this will be the start of their last lap. Hamilton's gone faster, 1:35.301, half a second quicker as the number 13 has a bit of a moment off track there. Jacob Brown. Jacob's still inside, well inside the top 11 right now. Jenson Barnard, if Jenson wants this pole position, he's going to have to find a big chunk of time on this final lap, Reeve.
He will indeed. That's a really nice run from Benjamin Hamilton, pulling it out of the bag pretty much when I thought, you know what, maybe people aren't going to be able to push on towards the end here given conditions out there. Benjamin Hamilton making the difference when it counts. Let's see if Jenson Barnard can do anything about that. Let's see if Matteo Ehrenfeuchter can do anything about that. Ellis McKenzie out of nowhere jumps up into P3 with a 1:36. That's a really nice late charge there. Maybe we are going to see some further changes. Let's see as we have the number 24 heading through. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter into the final corner in just a moment, followed by a couple more drivers and nicely spaced out. We do have yellow flags waved in Sector 3, but they have gone away. Let's see then. Checker flag is waved in this session. We just wait for drivers to cross the line for the final time.
Nikolai Ardsgaard up to 15th place. A good effort. I don't think that's quite going to be enough today. Sam Morse is going to be through to the pre-A final, up to P6 on that last tour of the circuit. So there is still a little bit of pace out there. This is the last qualifying session before we go to the lunch break. Can Jenson Barnard find that half second to retake pole position? Good slide out of the final corner. Decent speed taken through the turn. No, can't go quicker. 1:36.2. So it will be Hamilton from this particular group fastest. Ellis McKenzie goes up to P3. That's useful. Right at the end there from Ellis. Tom Justice up to P4. Remember, there are tickets available in this category to go through to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals at Genk in May. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter still P5. This is the number 19 of Kai Newman round the final corner. Kai's got a chance here of going through. 14th at the moment. Just needs 3 positions. Oh, stays P14. So it'll be pre-B final for Kai Newman. Jamie Crampton's still out there, currently 13th. James Wall and Caden Graham also still circulating, but I'm not seeing anyone jumping up the timing sheets there, Reeve. That will be all she wrote for that one. Hamilton from Barnard, McKenzie, Justice, Ehrenfeuchter, they're all in the top 5. Belimenko, Brown, Bromham, Prendergast, Moore, Morse and Wood should, all being well, as long as they haven't got any penalties pushing them down the order, they should all be through.
They should indeed. There were penalties that did come in that session. So whenever we talk about results, they are, of course, provisional. We're not in the same room as the stewards, and we don't have We don't have their voices in our ear telling us exactly what's gone on, but it's pretty cut and dry when it comes to qualifying. So our juniors now heading in to the pit lane to bring an end to qualifying for the day.
Indeed. So the next race due out will be the Cadet Super Lightweight North Pre-B final. That's a mouthful and a half for us to read out. We'll just confirm whilst we're killing a bit of time. We've got a confirmed result, of course, through for the Cadet Lightweights. So your qualifiers directly into the Pre-A final for that one. Luke Collins first. Now this one has not been done by the relative positions method, because whilst the conditions have been suboptimal to say the least, they have been consistent. So the Cadet Lightweights, by the jurisdiction, it's the call from the clerk of the courses and all of that business. So the clerks of the course, we've not got multiple courses here today, what am I on about? Anyway, the race officials have called this one by absolute time. So Luke Collins, Ethan Guest, Kai Jackson, Felix Sheldon Hayward, Ethan Biddle, Jackson Burge, Riley Busby, Zane Perry, Layla Fitzgerald, Theo Thomas. That's your top 10. They're all through. Milo Smith, Charlie Ledoux, Nico Verbers, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Cora Moore, Jake Matthews, Freddie Donald, and Rafa Malcolm. So they're all through in Cadet Lightweight to the Pre-A final. The rest of them, Charlie France, Adam Askar, George Glossop, Tyler Shanks, Oliver Sanderson, Ardit Roy Chowdhury, Harry Woods, Jack Gibbons, Oliver Renshaw, Ben Kent, Harry Berry Whiting, Andrei Vasikov, Libby Venus, Thomas Payne, Harry Horn, Atty Cooper, Bobby Peters, Jasper Newell, Savannah Shelvin, James Binley, and Rian Roy Chowdhury. They will all start in the Pre-B final. And then, of course, we've only just had the result in for the junior super lightweights. There'll have to be things like weight checks for the top running drivers, etc., etc. We will bring you that result and as when we receive it. We're going to take a short break here, though, from the live perspective. We're going to show you the recorded pre-show from earlier on this morning.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Paddock Show for round 5 here for the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Northern Division. I'm joined by Mr. Andrew Mather in the flesh. Good to see you again, Andrew.
Yeah, good to be back. It feels weird. I'm used to coming to Warden Law, but not for Club 100 purposes. So, no, it's been good to be back here at Karting North East. I love this place. It's a really, really good circuit. First time that from a Club 100's perspective that we've broadcast here. We were meant to last year, and then something called the Rotax Grand Finals got in the way. So no, really good, and of course championship decider for a little bit of history. We've not had North champions before, so it'll be interesting to see who goes down in the history books as the first winners of those. And of course the tickets for Genk. If for drivers who can't quite take P1 today, top 5 positions in the junior categories, they get routes through to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals in Genk next May. That's really exciting. I think we're going to have a good day of action.
Yeah, I think we all will get the thoughts of some drivers in just a second. This is actually my second time here for a Club 100 event. Last time was a BUKC event, and that was brilliant fun. The track is fabulous. We've already discussed it in qualifying, but it's a decent length track, plenty of overtaking opportunities, plenty of technical changes, and let's get thoughts of some of the drivers then. I do want to have a quick word with Jacob Underhill, one of our championship contenders today. Jacob, how are you doing there, son?
Yeah, I'm good.
Very good stuff. So, final round. Obviously, you're in the mix for the big trophy. What are your thoughts heading into this round?
I think I'm just gonna drive like I normally do, and don't get too much pressure on myself.
Fantastic, good to hear it. Well, talk about your experience at Warden Law so far. Then, what do you make of this circuit?
It's a very good track. It's quite slippery. I was here last year for Club 100 as well. And on Wednesday I was here in my Inter with Will Moore. We were testing here in the evening.
Cracking stuff. As you say, yeah, a little bit slippy. We've hit that time of year now. We're coming towards the end of the racing season. We're heading into November in just a few short days. Temperatures are very low and the weather is going to start turning. There is forecast potentially, right after this Paddock show ends, when we get into the racing, bit of rain. So looking forward to that challenge?
Yes, I like the rain. It's very good. It's a quite good challenge, and yeah, I'm excited.
Cracking stuff, Jacob. You seem confident. Wish you all the best out there on track today. Have fun. Great to hear from one of our championship contenders there. And Miss Andrew Mather, you're hiding behind me. Have you found someone, or are we just going to see who we can grab?
Yeah, I was just noting we've got 1 minute to go on the timer. We'll have a very, very quick word with Alex Rattan, if that's okay, because Alex is another one of our drivers going for championship today. Alex, how are we feeling? Big day.
Good, yeah. Just trying to.
Have you driven this circuit before? Is it completely brand new to you?
Yeah, I've driven it before, yeah, a few times.
What do you think of it?
It's good fun, flowing track, yeah.
And the weather as well, it's looking okay at the moment, but potentially a little bit of rain once we get to lunchtime. Are you worried about that?
I mean, last year I was really fast in the rain, so good potential for winning there.
And obviously I know you'd like to win the championship, of course. You're a racing driver at the end of the day, but if you're not quite able to overhaul young Mr. Underhill behind you, you've still got a place potentially to go race in further competitions later on next year. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, it's exciting. Looks like there's a lot of things going on with CLUB100. Yeah.
Good stuff, Alex. We'll see you out there. We'll just step away from the sidelines because I don't want to get in the way of the crews as a checker flag has just gone out for the last session. Reeve, you found a certain Ayrton Limmer Evans.
I have indeed. The unfortunately placed fence making it a bit difficult to get us in shot there, but hello Ayrton, how are you doing?
Good. I mean, I was here last year, so I know the track quite well, so I'm hoping for a high finish.
Cracking stuff. Last time we had a chat with you, it was back at GYG earlier on in the season. We haven't I haven't at least been here for every round, but great to see you again. So tell us about your season then so far this year.
Since CLUB100 I do North and South. North has been going pretty well. I mean, I smashed it at GYG with a second in pre-final and first in trophy final, which was nice. And then I've been doing decent finishes throughout the year, but it was just unfortunate in the Rowren because it was tipping it down in the trophy final. I had a spin at the top corner and went into the bark, so that kind of was a bit annoying because now I'm sitting fifth in the championship with no chance of winning first, so I'm just going to hope for a second. South has been pretty similar. I've been pretty average throughout the year. I mean, top 10 finishes are mostly what I've been getting, but I'm sitting second in championship. I might be able to get first, but I'm hoping to finish second as well.
I mean, still two very good places to be aiming for in both divisions. As you mentioned, you're one of our drivers who is competing in both, so making the most of the opportunities that CLUB100 gives us to take part in every bit of racing that you can. As you mentioned, you've already got some experience here at Warden Law. Where are we hoping to see you then today? A bit of rain potentially later on, but looking to have some fun out there?
Yeah, I mean, last year I struggled with a bit of pace, so I was in the Bs and I made a mistake and went off, so I'm hoping to correct that this year and maybe get into the A's and finish top 5, hopefully get a podium, because I haven't had one in CLUB100 since PFI in the North, which was before summer break, so it's been a while, but I'm hoping for a podium finish, which will push me up back into the second in the championship.
Cracking stuff, Ayrton. We wish you all the best in that as well. Hopefully see you on that podium later on today. So we're just seeing some of our karters coming back in now from the first initial practice sessions that we are recording this Paddock show in. Yeah, people seem to be... conditions are a little bit less than ideal, aren't they? It's cold. But yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy so far heading out to Warden.
Yeah, we'll just have a bit of a pause for the moment whilst, obviously you're watching this during the lunch break, so a little bit of quiet for us here at the circuit. Let's go talk to some juniors. We've talked to some of our cadets, but the juniors as well, fighting for their first championships. I had a very quick sight of Dom Malasitis, who I wanted to have a quick chat with if possible, because Dom's been having a really good season so far at the top end of the juniors. I think he's just pulled this kart into one side. Dom's probably just found something that's not quite right with the kart, so Rory and the team are going to have a look over it, but we'll have a quick chat with Dom. Sorry Dom, just to jump in on you. Big day. It's been a strong season. You've had some really good pace throughout it. What are the hopes for Warden Law here today? It's not the easiest of circuits, is it?
No, it's very low grip surface, especially this weekend because it's so cold. I need a bit of a miracle, to be honest, if I want to try win it. Hopefully can hang on to top 3. My drops aren't that. Pretty much everyone at the top's drops are pretty horrible. So anything can happen, really. Anything can happen.
But you can overtake round this circuit, particularly up into Gasworks Bend. It's a quite wide entry on the way in. What have you been able to learn from, I know, a practice session, but what have you been able to learn in that last session about the track and how you'll race later on?
It's quite slippy offline, so it's quite hard to properly send it in. There's just not really the braking grip. But if you can get a run on someone, you can send it a lot of places around here. So yeah, should be good for everything.
And as competing in the junior category, of course, I said to a couple of other drivers today, I know you'd like to win the championship, of course, but getting one of those top 5 spots and having that chance to go and race, for Club 100 for your country as well at Genk in May 2026, that must feel really good, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's a really cool opportunity provided by Club 100. Obviously, running the whole thing, being able to race against people from different countries, which I've never really been able to do personally before. So yeah, it's just a really nice opportunity.
And will you be back next year for another round of Club 100, or have you got sights set on some owner racing?
I think senior lightweights. I think next year in Club 100.
Good stuff, Dom. We'll let you get ready for the next session. We'll head back on in. But I say those top 5 spots available for drivers in the juniors. The champion gets their race entry for free as well. Reeve, who have you found?
I found a Mr. Thomas Hughes. Hello there, Thomas. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Slightly cold, as we've already mentioned. I think you've just had a quick chat with me then. It's not ideal conditions, is it?
No, it's stone cold. Obviously, first time these carts been out this morning, and you can feel it. Not only in your hands, like I can't feel them anymore, but even on my last lap there, which should have been my best one, still no grip in the rears. Fronts are still struggling to pick up, and it's a struggle, but it's good fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's good fun. That's what I call proper British karting. You haven't done a full season of British karting unless you're absolutely freezing at one point. But tell us about your season then so far, Thomas.
It's been pretty on and off, to be honest. I haven't had much luck, just in general, to be honest. But I've tried my best at every round. I've extracted the most out of the karts and out of myself. And that's all you can really do. At that point, it's just up to the karting gods, to be honest. Just got to leave it with them.
Yeah, that's a very good mindset to be in. Much experience here at Warden Law so far?
Well, I did one round here last year, and I was running 6th until I got taken out on the last lap. So, but that's about all my experience with this track. But it's fun, and I'd say I've figured it out.
Nice, good to hear. So, yeah, hopefully a little bit better running this afternoon at Warden Law. A bit of rain potentially on the cards, just in case the conditions want to get any worse. So, how does that kind of change your mindset heading into your racing in the afternoon? Might be a little bit more treacherous.
I like the rain, to be honest. I've always been quite good with it. I don't know if it's just like a natural thing, but rain has never really put me off as it has put other drivers off. In my local championship, which is the Castle Coombe Karting Championship, if any of you know it. I won 3 championships. All of them were mostly wet races. So most of my experience in the wet has been good. And that's why when it rains, my mindset, instead of going from uh-oh, it's raining, has gone to opportunities and confidence.
Fantastic. So, Thomas, we'll watch out for you then in the afternoon if we do have a bit of rain out on track. Thank you for your time and enjoy your day's worth of racing. Let's see who else we can have a chat with. And Andrew, I think we found someone else.
I'm here with Benji Hamilton. Benji, how many layers have you got on?
I think 4 at the moment. It's very cold.
Yeah. You've been doing some good amount of work, not just from a race capacity, but doing a bit of kart testing as well for Club 100 recently, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been really good fun. Working with the senior categories. Obviously, testing is a major job for keeping the parity of the fleet looking good. But yeah, really enjoying it so far.
And obviously they've picked you because you've been one of the faster drivers in this category for the last couple of years. What have you learnt though from Nicky and Dante and the other team about the other side of things?
They like to smash each other off a lot. I'm joking. All the lads there are absolutely lovely. Nicky obviously has had so much experience doing from his cadet days in like the 80s or 90s and still going at it now. It's incredible to see how quick he still is. I remember at Bayford when I was testing, I looked behind, he's 6 car lengths back, and I'm like, Nicky, don't do it. And then he just goes flying up my inside into the sort of the hook at Bayford. I was like, how have you managed to get it stopped from that far back? Honestly, Nicky's a great driver, but yeah, really enjoying it.
Talking about the racing here today, though, it's a tense day in terms of championship deciders, but you know, I think you're out for a bit of fun here today, aren't you?
Yeah, because obviously I missed PFI and Wilton Mill. I did GYG as I was sort of near the area, and I was like, oh, give it a shout. And then as a birthday present, I got to do the last 2 rounds. And it's just a shame, really, because I've got a 100% win streak so far from double winning GYG and double winning Rowra. So my main aim for today is try and keep that streak, but I feel like it's a very technical track, and the straights are so long. You get such a big slipstream. It's like it's kind of like lid. It's kind of like NASCAR. You behind someone, you just fly past them on the straight. Yeah, but I think the racing will be good fun today. And obviously, it's very tense for some people. But I think in my category, Logan's already won it, I believe. He's had a really good season so far. But obviously, the South Championship's still on. Only 1 point between me and Logan.
Absolutely, and we'll have that one on Alpha Live cameras as well. Yes. Benji, thank you very much for your time. Where's Reeve gone? He's in a dark jacket, so I can't see where he is. Let's walk further down the front of the grid. Try and catch some of our drivers. There he is. Sorry, Reeve, I lost you for a second. Even though I've got new glasses, I still can't see anything. Who have you found?
I do keep managing to hide away. Let's see if we can grab in terms of quick chat. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone watching at home on stream?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Second name?
Matthews.
Cracking stuff, Jack. Thank you very much. So, looking forward to the day's worth of running at Warden Law?
I am. I've been here before, actually, but it was like a year ago. It's quite tough to remember, but I am very excited. It's always a fun track, but, you know, just trying to remember, like, the corners and everything. But that's what practice is for.
It is indeed. Any kind of skirmishes out there so far? It's all been pretty smooth sailing so far.
Well, I haven't actually gone out on track yet, but I'm hoping so. Hoping so it's going to go smooth.
Cracking stuff. And could you tell us a little bit about your season so far?
My season so far, I'd say, you know, it's been pretty like average. Like I've definitely lost a few points that I could have had, but it's been fun, and you know that's what matters to me. But yeah, really just like stuck in the midfield kind of thing.
Well, some say stuck in the midfield, but that's where all the fun is off, and that's you got plenty to fight for. There's plenty going on in the championship, and as you say, all those little points here or there can make a big difference.
Yeah, no, the midfield's always just the best place to be. It's always the most action, always the most, because you know you've not got a leader 10 seconds in front of you. You've always got people around you. It's really fun.
Indeed. Now, there is a threat of rain later on. How does that change your kind of perspective of the afternoon's running?
I actually think I'm a little bit better in the rain, so I'm quite excited.
I'm glad to hear that. A lot of people seeming quite confident in the rain today, so I think we're in for a real treat in the racing later on.
Well, I think it's just British people in general, to be honest. It rains so much, we're all so used to it. Do you know what I mean? But, yeah, no, rain's really fun stuff, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really fun from our point of view as well. Wish you the best luck in terms of running today for our final bit of Club 100 North action. Enjoy your time out there today, Jack. Cracking. Let's see. Now this time I've lost Andrew. There he is. Let's go and hand him the microphone. Oh.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Here with Finley and Tyler. I know we've said this to a couple of drivers already. You're a bit cold, boys.
Yeah, it's quite cold.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
It's freezing here.
How far have you travelled to get here today?
It was only a 3-hour drive for me.
3.5, 4-hour drive for me as well, up from Scotland.
Yeah.
I'd say, tell from the accent, you are from the northern part of the country. So I'd say only a 3-hour journey. I'd say normally for you boys, it's more like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, especially then to Wilton, it was a 7-hour drive.
Good commitment. Have you tested? I know you've not tested so far today. Were you here yesterday?
I was on yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday.
No.
How did it go?
Not the best. The conditions weren't the best. The track was really cold, so it's really slippy. And then I got black flagged for racing under yellows, but it wasn't my fault. I got taken down the inside, and they deemed it as I was racing. But just what happened, really.
But you've got it out of the way today.
Got it out of the way, yeah.
Talking about today, last round of the championship, how have your seasons been so far?
I've not had the best season, to be honest. I've had quite a couple crashes, but we're hoping to have a good final round.
Mine's been good. I'm sitting 11th right now as a rookie. This is my first rookie season. I've had 2 rookie trophies, so I'm hoping to have the 3rd here and get the best out of the 5 here.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned this year?
Acceleration control. Coming from 4 strokes to these lot, it's a lot harder trying to keep control of the back end of the cart.
Finley?
To keep it on track, because like in the wet, if you keep it on track and people like spin off, you get places. You don't need to be the fastest in the wet.
Will you be back next year?
Definitely.
I'll be in seniors next year, so yeah, definitely.
This is also the point of the broadcast boys where I like to slightly stitch JV up. Do we start a campaign for a Club 100 round at Lark Hall?
Oh yes, please.
Obviously.
We've asked them so many times to do this.
So many times.
So many times.
There we go. So we had the Masters category for the over 35s a couple of weeks ago at Sheddington, and now JV have put you another one. These boys want to race at Lark Hall.
Please,
Definitely,
please.
Yeah.
Good stuff, boys. Have a good time out there. I say good to have some of the Scots here. We talk about it, or have talked about it in years gone past with the BUKC. We have some really good commitment from drivers in the BUKC who come from the Scottish universities. So I think that's one of the things with the North Championship. It's given drivers the chance from the upper parts of the country. You know, they can travel all the way down to Buckmore Park, but it's a bit of a stretch for them. So, no, good to be giving more coverage, as you say, to a couple of our Scottish drivers of the whole country being able to race here in Club 100, Reeve.
Absolutely, Andrew. You've just missed an accidental partridge, or I completely tripped over that go-kart then. But I'm joined now by Jaden and Marcus here today at Warden Law. You seem to be looking ready and eager for the challenge.
Yeah, I feel ready for it. Practice went well yesterday. I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Cracking stuff. How about yourself, Marcus?
It's too cold. I want to go home. It's too cold.
It is freezing. It's too cold.
I agree with you on the first half of that sense. It's too cold. It really is. But tell us about your season then so far.
Season's gone alright. I've had good pace. I've got pole position at the last round. So yeah, the season's gone well. It's just a few little rookie mistakes that I'm trying to sort out. But yeah, I feel ready.
Crack yourself and yourself, Marcus?
Season's been alright. It's been a little bit all over the place. Last round was okay. I like the rain because my weight. I'm hoping to stick it on somewhere decent today. But seniors is where it's at the moment for me. I'm doing alright in seniors, so it's just because of weight. But last round for the year in juniors, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it is for yourself as well, as you're looking to progress through the ranks of Club 100. Are you excited for that challenge?
Oh yeah, I'm very excited. New format for senior sprints, so I'm very looking forward to how it goes.
Yeah, obviously there's plenty to talk about in terms of the way Club 100 is progressing and the new opportunities we're opening up. I know Andrew's mentioned already the opportunities opening up in Belgium, which obviously if you guys are progressing through the ranks you'll be eligible for, especially if you're at the top end of the pack there. So really exciting stuff. But as we've already discussed, rain on the cards, so we're going to see some fun out on track for the final bit of Club 100 North Cadets and Juniors.
Yeah, rain should be fun. Even if I don't do too well, it'll be fun just for the last round. I'll just enjoy it. Since I'm moving up to seniors, may as well enjoy my last junior round. Be quite good fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be fun. It'll be interesting because it's going to be dry for qualifying, and then for the pre-races it will be wet. So it should show the drivers who the drivers are in the wet.
Yeah.
So.
Show who's got the most skill overall when it comes to wet weather driving.
Yeah, absolutely. A few people are feeling really confident in the rain today. It will be interesting to see because the way we record this, it's currently dry and you've seen a dry quali, but by the time we're racing, it's going to be wet. So we're going to be like weather gods, effectively. So should be a good day's worth of racing. Have fun out there today, gents, and enjoy your time out here today.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, let's see who we have got. I think Andrew has found some more drivers to have a quick chat with.
Yeah, we've just been talking Jaffa Cakes. They're worried about the commentator's curse and they haven't bought Jaffa Cakes drivers for 2026. If you don't want to get cursed, buy us Jaffa Cakes.
Don't mention me and then I won't crash out. Just don't mention me.
How's preparations gone for this weekend?
Not too bad. Yesterday was a bit iffy, but got a good lap time in. I think today's got potential to do it well. Just can't start 8th.
Why can't start 8th?
Every time I've started 8th, I've been crashed out. Once at GIG and once at PF. So if I don't start 8th, I'm good.
So 7th or 9th, anything else?
7th,
Yeah.
9th or maybe 3rd. That'd be good. I'll take 3rd.
Warden Law, what do we think of it as a circuit?
Beautiful circuit. I love it. I think this is probably the best circuit on the calendar at the moment. But I think Silverstone might top it next year.
Absolutely, yeah. Fingers crossed, everything being well. Silverstone about to open, we think, but we should be racing there next year. Is that exciting for you?
As it stands now, it's round 1, so it should be a really good start to the season. But
And yourself, difficult times at times early on in the season, but overall pretty good?
Overall, it's been all right. I've got an air final, so at Wilton, that was good. But yeah, first season not going too bad. Raced here at the SP40 yesterday, which went better than expected. I was quite quick, so yeah. Enjoying it so far. This is definitely my favourite track on the calendar and definitely been my best one. So yeah, I'm happy. So loving life.
What was the biggest thing that you learned from the SP40 yesterday? It was a very different style of racing, not just against the seniors, but also it's a longer race as well.
Yeah, I realise I'm losing a lot more time down the straights against juniors than I did against seniors. But other than that, not too bad. Everyone here is good, and so is everyone on the seniors as well. But everyone's smart. Everyone uses their head a bit, so that's nice to see, especially when you're going to be sending it down the inside of half of them later on. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Good stuff. Thank you both for the chat. We're going to have a chat with some of our younger drivers because they've been huddling together for warmth. Reeve, you've got an absolute swarm. I'll just have Ethan first of all. Ethan, you step forward. Just to go away from Club 100, because I've noticed you in some Jack Dex racing gear. Last weekend, you were racing at Shennington.
Yeah.
First time you've raced in Simona racing. How have you found racing in Club 100 has prepared you for that?
I think it's good for like confidence. You go from one and another, but it's still difficult to come back, change the driving style. But it's been going good, and I think considering we've got off our novice plates now, and we're getting there, and I think we did really well on the weekend considering we had some really good drivers like Maximilian Abrahart and stuff like that. And yeah, we were doing really well. We got 27th to 8th, 32nd to 3rd, and then in the final we were 5th, and then I overdrove it a little bit, did the KZ layout for a lap, and then I went down to 32nd, got back to 14th with like 3 minutes to go, so it was good.
That's amazing. I don't think I've heard of a driver openly admit they drove the wrong track before. Focusing on Warden Law, there's some serious stuff to be sorted out today, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a championship fight between a lot of us. I think the top 5 are really close. I think the weather will make it very interesting. But yeah, all the drivers are consistent, so it's just what happens in the racing, really.
If there's one thing that you've enjoyed above anything else this season in Club 100, what is it?
I think probably the people that are here, they're all really nice and funny, but I think probably for racing wise, I think it was Elu. I think I was struggling in the start and in quali. I think I was first time in the B this year, I was second, and then I won that by 8 seconds, and then I started last and then finished 5th in the pre-final and then won at Elu, so it was good.
Good stuff, Ethan. Good talking to you. We've got the other Hamilton. We've had Benji already. Here's Rory. I'm not even going to ask if you're cold because you quite clearly are with a bubble hat. How are we feeling today, Rory?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay, similarly cold, but I've got a warm comms box to go to in a minute. The season as a whole, it's been another really good one for you. This is the first of 2 season finales that we'll have on Alpha Live cameras. Are you feeling ready for it?
Yeah, I did quite well in practice. I got second. I'm not sure how far I was off, but hopefully I can just improve for quality and get a better result.
How do you find the differences between the North and the South Championships? Is there a difference in terms of style of racing out there?
Well, I think North is slightly easier because of just not as many people racing, and also the fact that there isn't pre-event testing on the day also like shakes things up a little bit. So, yeah.
Your dad's been asking me if I'm going to be at the awards. I am going to be at the awards. Are you going to be at the awards?
Yes.
Good stuff. We'll catch you later on, Rory. I've lost Reeve again. Where is he? We'll have a chat with some other of our drivers. Gents, introduce yourselves for the friends at home. How have your seasons been going so far?
Pretty shocking. My name's Jamie. I've been hit out in every A final, unfortunately. I've brought back from every single race, coming from like the back of A final, and bring my way up to the top 10, and just been hit off. Especially Wilton Mill P3. And I got hit off into the grass. Not saying any names, but it was not.
Was it you?
I don't race for him. I'm too heavy for him.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm like 6 kg on the dot. So perfect.
But today could be a different day. So Warden Law, it's a driver's circuit. You know, if you've got the speed, you can get away from people around here. Are you enjoying it so far?
I haven't been out yet, unfortunately, but it looks like a really nice track, a very thin track. I'm looking forward to go out. It looks grippy, but it also looks slippy. So it's just a track that I'll have to get used to out through the practice day, and then hopefully have a good quali.
And yourself, how's it been going this season?
I got on the podium at GYG, then every other race has gone bad. At Rara, my last race, my engine cut out. Wilton Mill, the car wasn't good in qualifying, and PFI got taken out. So I've only actually had one good race this year. That's it, really.
But today's going to make it too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a very different kind of calendar, this one. I say all those tracks that you mentioned, Rauer, PF International, very, very different in terms of style. What's been your favourite style of track so far this year?
Probably Rauer, because just still the fast-flowing corners there like GYG is, and I'm good there.
And what would you say for anyone looking at 2026, how to get involved? What tips have you got for them?
Probably sign up.
Sign up, just like that?
Yeah, watch the videos on YouTube and practice.
Excellent stuff. Boys, thank you very much for your time. I think we'll probably wrap things up there. So good to talk to some of the drivers. Obviously, you've been watching this during the lunch break. Stick with us here on Alpha Live. We're going to go into the pre-B and B finals in a not too distant future. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures at Karting Northeast, Warden Law. A considerably wetter Warden Law than earlier on this morning when we filmed that Paddock show. Thank you for remaining tuned in. Thank you as well for keeping up the viewership. If you're just joining us, I've given you all a challenge today. Can we be the most watched karting today? There's several other events on. Let's beat them. Let's beat them all. So keep liking the feed, keep liking the broadcast, and subscribing to Alpha Live as well, as we are in the run-in for the end of the season. Reeve Taylor, this is the first of 3 broadcasts at the end of the season, if I've got my brain engaged, ahead of these pre-B finals. Dramatic qualifyings earlier on this morning. The rain came for some forecasts early, for some forecasts absolutely on the dot as to when it was expected, but either way, it was very tricky conditions for the drivers.
It was indeed changeable and overall very tricky, especially when you combine that with such a technical circuit, the likes of Warden Law that we are here today for Karting North East. We are waiting for the first bit of racing action to get underway this afternoon. Drivers are in the carts and in the pit lane before we head out on track, get formed up and go racing. The officials just having a quick chat, quick brief with all of our drivers before racing commences, and then we will be ready to go.
So it will be the Cadet Super Lightweight pre-B final first. Effectively, we'll do this same order throughout the course of the afternoon. Everybody gets 2 races at least. So Cadet Super Lightweights first, then Junior Lightweights second, Cadet Lightweights third, and then Junior Super Lightweights fourth. Apologies, I'm still trying to get in my head of all 4 classes running on the same day of Cadet and Junior. It's been a while since we've done this. In fact, I don't think we've ever. You have, because you did the first round of the season at GYG. Yeah, it just shows the expanse of the Cadet and Juniors. I think the last time that we had this as a format was probably back when Juniors was still known as the Young Drivers Championship back in around 2022. But anyway, enough of Club 100 history. You can see that the conditions here still very wet. It's not been heavy rain here today, Reeve, but it's been, I'll use that word again, persistent rain, which has doused the circuit. We saw quite a few spins in the early parts of the qualifying sessions as well, so I think these early laps are going to be a bit of a case of survival.
Yeah, absolutely. It's persistent rain and it's very cold out there as well. Grip levels were low even before the rain hit. There's going to be an opportunity really for the track to dry up until maybe really late on today. It is a cold one, and me and Andrew both sat here with our jackets zipped up in the comms box. Yeah, and we're lucky. We're one of the lucky ones. We're inside in the warmers, relatively. But we can see the rain coming down somewhat sideways, in fact. It's because there's a bit of a gust of wind coming as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an upgrade from persistent to at least medium. There's that Mr. Adam Delmont out on circuit, doing a little bit of just checking things over in the pace kart. Big thanks to all the Karting Northeast staff. Big thanks to Paul and the Hunter family and the whole team. Great to be back here at Warden Law. And as I say, the first 3 broadcasts at the very end of the season. We talked about it a little bit earlier on. But of course, if you are looking out for 2026, apologies, I haven't got the exact dates right in front of me. I'll get that fixed in the next 20 minutes. But registrations are coming. Winter is coming for getting on the grid for 2026. So, of course, first, it's drivers who have raced 3 events or more in 2025. They will get the priority slots. They will get asked, what do you want to race in 2026? So that will take up a good chunk of the places available for 2026. And then later in November, open registrations, including, of course, for new drivers, returning drivers, as well, to be on the grids for, as I say, the cadets and juniors in the south. 8 rounds again for those competitions. An expanded North Championship from 5 rounds to 7 rounds. We're going to need a time machine, I think, to get more rounds in for future years. And then, of course, the seniors as well, including the new Senior Sprint North Championship. That's something that we've not had before. So that will take some sprint racing, the blue ribbon sprint racing, up to circuits such as this.
It will indeed. I think we've got another small wait just before we can get going. I think everyone's... I think I've just heard a whistle, in fact. I'm hearing things.
You're hearing things.
I'm hearing things. I'm just that...
The whistle's in your head.
It is, amongst many other voices, etc. But I'm just so eager and ready to go racing, that's all. We look on, actually, to some of the new facilities here at Karting North East. Huge investment, huge upgrades to this facility, this racing venue over the recent period of time, and really nice to see its progression, because it's a great place to go racing.
As I say, full credit to the Hunter family. The last time you were here, Reeve, 2 years ago for the
This
BUK,
wasn't here.
This was not here. This all went up kind of probably about this time last year. I know it was very, very close to finishing when we were here with Alpha Live for the Rotax Grand Festival last year. But more on that later. Let's get ready then for this pre-B final. Let's take you through the grid for this first race of the day. Final round of the championship. Looking for places on the pre-A grid. Jess Kirby starts on pole position. Mia Gualtieri alongside on the front row. Sebastian Harris and Ryan Hamblett go from row 2. Then Lily Cattignon and Dexter Hazeldine on row number 3. Jensen Goodall and Freddie Thompson go from row 4. Edward Cybery and Lucas Frackley completes the top 10. It's then Jack Mills and Freddie Powell on row number 6. Sebastian Hill and Archie Flynn go from 7. Lewis Forster and Jack Lewis row 8. Joe Fleming and Nico Lai go from row 9. Isaac Layton and Sam Vout completes the 20-strong field.
Tony Carton heading out on track for the first formation lap. So they need to head up behind the pace cart, get up in their 2 lines and make sure they have formed their grid correctly in the correct position. Drivers will be given the opportunity to kind of work their way on through. And before we go racing, you will have seen already in the qualifying runs, 2 tram lines ahead down the start-finish straight. And you can see the drivers already kind of making that formation as we head through Gasworks now. Drivers need to make sure they do not escape those tram lines as we start the race.
Top 2 go through from this pre-B final to the back of the pre-A final grid. The formation is quite drawn out here. So the second half of the field...
Still heading around Sector 3.
Yeah, still heading through Gasworks. So I'm not sure whether we will be good to go this time around. We won't wait forever for the back of the grid to join here. I think they're trying to run this formation lap as slowly as possible, just to give those drivers towards the back enough chance to catch back up. We might just about do this. Oh no, as one driver has a half spin. Really trying to slow the field down. I think we are going to go here for a race start. Slippery conditions here at Warden Law.
Here we go then, down the tram lines for the first bit of racing action. The lights go green and we are away. Plenty of changes already before we head into turn 1. Great run there for the number 65. Mia Gualtieri having a look down the inside into turn 1. Takes race lead. Cracking stuff there from the number 65 kart.
One spinner in the middle of the pack. We'll catch you in a moment. This is all going to get a little bit too close. Through turn 3, another driver going round there. And cutting down the inside. That might have been Freddie Thompson. There's more drivers going off through Dogleg. This is what we thought would happen. The 83 goes for a spin. That's Archie Flynn, who started from 13th on the grid. So it's the 13 and the 17. I thought it was Freddie Powell coming through. As Freddie nearly runs off the road there. Edward Cyber up the order as well. So it's all changed here on this first lap. Contact warning in for the number 45 of Lily Catignon.
Yeah, a true lap of attrition then is lap 1 here in this race. Up from 10th on the grid. Remarkable stuff from Freddie Powell. As you mentioned, Andrew, we did think conditions not looking great. Rain persisted throughout lunch, but obviously no karts heading around during lunch. The track gets cold, the karts get really cold. It's going to be a little bit leery on lap 1 in these first few races of the afternoon. We're watching on as our leader heads on through, trying their best to stay within track limits, but a decent gap up through the pack, having started all the way down in 10th.
Yeah, really good work from Freddie Powell. This is all about not making mistakes now. It's not necessarily about best lap times, just keeping out of trouble, keeping away from those warnings and those penalties. End of lap number 1 then. Freddie Powell is your race leader. The lead is going to be a mammoth 6 seconds ahead of Edward Cyber. Lucas Fradley in 3rd, ahead of Freddie Thompson 4th. And then we're already into the list of drivers who've had problems on that first lap. Sebastian Hill is up to P5 ahead of Lewis Forster, Jack Mills, Ryan Hamlet, Jensen Goodall and Dexter Hazeltine. That is your top 10 at the moment. Spin under yellow penalty has come in. It's for the number 32 of Jack Lewis, currently running in 19th place.
Nice move there from Lucas Fradley to take 2nd then on the road ahead of Edward Cyber. Saw the gap open up down the inside, was able to get the kart to rotate despite that alternate line that you usually wouldn't want to take in the wet, and it works. That's Lucas up into 2nd on the road now.
Plenty of time in this race. Back up to the full complement of 11 minutes. Good work by the drivers, good work by the officials to get us back on schedule here at Warden Law. Bit of a splash being kicked up there by Fradley in that number 34 kart. Next we'll set about trying to close down this 6-second lead for Powell at the very front of the field. 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Powell, who's just picked up a cone warning actually, so not necessarily a major infringement, no penalties, no kind of repercussions from that, but doesn't want to convert that into a cone penalty, because the way it works, pick up any penalty, it's taken off your final result. It's not a time penalty, so you just need to keep the nose clean.
Yeah, Powell, it would be a one-place deduction. Yeah. So Powell, it's the only penalty that you can get in this situation of top 2 to go through. And still have a chance of going through. You know, if you get an ABC bump and pass, for example, it's +4. It doesn't matter where you finish on the road. You are not going to be in that final classification in the top 2. Penalty for the number 52, Lewis Forster, unsafe release. So unfortunately, Lewis will have had a bit of a spin and then a problem, and then come back on the circuit in an unsafe manner. Saying that, is up in 6th place. Oh dear, there's a little bit of a spin there for the number 83 of Archie Flynn. I think there's been some spins in sympathy behind as well. I think Isaac Layton was involved in the number 67. That was all down at Gasworks.
It was indeed out in front. Meanwhile, Freddie Powell builds that gap. Then obviously P2, P3 having a bit of a squabble on the previous lap, which is what we like to see. Bit of racing action's always more than welcome, but Freddie Powell able to just control things quite nicely at the front end. So we watch a little bit of contact between number 33 and 35. They're very close running. That is Ryan Hamlet and Freddie Thompson having a little bit of elbows out racing. Although I say that's probably unavoidable given the current conditions out there.
This could be a potential best result for quite a while for Freddie Powell. Last time we saw Freddie in an A-tier race was back at PF International earlier on in the summer. Made it through to the Pre-A final on that day. It's the only time that Freddie Powell has been through to the top tier race at this stage of a Cadet North day. Similarly for Fradgley, I have to go even further back. We have to go back to the last time these drivers or this set of divisions was in front of the Alpha Live cameras. Round 1 at Glannygore was the last time Lucas Fradgley was on the grid for an A tier race. Right now, with 5 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the clock, that would be happening with this result. Top 2 to go through. Who else is on the move? Jack Mills back up to P5. Dexter Hazeldine up into 6th place as well. All regular drivers across the course of this first Club 100 North Championship season. I think there's been a penalty for Sebastian Harris as well, Reeve. The number 12 has had a spin under yellow flags, so we'll drop down at the moment from 14th place.
It will indeed. Just looking there, Lily Catillon, we're not on board with her at the moment, but has progressed nicely back up into 7th. Was involved in a little bit of a skirmish on lap 1, but has been able to pick up pieces, as I think that's number 83 again of Archie Flynn, having some unfortunate issues in this race. This goes back to what we were talking about in qualifying. It's a bit of a perpetual cycle, isn't it? You spin out, you lose your temperature, you try to get back into that rhythm, maybe you push too hard, then you spin out, and it just happens again. And there'll be more racing opportunities for Archie this afternoon, so hopefully better time out in those races.
As I say, sometimes a day like this, I know it may not feel like it in the moment, but can be some of the biggest days for a driver to learn.
Absolutely.
Oh dear, as another little spin's just happened in the background there. That was through the entrance into the Senna S. Is it Ryan Hamlet, possibly? It's Gualtieri there on the screens in number 65. 4.25 minutes of this race remaining. Freddie Powell continuing to extend this lead. It's now up to over 10.5 seconds. And remember, of course, that the finishing positions, for those who don't make it through to the pre-A final, their finishing positions in this race then set the grid for the start of the B final, where there will be further opportunities to run through. This is a good scrap, though, between the number 24 of Jensen Goodall and the 65 of Mia Gualtieri. This is over 8th place.
This is, and I think there have been further issues for P2 and P3, because all of a sudden that gap to the lead has just extended up to 16 seconds, which is remarkable. Freddie Powell has just set the fastest lap of the race. It was 5 seconds quicker than the 2 drivers behind on the previous go-around, so I'd be curious to see if those 2 drivers pick up the pace as well, or if Freddie has just found something that works here and has got his kart into a really nice window.
Yeah, I was just looking at qualifying times for Freddie earlier on today. I don't think it was a case of, no, it was clean, didn't have any penalties, so isn't further down the order than perhaps pace would show. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of this race remaining. Freddie Powell now in full control, but now is the kind of time, okay, brilliant job. 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. Don't make any mistakes now.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't, to pick up any silly cone warnings and cone penalties of the like, because that could spoil it. Oh, that's a spin for Jack Mills. That was a moment with Lily Catillon. Lily was down the inside there into Senna number 2. And, well, Jack Mills will lose 2 places as a result of that. That was all in the debate for 5th place. Archie Flynn has moved back up the order, has got past Jack Lewis for 17th. Freddie Thompson also through into 11th. Here, once again, on your screens is one of the battles further down the order. This is James Voughton in number 61 and Sebastian Harris in the number 12. 2.25 minutes to go of this race, Reeve.
There are indeed no major changes at the top end of the pack. All the action happening here in the midfield battling. We're seeing Jensen Goodall, Mia Gualtieri in the mix here. Mia just losing out ever so slightly there too. That's Jess Kirby having a bit of a scrap there, and they trade places once again. This is a great little battle going on as we head on to the next lap in just a moment, and tries to get away from the puddles there. It's a bit unforgiving on the karts. That outside line though, where there's a few divots and a bit of grass there to keep you occupied. But here we go. It is going to be Gualtieri versus Kirby once more. Kirby has the upper hand as we head into turn 1, right over the curb. Might actually have a bit of a decent slingshot here to find a way past Jensen Goodall if he plays her cards right. And through goes Jess Kirby, through goes Mia Gualtieri as well. Gualtieri we saw having a great run on lap 1. now looking to continue that fight slightly further back up the order.
Yeah, I like that move from Jess Kirby round the outside. Oh, spin for Goodall in a tricky position on the circuit. Will rejoin. I think Freddie Thompson will take a position in that exchange, but Jess using the classic karting line round the outside. That's where the grip is going to be here today. Getting off that racing line, believing that the grip will be there as well. 50 seconds to go in this race. I think we know who's going to take the win in this one. The number 13 of Freddie Powell is up the road. Is continuing to put these astonishing lap times in compared to everybody else. I think it's going to be a bit of a head scratcher there with this kind of pace. Why has it taken since PF International and round number 2 for Freddie Powell to be in the lead of one of these races and back into those top tiers?
Yeah, not too sure. It'd be great to get his thoughts on that as we are now on the last lap of this race. Freddie's currently heading around towards the end of Sector 1. Here we go. Let's see who else we can get a glimpse of. What a great drive, as we say, it has been for Freddie Powell. We're on board with him here as he has a bit of laps traffic to negotiate. Yeah, cool, calm and collected has been the name of the game for Freddie Powell in this race. I was about to say earlier when we were talking about unsuccessful drives that I get a feeling that often it's your losses that you remember far more than your wins. Yeah. I get a feeling Freddie Powell's going to be remembering this win pretty well.
Oh, I was chuckling there because I think Freddie had a good look at the down the camera lens there, saying, "Why are they following me?" Because you're leading, Freddie. Freddie on the last lap of this race, then through Gasworks. Oh no! It's okay. He's okay. He's got a 28-second lead. It's absolutely fine. Just testing the grip for later on today. Oh, that's a second one. Oh, now come on, Freddie. Get it together. Still well in the lead of this race. Just need to tiptoe it round. Don't get too excited. This is going to be a different finish to a race. Where is Edward Sybury? Well, the tracker has just got the number 17. Yeah, still on the way up to Gasworks. He's okay. This is absolutely fine. Freddie's just doing it for the cameras. Over the line to win the Pre-B final. Freddie Powell goes through to the Pre-A. And now the long wait begins. That was the extent to his advantage on that last lap, despite 2 spins. Now, hang on a minute. Is this a change for... No, this is around 5th and 6th place. This is a very dramatic end to this Pre-B final. Over the line there is the number 32. That's a driver off the lead lap. There is 2nd place. Edward Sybury is going to go through to the Pre-A final. 3rd place is going to go to Sebastian Hill. So something has happened to Lucas Fragile on the last lap of this race. Also, Lucas Fragile's falling a long way down the order.
What a terrible shame for a driver who's had a pretty good run throughout this race. But Freddie Powell, thank you for keeping us on edge there. That was
2 spins on the last lap and still won by 25 seconds. That's a performance and a half.
Isn't it just? That was not quite how I expected that one to go. If the commentator's curse does exist, we've got evidence of it right there. Bring your Jaffa cakes, folks. But there we go. That is our field heading across the line for what has been a rather eclectic first bit of racing action this afternoon. That's it for our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final.
Yes, indeed. So over the line, Powell and Sybury go through. Hill, Mills, Hazeldine and Catignon. That will be the top 2 rows for the Trophy B final later on today. Kirby, Gualtieri, Thomas, Goodall, all in the top 10. Hamlet, Harris, Fragile, Vout, Forster, Lai, Lewis, Leighton, Flynn and Fleming. The order of the top 20. We've got to move on though, because the juniors are up next.
Here we go then. Now we've had time to compose ourselves. It's the Junior Lightweight Pre-B final. Here's our grid then. Let's see how it is looking. Marcus Allen and Harry Clark are your first row of the grid. Then we have Liam Metcalf, Yogota, and then Charlie Murray on row 2. Rudy Gilmore Kelly and Riley Lewis on row 3. Then we have Thomas Hughes, Jack Matthews, row 4. Toby Clark and Lily Charlton, row 5. John Wall, Harvey Sales on row 6. Then we have Edward Gorner and Charlie Mulaney on row 7. Dimitri Borowski and Kira Boylan on the 8th row of the grid. It's Noah Hadwin, Felix Flynn on row 9. Then we have Abdul Kareem Williams and Henry Gorner on row 10. Rounding out the field, it's Freddie Coleman Evans for your 21 kart grid for our first bit of junior racing today. So, Usual rules apply, as we did with the cadets. The drivers need to get all formed up behind the pace cart, get into those rows, get into their correct positions before we can go racing. Still seeing a few carts out of position in Sector 3, but a good half the pack at least seems to be behind that pace cart.
Just looking through the championship standings, I think all of our big hitters have made it through to I say that, no, Harry Clark's probably your biggest name in terms of the championship so far, is starting from the front row, of course. 5th place in the championship heading into today, looking to try and secure one of those tickets to Genk for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals later on. Oh, say later on in the year. No, we're going into 2026, Andrew. It's a new event in 2026. But yeah, no, this could be quite a key race then for Harry Clark. Smiley face on the board means we are ready to race for 11 minutes here at Warden Law. Down towards turn 1, Clark takes an early race lead. Can they all find their way through the first corner? They're all going to try and fight for that outside line. That's where the grip is, although saying that, there was a beautiful undercut there by your new race leader into turn number 2. It is the number 19 that has come through. That's Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes was a long way down the order. Penalty jump start for Harry Clark. So that's why we saw Harry Clark looking good into turn 1. Not meant to really overtake the pole sitter when you're starting second place on the grid. That's quite big news. So Harry Clark, even if he takes P1 on the road, this is where we say he's effectively jumped to row 0 of the grid. That will be a 2-place penalty and mean Harry Clark, I don't think, can get through to the Pre-A final. He's going to lose out in championship points to rivals like Zach Watson, Alfie Slater, drivers who've already made it through, Reeve.
Yeah, might have opportunities later on in the afternoon to reprecharge through anyway to the absolute finals and the A final, for example, but not the way he wants to start his racing afternoon. We saw a couple of spins there on board with the number 19 of Thomas Hughes at the moment, heading through Gasworks, taking that outside line, trying to scramble for some grip. Just look at the puddles forming up. You don't realise how wet it is on track there on camera until you see the cart with their tyres heading through a body of water where you see all that spray coming up. But neutralising a little bit now as we come towards the end of the first bit of running. We're on board with the number 27 here. John Wall heading on to the start-finish straight. Has a little bit of pressure here. We'll see who that is in just a moment. That is Harry Clark. Harry Clark, who we mentioned with that jump start earlier on. Now we are seeing our race led by Thomas Hughes. Marcus Allen, who didn't have an ideal qualifying run, obviously, to end up in this Pre-B final. Hoping to make amends for it in this race and on course to do that.
Is indeed. Thomas Hughes, last time out, it depends on how you look at it, but in some ways had the worst kind of results that you can get across the course of a day. Was 3rd in the Pre-B final at Rowrah, and then 3rd again in the Trophy B final, so just 1 place off on 2 occasions, making it through to the top race. So if Thomas can put that wrong right today, it would be the first time that we see him through since round 3 to a top tier race in this Junior Lightweight North Championship. Marcus Allen has been a feature in the A finals as well, again back at round 3 at Wilton Mill. Here going up into Gasworks, car number 27. Oh, Charlie Mullaney's had a problem. Oh, and in the tyres there, just about get back on circuit in the bright yellow Lando Norris replica helmet. There's John Wall in the number 27. That's your driver currently on the outside looking in, Reeve, running in 3rd.
Is indeed, you see him exercising the cart as much as he does there in order to navigate it around the track in these treacherous conditions. See the understeer before eventually it grips up onto the start-finish straight. We go once more. Thomas Hughes just in front there towards the end and into turn 1, setting a new fast lap of the race of 137.9. We were seeing 135s from these groups earlier on in qualifying. Conditions are a little bit worse than that at the moment, so perhaps no surprise we're seeing 37s.
7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Changes further down the order. Dmitry Borowski, Rudy Gilmore-Kelly and Edward Gorner all up through. In fact, there's more drivers. I think this has been a problem for Riley Lewis. Riley Lewis falling down the order with Charlie Mullaney.
Yeah, you can see him out of whereabouts are we on track. That's coming into Paddock by the looks of it. Yellow's being waved there.
So 2 separate incidents. We saw Mulaney falling down the order. That's a real shame for Riley Lewis, but does mean the likes of Kira Boylan, Jack Matthews, all moving up through the order. And hearing in my ear that rain potentially clearing in the next 30 minutes. The trouble today, though, Reeve, is I just think it's too cold. It's too cold to see this track fully dry. We've reached that stage of the year where if there's any kind of precipitation out of the sky, it's going to at best be damp conditions for the drivers.
Yeah, we could well be rewarded with a greasy track maybe really late on in the finals, in the final couple of finals potentially, if you will. 6 minutes to go in this race, though. Thomas Hughes controlling things nicely. 2 second gap to the driver in P2. Your top 5 covered by 8.5 seconds. Everyone just about finding a nice spot on the circuit to occupy, finding their own rhythm out on track. No major kind of challenges going on for our top end drivers in this session. Liam Metcalf, you go to our highest placed rookie driver, was actually 3rd on the grid, so has actually lost a couple of positions, but still clear of the other rookies at the moment. We're on board with John Wall here, who's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's gone a couple of tenths quicker than Thomas Hughes, who previously held that accolade. So yeah, John Wall on a bit of a charge here. Still 5 minutes to go. Could well catch up to the likes of Marcus Allen. We could be in for a bit of a treat. I mean, John's been on a decent amount of form here. Like, he started 11th on the grid and is now up into 3rd. So that's a great run for John Wall in this race.
And we'll give belief for later on in the day as well that if the opportunity's not going to quite be there in this pre-B final to rep a charge through, remember only the top 2 do go through, then hey, he's going to have a pretty good starting position for the Trophy B final later on today. 5 minutes of this race to go. This is a little bit further down the order. Oh dear, little spin just ahead of the number 62 there. Sorry, I didn't quite catch it. I think that might have been Harvey Sales in the 117 going round. Yes, it was. So Toby Clark up to 19th place now. Yellow flags out into the Senna S. I think that's just for a little bit of track furniture replacement because I can't see any drivers off in that part of the circuit from our vantage point. 4.5 minutes to go. Thomas Hughes, Marcus Allen still in control of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do have a spin there. That is for the number 105 of Charlie Mulaney there. Unfortunately, there's another one of those long, arduous spins that starts on corner entry. You have to just let it play out, and unfortunately, nothing to do other than get out of the kart, make sure you're not restarting on the grass, and get back underway. As we head into turn 1 there, it gets very sketchy indeed for the number 115 of Charlie Murray there. Manages to keep hold of it though, which is impressive stuff. Heading into turn 1 and is able to continue on keeping the pressure on the number 50 of Harry Clark, who started with a remarkably good start, in fact possibly too good, and is now just trying to pick up pieces and make the best of this pre-B final.
Harvey Sales has had an off through Gasworks Bend just on the approach there, and I could see a misplaced cone as well, so I reckon he's just dragged it a little bit too far to driver's left. Very easy to do in a corner like that. Say that one from personal experience. Charlie Murray in 5th place, keeping a top 5 driver in the championship. Very honest right now. I do worry for Harry Clark. Well, we sometimes see this on the last day of the season, that someone can just have things start to, quite literally on a day like today, slip away from them. And yes, Harry could still make it through to the Trophy A final. But how the point systems work in terms of weighting between a pre-A final and the Trophy A final, it's the same. So in effect, it's almost like a mini round of the championship. Harry Clark at the moment is not going to be going through to that top tier round of the championship here at Warden Law today. He's going to lose points to other drivers wanting his 5th place, wanting his spot on the grid for Genk next May. He's going to be losing out a good number of points to them.
He will indeed. Just looking on here at the battle involving that number 50 kart and Charlie Murray. Charlie Murray up on through into that first corner. Now potentially having the sights set. And in fact, I think that's a lap drive.
Yeah, that's Charlie Mulaney, a lap down.
That is. But yeah, looking pretty good at the moment for Charlie Murray. It must be said, if he can clear this lap traffic, should have some comfortable running. Although, it's one thing to overtake. There's some lap traffic in the mix here. Harry Clark could still claw it back as we have this dynamic building up towards the end of the race. involving this lapped traffic. Just have a look at Thomas Hughes, though.
Yep.
Still setting fastest laps out there. That last one, actually, bit of a misnomer, 140. But 137.5 takes back the fastest lap of this race. 3.5 second gap to the lead as going slightly too wide. That's number 115 of Charlie Murray. Trying to use a bit too much of the track and relents the position to Harry Clark.
And that, boys and girls, is why you wear a karting wetsuit in conditions like this. Because Charlie's visor absolutely covered now in mud and detritus. You can wipe that off pretty easily. 1 minute and 15 seconds of this race to go. Changes for 8th, 9th and 10th. Borowski and Boylan through past Gorner. So that's a good scrap going on. All of these drivers who stay in the Pre-B final, they will score championship points, of course, at this stage of the event. And these two fighting for potentially a front row start. They're saying that again. Harry Clark's got that jump start penalty to be applied, hasn't he? So we'll drop 2 places from wherever the number 50 finishes. On to the last lap, though, Reeve. It's been very routine at the front for Thomas Hughes and Marcus Allen. They'll be pleased with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly the race that they needed in order to push on through to the Group A running. The gap's actually building between Thomas Hughes and Marcus Allen at the front end of the pack. Our race leader is currently heading through into Sector 2 at the moment as we jump on board with the number 118 there of Felix Flynn. We're in 90th at the moment, and there is Thomas Hughes, your race leader, just behind there, heading up on through into Sector 3 in just a moment.
Great kart control there from Thomas Hughes. You see he's comfortable with the back end of the kart, stepping out, get a bit of grip through the tyres. We don't want to see a second leader spin on the last lap. That one got a little bit close there. Felix Flynn having the spin just ahead of the race leader, who just kept it together and should be fine to win this race. Should be being the key words.
Yeah, it should be. The commentator's curse at Gasway is clearly quite strong. We need to stop talking about race leaders. They head through that corner. But here is Thomas Hughes heading through the final corner this time. And I think we're pretty safe to say, congratulations, Thomas Hughes. What a drive. Picked up pieces. The relief in that kart then as he brings it home, pointing in the right direction. Congratulations, Thomas Hughes, race victor for our junior lightweight Pre-B finalists. Marcus Allen, John Wall complete your podium there. And then it's Harry Clark on the road. Does have a penalty, unfortunately, to serve. On board with Harry Clark, heading through some yellows here. There goes Harry Clark, coming home in P5 in the end, just behind Charlie Murray. Then it is Leon Metcalf. You go to your top finishing rookie, so congratulations, Leon, for P6 there. Then we have Rudy Gilmore Kelly, Dmitry Borowski coming across line in just a moment, followed by Kira Boylan and Jack Matthews. That's your top 10 from this junior lightweight Pre-B final. Here is the number 14 of Kira Boylan.
Good drive.
Actually jumping ahead of Dmitry Borowski. Something was happened there, so Kira Boylan up into 8th. That is a nice drive, you say, all the way from 16th. Jack Matthews, Edward Gorner is your top 10 in the end from our junior lightweight Pre-B final.
Lily Charlton over the line in 11th. Toby Clark, Dmitry Borowski down to 13th in the end in that one. Oh, and in fact, falling even further, Noah Hadwin gets past Riley Lewis as well, all in the top 15. Those drivers will race again for the top 2. It'll be in the Pre-A final the next time we'll see them. We've got a couple more races before we get to the Pre-A final stage. For everybody else, we'll see them again in the Trophy B final later on in the afternoon. Good crowd here today. I kind of cursed us, didn't we? We'll come back to that one because we'll get ready for the next race. Cadet Lightweight North Pre-B final up next. So karts heading out on circuit then for the next race. It will be the Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final. Once again, 2 places available to go through in this one. I think we are ready for the grid. Yeah, let's take you through it then. So, starting at the front of the field, Charlie Franz and Adam Asgar. Nice, quiet races. We'll see them through, but I think the conditions are going to conspire against them in this one. They've got the likes of George Glossop and Tyler Shanks right behind there on row 2, looking to step through. Oliver Sanderson and Ardit Roy Chowdhury go from row number 3. It's then Harry Woods and Jack Gibbons on row 4. Oliver Renshaw and Benjamin Kent on row 5. Harry Berry, Whiting and Andrei Vasikov go from row 6. Libby Venus and Thomas Payne go from row 7. Harry Horn and Atty Cooper go from row 8. Bobby Peters and Jasper Newell, they start in the 9th row of the grid. Then starting towards the back of the field, Savannah Shelvin and James Binley. Binley unfortunately disqualified from qualifying earlier on. Rian Roy Chowdhury completes the 21-strong field. The crowd, I cursed us. First commentary curse of the day was driving in thinking, oh, we should be able to park down in the main paddock today, unlike when I'm here for British Champs. We're not ascending the mountain. Oh, we are ascending the mountain. It is a very, very busy paddock here today for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. There was a spinner there, was I not mistaken, or at least someone who's come to a stop. It is the number 54 of George Glossop, who's meant to be starting this race third. Now, if this is a technical issue, I don't think we'll start the race here. George will be given a chance to get back in. Yeah, so we're going to go around again for another formation lap. But yes, I was thinking, yeah, we'll be down, living the high life, parking in the main paddock. Oh no, there's a lot of people here today, and we should have got up another half an hour earlier and not spent so much time eating breakfast in the hotel.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a worthwhile breakfast. But yeah, it's great to see so many people here in support of all these young drivers, as you mentioned, with the crowd here. Just a good crowd. Thank you to everyone who is showing support, to everyone who is braving the conditions today and standing on the sidelines. It is very much appreciated and does not go unnoticed.
Indeed. So, again, I think all of our key runners at the very sharp end of the championship have made it through. All of our top 5 have. Charlie France, though, is 6th in the title race. So, we'll be looking to continue a run. And at the moment, Charlie France has not missed a pre-A final so far this season. So the driver of the number 15 will be looking to continue that run. The gestures from the track official there wasn't him practicing like swimming strokes. That was him just telling the field to separate out, because I think we're still due to see the number 54 of George Glossop. There'll probably have been a kart change for George, and George will be out there somewhere just waiting to come round, unless my eyes are being rubbish again and I can't see him there in 3rd place. No, there is a slot spare 3rd on the grid. Unless we are... Oh, no! Oh, the pole sitter's gone round on the formation lap. So we're going to go round again. Good call there from the race officials, because that would have caused absolute chaos. Oh, I tell you what, Charlie France, you are one lucky driver. The number 54 has now returned to 3rd place on the grid. But Charlie France just got on the loud pedal a little bit too early there and went round, but will be saved by the chevron flag.
Will indeed. I think we're learning here that if you're at the front end of the pack and you're in Sector 3, don't be on camera.
No.
Doesn't end well.
So the drivers go along the back straight. Charlie France will look to return back to the front of the field. He's going to have to do it pretty quickly. Just see Charlie making his way through. So we'll go for take 2 on that one.
Yep.
It's all right, Charlie. Nobody spotted that one. Adam Asgo alongside on that front row. Adam's had a thorough season. Has been in this position before of trying to go through from a pre-B final to a pre-A final. So knows he can race through. Should be another good one, Reeve.
It should indeed. Our cadets always deliver us some fantastic racing action as we head round the final couple of corners once more. Nice controlled formation lap. We head round and into the tram lines once again. Adam Asgar, Charlie France on your front row of the grid, as we are indeed good to go racing. We do have a couple of spins, but we are starting it this time around. Formation was a little bit odd, shall we say. We'll leave it there, but here we go. A few cars heading into turn 1. We are 3 wide there. That is George Glossop, who had a few issues on the formation lap in the midst of some battling. 3 wide as we head into the next couple of corners there. We can see George Glossop on the inside, on the outside is Tyler Shanks, who does very well to keep the nose clean, ends up on the way through. George Glossop, your first driver then to pick up a braking formation penalty in our racing this afternoon. That's the number 19 spun around of Oliver Sanderson there. Not an ideal start to the race, but everyone else making it through.
Yeah, Harry Horn was the spinner at the last corner on the formation lap in the number 57. Oh no, second place is gone. Oh, Adam Asgar's gone, and others are spinning in sympathy for Adam Asgar. That is the hopes of a pre-A final gone.
That is for so many drivers. What is happening at the start of this race? I can only imagine how testing conditions are out there at this point in time. We head around the chicane once more, just hoping that everyone can keep pointing in the right direction at this point. It's very much a race of attrition. It might only be an 11-minute sprint, but you got to go in with that endurance mindset, clearly, as we're now on board with the number 31 of Ajit Roy Chowdhury here. Currently running in at 5th on the road, up 1 position from race start. Just got to keep the nose clean.
I think Ardit has got a really good chance in this race.
Yep.
We've already seen George Glossop have a braking formation penalty. Now, who's that off? Towards driver's right-hand side. Their back is to us. Is that a 70 something? Apologies, or is it a 28? Is that Oliver Renshaw who's gone around? Yeah, Ardit Roy Chowdhury is now up to 2nd place.
Wow.
So at the moment, Ardit Roy Chowdhury will go through to the pre-A final. Charlie France has a 3.2 second lead. Ardit Roy Chowdhury in 2nd ahead of Tyler Shanks. There in the number 53. Ben Kent is next in the number 33. George Glossop there in the 54. Just to explain that penalty for folks, because it is a little bit different in Club 100 to perhaps other forms of karting. Braking formation can be a common one. The difference in Club 100 is that even after the lights go out, you have to continue your run through the tram lines, unlike owner karting, over the start line, then you can move.
Yep.
In owner karting, you can move once the lights have gone out. But of course, they've got more cameras, they've got more CCTV things to check all of that. It's a very simple rule for Club 100. Even when the lights have gone out, you've got to keep running all the way to the start line. And the eyes overlooking will be able to see, oh, there we go, number 54 was moved out of the tram lines before the start line. That's why it's a penalty in this case for George Glossop.
It is neat. Thank you for that thorough explanation there. Yeah, it's effectively just running down the tram line. You've got to complete that tram line. And as you say, otherwise, the stewards can quite clearly see that you're not behind the person you should be. 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Charlie France, your fastest driver out there, knocked to the confidence, obviously, before we started the race, but clearly seems unfazed by that now. We're looking at the number 53 of Tyler Shanks at the moment. Looks over the shoulder. There's Benjamin Kent, hot on his heels as we head on through to the next lap.
Do indeed. Long way to go in this one. A few contact warnings coming in. James Binley's picked up one. Thomas Payne as well. Rian Roy Chowdhury, both of the Roy Chowdhurys in this race. We do, actually, tell you what, we do need to keep an eye on Adam Asgar, because we've already seen so many thrills and spills here at Warden Law today. Adam, yes, had that spin early on in this race and fell out of 2nd place, but he's already back up to P11, and the pace looks really good for Adam in the number 17 kart. So I'm not saying he's going to go flying all the way through and back into the top 2, but at least trying to get further up the order and start in a good position for the B final. That's got to be the aim, I think, right now for Adam Asgar. And there is the number 17 just going into Senna 1. Charlie France still leading this race by 5.1 seconds from Ardit Roy Chowdhury. Ardit doing a great job at the moment, just 2 seconds ahead of Tyler Shanks, but keeping it on the road, keeping it pointing in the right direction. There's the number 46 on your screen. So that's another position gain for Adam Asgar. Adam Asgar now back into the top 10, past Jasper Newell. And next up the road will be Harry Berry Whiting in the number 10.
6 minutes left on the clock then. Charlie France just posting a new fastest lap of this race, 1:38.4, which it feels odd to be going on, but that's a remarkable lap. But it is today here at Warden Law. 4 seconds clear, or sorry, 2 seconds clear now of anyone else, with Benjamin Kent putting in a new personal best there. That's a really nice run for Charlie France to extend his gap.
Change for third place. Benjamin Kent has got past Tyler Shanks there. Now that could be a pivotal point of this race, because now we'll start to see how much true pace Benjamin has in this race. Is it enough to try and get by Ardit Roy Chowdhury? Cadet's driving really well. Obviously, first lap, yeah, you're going to see a few spins out there, but everybody now up to speed, up to a rhythm. I'm looking out the window. I can't see any yellow flags right now, so that's a testament to these drivers, because these really are, I would say, some of the toughest conditions, because in some ways they can be quite inviting for you as a driver. It's not absolutely teeming down with rain right now, as that's the battle for second place. Well, we said, has Benjamin Kent got enough pace to challenge Ardit Roy Chowdhury? The answer is yes. They're going out wide through the back chicane. Through goes Benjamin Kent, but gets on the exit curb. Ardit Roy Chowdhury retakes second place. In comes Tyler Shanks. George Glossop there as well. Now, George Glossop will not go through to the Pre-A final if he finishes in the top 2, because he's got to take that braking formation place deduction at the end of this one. Ardit Roy Chowdhury now under a bit of pressure, and spins. That's the chance gone. They'll drop down to around 6th place, but Ardit spins out of P2. What a shame.
Yeah, terrible shame there. It's another case of ever so slightly too early on the throttle, and look at how it punishes you here. Here we see Ardit Roy Chowdhury dropping down, and Benjamin Kent says thank you very much and has a great run up into second. Now Tyler Shanks promoted up into one of the podium scoring positions. Glossop, as we mentioned already, has that penalty to carry. While all of this is going on, Charlie France controlling things nicely at the front end of the pack. This squabbling over P2 will just make it a little bit more comfortable for him in that race leading position, although I'm not going to call it yet, as we've already seen twice so far in the racing. It can quite easily go a little bit wrong, but Ardit Roy Chowdhury there, what a shame. He's been driving such a good race, such a good recovery drive up through the pack already, and now finds himself back in 6th on the road. Speaking of recovery drives, by the way, James Binley, rookie driver, currently 5th from 20th on the grid.
Yeah, that's a tremendous run for James. Not done here. Still a good amount of time on the clock. There's number 53 of Tyler Shanks, the 54 directly behind of George Glossop. Running in the Zamp race lid there. No problems though for Charlie France. Still out front in this race, 11.9 seconds at the moment. But we haven't got to the last lap at sector number 3 yet for a race leader. Let's not count our chickens too early.
It's going to be a silent final lap this time. Waiting. Now we can call it.
Now we can call it. Yep. Benjamin Kent looking on for second place here. There is the number 75 of James Binley. So absolutely right there, Reeve. James has been racing very, very well. Has picked up a contact warning recently though, so just need to be careful that there's no further bits of contact. Nice drift out to the final corner for Ben Kent. Ben was in the A final for the first time this season in the North Championships, last time out at Rowra. Missed the first round, looking to move up from 30th place in the championship.
Here we go then, final 2 minutes of this race. Charlie France leads us by 10 seconds now. Really impressive stuff there. Still in the 140s, although the likes of Benjamin Kent, the likes of James Binley in the 139s now. So drivers are finding that pace. It's available to them on the track. It's just a case of finding it, and that is a spin.
For George Glossop. Maybe just got caught out there under braking. But George is going to drop down the order now. Was running in 4th. Still had to take that braking formation penalty from the start of the race. This will cost George some positions on the grid for later on today in the B final. Keep your messages of support coming in for the drivers out there on circuit. There is the number 49 on your screens of Bobby Peters. Bobby currently running in 21st position. Just over a minute to go on the clock. Leader just coming through Horseshoe now on our little tracker. We're going to keep the focus in the midfield though. That's where all the scraps are going on. Here's the number 57 on your screens of Harry Horns. This has been a good return from Harry, because Harry was our driver who span, unfortunately, just before the start of the race. So has effectively gone from last in this one, and is now challenging Jasper Newell for 12th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually a couple of positions up on his starting position in this race, so can't ask for more than that. I'm sure as a driver you're sat there just mulling over, oh, what if I hadn't had that spin? How could I have finished in this race? But still, got to take the little victories as and when you can. 30 seconds left on the clock in this race, and this is the last lap. Charlie France looks pretty much unrivaled in this race, it must be said. Benjamin Kent runs in P2 ahead of Tyler Shanks. James Binley finds obviously a way past George Glosper, having those issues in this race late on. And here we can see Charlie France heading through into Sector 3 in just a moment. Small chicane on the back straight to negotiate. Just you can see the trepidation he's taken into it. Goes a little bit wide and exit potentially, but seems pretty composed overall. Looking pretty comfortable out there. 10 seconds is his lead, actually shrinking ever so slightly. So the driver had all of the troubles on the formation lap, looking cool, calm and composed as he navigates the final couple of corners.
Well, it's not been a race without dramas, but with 2 corners to go, I think Charlie France is going to be our first race leader of the day to get over the line without giving us some nervy moments right at the end here at Warden Law. Out of the final corner, Charlie France will move through. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Through to the Pre-A final. And that's a big result for a driver, well up in the top 10 in the championship today. Needed that. Yes, had that drama on the formation lap, but got his head down, concentrated, and it's through. Benjamin Kent through as well. Second place in that one. It'll be Tyler Shanks who takes pole position for the Trophy B final later on today with third. Great drive from James Binley, up 16 places. Yes, not through to the big races yet, but yet is the key word there. If James can continue that kind of pace in the second round of races, I think we should see the number 75 on the grid for the A final later on today. George Gloss at P5, but needs to take a penalty from earlier on in the race. Ardit Roy Chowdhury, if not for that spin, we could have been seeing Ardit through in that top 2, but we'll get another chance later on. Good drive as well from Atty Cooper. She was up 9 places, the 13-year-old, so that's a great drive from Athena. Just ahead of Harry Berry Whiting in 8th, Adam Asgar 9th, and Oliver Renshaw 10th. Woods, Newell, Rian Roy Chowdhury, Gibbons, Sanderson, they're all in the top 15. Harry Horn, just dropped down to 16th late on there, so lost some of those positions that Harry recovered. Vasyakov 17th. Then should be Libby Venus over the line in 18th ahead of Thomas Payne. In fact, here is that battle for 18th place over the line. This is going to be a close one right at the end. Thomas Payne just got it ahead of Bobby Peters. Libby Venus in 20th place, and Savannah Shelvin will be 21st in that one. Once again, we'll see all of those drivers later on there, Reeve, but a really good performance from Charlie France to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. A good performance shines through what was another eclectic race for our cadet lightweight Pre-B finalists. Up next, though, it's your junior super lightweight Pre-B finalists. Here we go then. Junior super lightweight Pre-B finals are about to get underway. Drivers just heading out of the pits now. So let's see if we can take a look at who will be on the grid in just a moment. Here we see them heading out of the pit lane, getting ready to get underway. The front row of the grid then, it's Jamie Crampton, Nikolai Eisgard. Then we have Ruben Gardner and Ella Rowe on row 2. Lewis Tracy and William Harvey complete the third row of the grid. Then we are going to have Jonah Young and Dan Griffin on row 4, Ollie Ward and Kai Timmins on row 5, James McLaughlin and James Wall on row 6, Max Poole, Caden Graham on row 7, Clara Boyce and Amy Gualtieri on row 8, Oscar Mallet and Chris Yakimov completing the 9th row of the grid. Moving on to row 10, we have Paige Martin, Thomas Jackson, followed by Chris Clark and Noah Morris on row 11. Then we have Jolan Wilcoxon and Mason Watson on row 12. Then we have final couple of rows, Caitlin Steffenbach and Alfie High on row 13 and Jacob Rattray completing the 14th row of the grid with 27 karts starting this race.
Biggest field of the grid so far today. Biggest name on this grid from a championship perspective is probably Lewis Tracy, in the top 10 in the points on drop scores at the moment. Needs to go up from 5th place on the grid with once again only 2 spots available to transfer through into the Pre-A final. If you're enjoying the live broadcast, do make sure that you've hit that like button. Can we get it up to 100 likes before the end of this rotation, or by the next rotation? Keep those likes rolling in, and if you're new around here as well, do hit that subscribe button. Ready to go racing then. Looking good for a race start. Smiley face on the board. 11 minutes underway here at Warden Law. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. It will be the number 17 of Jamie Crampton, who on speed had the pace to go through into the Pre-A final, but a penalty dropped him down 2 places. It's not worked out, though, through the first turn, as into the lead of the race for a moment was the number 18 of Ruben Gardner, but Nico Eidsgaard in the number 24 has now come through to lead this race. Oh, there's a spin for James Wall. James Wall in the number 31 has got to wait now for everybody else to file through. I think Thomas Jackson may have spun there in sympathy behind, or it might have been Mason Watson actually, in the number 131. Penalties early stages, braking formation penalties for the 82 of Chris Clark and the 84 of Oscar Mallett.
Here we go then, traversing our way through the first lap here. We're looking on to Ruben Gardner. Here is Jamie Crampton, started on pole, of course, trying to claw back where he can as we head through the back straight. Through the chicane we go. As we say, a packed grid here. Things could get interesting as we run into Sector 3. We look on to the number 24 here, Nikolai Eidsgaard into Gasworks. We go, all following through in succession, all going for that outside line. The only brief opportunity of grip on corner entry there, looking like we all made it through. I think a couple go wide, but everyone are making it through. Towards the end of the lap we go then. We do have a couple of penalties coming in, as we say. Chris Clark, James McLaughlin on the penalty board so far in this race. Number 24, Nikolai Eidsgaard, trying to put pressure on Ruben Gardner, who gets ready to start the next lap of this race from 3rd on the grid. Leads us on to lap 2.
Good stuff from our juniors here. Just see them trying to move to the middle of the circuit. Maybe a bit of a damp line in that part of the circuit. William Harvey had a bit of a catch there. 5th at the moment in the early stages of this race. So 9 minutes to go. Gardner and Eidsgaard currently going through. Crampton, Rowe, Harvey need to move forward if they want to be on the grid for the Pre-A final. Lewis Tracy still running in 6th place. I think another penalty's just come in there. If we've not mentioned it already, apologies if we have. James McLaughlin, down 3 spots with that unsafe release, currently running in 23rd position. Here at the front of the order, though, Eidsgaard starting to put a bit of pressure on Gardner. Gardner trying to work with the driver of the number 24 right now, but sometimes you see this, don't you, Reeve, that a driver who is going through but is right on the edge, one mistake away from losing that position, they'll take them through to the next race. They just, almost for comfort, want a little bit of better track position to calm the nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. 8 minutes to go in this race. Then we are on board with Eidsgaard, who has it all to play for here, as you say. Jamie Crampton, though, still could well do it. Obviously had a very good run in qualifying. Is not too far behind. It's only a few kart lengths behind as we see Eidsgaard having a look down the inside. That's because Gardner goes deep into the final corner. We are side by side, enjoying a bit of a drag race. And here we go. Is that Gardner suggesting that Eidsgaard should go on through? I think it is. Potentially because there was a tiny bit of contact between the two drivers heading into that final corner there. Eidsgaard then takes fastest lap, takes the race lead as well as we head into turn 1. Nearly goes deep and runs off into turn 1, but does continue on in a race lead here. Conditions still looking very treacherous. Now Ruben Gardner might be feeling slightly more comfortable, knowing that they're still going to head on through, knowing that there's not any concerns with penalties, still in those rapid charge positions, and might even be able to learn a thing or two from Eidsgaard out in front.
Yeah, indeed. The next few laps are going to be crucial for all of them out there. This is the only category that was decided for the grids by absolute time. Bad conditions, terrible conditions, if anything, for both of the qualifying groups for junior super lightweights, but equally bad across the board for everybody. So that's why we did not see the relative positions method used for this particular group. Isgard actually hasn't raced in the North category so far this season. We've seen Isgard before in the Southern Championships. So we've not really got any reference data to how Nico is against this particular group. Ruben Gardner, on the other hand, has had a final appearances. Again, another one all the way back, I want to say the late May bank holiday weekend at PF International for round number 2. It's been a while. There's Jamie Crampton just ahead of Ella Rowe. This is the discussion for 3rd place right now. Crampton has been able to race through to the top tier races so far this season. Been pretty regular in making it through. Ella Rowe, meanwhile, again, hasn't been there. It's only been there once so far this season. Again, at PF International back in the early part of the summer.
Yeah, Rowe and Crampton trading blows at the moment, matching each other in terms of lap time. They're about just under a tenth separating those two drivers. Obviously, Crampton started on pole, had those issues on lap 1. Ella Rowe sitting comfortable in P4 where she started this race. Anything could happen yet. We've still got just around about half race distance at least, as we do see a driver enjoying some of the antics on the grass there. Not recommended on this tyre compound. It's not suited to rally antics, but...
No, not quite today.
No.
So I think Jolyn Wilcoxon has gone through past Chris Clark in a change further down the order. Caden Graham, meanwhile, is also improving up to 12th place now. Has got past Emi Gualtieri and Oscar Mallet. There's your race leader, Nico Isgard. I wouldn't say dominating this race, but comfortable at the moment with at least a 1.7 second advantage, and is starting to turn a quicker pace as well. So track's still very wet out there, but at least we're not seeing rooster tails coming off the tyres anymore. That's Ella Rowe down the inside of a back marker, just getting track position ahead of Caitlin Steppenbeck in the 127. 4.5 minutes remaining. Isgard checks over the shoulder. It's a 1:37.0 that time around. 7 tenths quicker than Ruben Gardner. The lead now 2.4 seconds.
It is indeed. I'm beginning to wonder if, because I could be completely wrong in reading what I read, but I think I did see Gardner saying, come on, let's just settle our differences, go on through.
We're both quicker than the pack behind.
If so, that is a really smart call by Ruben Gardner, because they've now got multiple seconds of clear air. They know they can push on through into the next session. Smart decision.
Well, yeah, exactly. In the pre-finals, I know when you get to the trophy finals, there is the hope of I better get a little trophy if I win the B-final.
Yeah.
You don't get that at this stage. Oh, now, was that a problem for Crampton? Oh, Crampton went deep into St. John's Corner. Has just been able to hold on to 3rd place ahead of Ella Rowe, but Ella really starting to up the ante now and increase the pressure. This is the battle for 5th on your screens as well. William Harvey and Lewis Tracy. Oh, I fear for Lewis here. I think Lewis is going to be losing points in this stage, because remember, if you don't make it through to a pre-A final, those who do race later on this afternoon can then gain many a point through this part of the day, and then we go again for another round of point scoring races when we get to those trophy finals.
This track just begins to look a little bit more raceable now. Ella Rowe is in a nice rhythm, I would say. Crampton just ahead was clutching on by an absolute thread, really, to the track surface. Has managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. But yeah, Ella Rowe seems to be in a decent rhythm at the moment. Track is looking to be a little bit happier, confirmed by some lap times seeing at the front end of the pack. We'll see what the likes of the number 97 plated car can do as we cross the line here, and we're comfortably... that was a 1:41, but otherwise everyone else in the 39s. So a couple of seconds being shaved off compared to the start of the race.
Tracy through into 5th place ahead of William Harvey, but Harvey's going to fight back here through Brian's Bend towards the dogleg. Tricky corner in these conditions. Everybody trying to use that outside wider line and then get a good amount of curb over there through the dogleg. That's good work from Lewis Tracy. Back up to P5. 2 minutes of this race to go. A couple of penalties coming in. Another one, unfortunately, for James McLaughlin. Overtake under yellow. So that'll be more places lost for the driver than number 99. Jolyn Wilcoxon as well. ABC takeout. That'll be a 6th place penalty at the end of this race. Meanwhile, still raging on here between William Harvey and Lewis Tracy. Lewis Tracy tried to get it stopped there, but he's going to lose 5th place once more to William Harvey. They did have a bit of a touch through Senna 2. 90 seconds remaining in this race. Ardsgaard and Gardner still out front here. Reeve and looking pretty comfortable now.
They are indeed. Played this race perfectly, did exactly what they needed to do and settled it early on. Can't ask for more than that if you're trying to repechage through. But this is a great little squabble going on between Harvey and Tracy here. It's interesting to see both drivers. It's the opposite thinking to what you usually expect. They're both having to go for that outside line. It's only a very brave driver who's trying to chuck a move down the inside, maybe to get the overtake done. But it's a very risky game indeed. As we head on to that start-finish straight once more, get ready to head round turn 1, having a look around the outside. It's going to be Tracy, poised potentially to have a little bit more grip on offer, and it works. Yeah, hang it round the outside, keep the pace up, and that's Tracy through and into 5th.
2 laps in a row that we've seen that from Lewis Tracy. This has clearly got the last corner sewn up. He's now just got to get the other 11 sorted to hold on to this 5th place spot. James McLaughlin has got up to 12th place on the road ahead of Amy Gualtieri. Again, Harvey having a look through St. John's there over the little dip. Sometimes at higher speeds, you sometimes see karts taking a little bit of a almost jump through there. That's not happening today, of course, with the weather conditions. We enjoyed the KZ2s here in the British Championships earlier on in the year. Oh, as again, Gasworks for the race leader today is not a happy hunting ground. Nico Eidsgaard, well, you saw his eyes wide open there, heading into Gasworks. There were 2 back markers having a spin right on the last lap here, but no problems. Oh, Nico's got to be careful. That's another back marker. That's Mason Watson nearly getting in the way of the race leader here on the last lap. Nico Eidsgaard is going to hold on to a race victory. Will go through to the pre-A final, but what's happened directly behind? Ruben Gardner has gone through. It's the leaders catching up to the race, to those a lap down. It's Thomas Jackson who's had a spin right at the end there. Jamie Crampton's gone through to 3rd. I wonder, was that Ruben Gardner thinking that was the race leader perhaps, or just very happy to get through to the pre-A final?
Either way, I think both valid reactions.
Yeah.
But another eclectic finish there. Top effort from Nikolai Eidsgaard and Ruben Gardner there to make as comfortable of a race as possible out of a race that starts in these conditions. It was great as well to see the battle between Crampton and Rowe. Tracy and Harvey put on a show for us as well. And then you have Jonah Young, Dan Griffin, Caden Graham and James McLaughlin, your top 10 in this race. Then we have Chris Yakimov, Amy Gualtieri, James Wall, Kai Timmins, Max Poole, your top 15. Oscar Mallet, Paige Martin, Noah Morris, Ollie Ward and Clara Boyce, your top 20, followed by Joel Wilcoxon, Jacob Rattray, Mason Watson, Alfie High, Chris Clark, Thomas Jackson and Caitlin Steppenbach, your biggest grid we've had so far, bringing an end to their racing. A couple of lapped drivers and a few seconds down, but that's your order for the 27 car to bring an end to this junior super lightweight pre-B final.
And with that, the pre-B finals are done. It starts to get a little bit more serious next when we go into the pre-A finals. And I tell you what, Reeve Taylor, I can see blue sky and considerable amounts of it here on the Costa del Sunderland. So the conditions are getting better out there for the drivers. This could be quite an interesting race because, as I say, this circuit can be one of those that it's not going to get fully dry today.
No.
The air temperature is simply too low for that to happen. But this could be a changeable track then for our first pre-A final. Cadet Super Lightweights are next.
Here we go then. As Andrew says, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. There are still maybe some obstacles in my way. But here is row 1, Ronnie Deacon and Zachary Smith. Then we have Jacob Underhill and Rory Hamilton, row 2, followed by David Kadar and Omar Ullah. Some big hitters in this grid. Then we have James Rout, Mohamed Issa Subadar, William Moore and Nathan Gretsch, followed by Felix Rippey and Alex Rattan on row 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Sam Fleming. And then we have Freya Lally, followed by Joshua Milburn and Daniel Norton. followed by George Marriott and Ethan Hall on row 9. Moving on to row 10 then, it's Freddie Powell and Edward Sybry completing your 20 kart grid for this Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A final.
So this is the first time today that we could be calling a champion based on how results go in this race. Joe Holmes is ready for the action out there on circuit, looking over the last few corners. By my calculations, Jacob Underhill, if he gets second place in this race, wraps up the Cadet Super Lightweight North title for 2025. Could also do it likewise with not good results for the likes of Alex Rattan and James Vout. That is all to be decided, of course, across the course of this 11 minutes. Are we ready then for a race start? Looking good into the tram lines at the first time of asking, waiting for that smiley face. Away we go then. Green lights running in the Pre-A final in the Cadet Super Lightweights. Good start for Ronnie Deacon. Good start for Jacob Underhill, who's gone deep through and round the outside. Wow. Well, if there is a move to put yourself in championship winning position, that is 1.5. Mohamed Issa has had a spin on the first lap. Is down out the field. Oh, Underhill's off. Oh, Jacob Underhill's off. Oh, now he's out of championship winning position.
Utter despair in the kart of Jacob Underhill there, from so good to oh so wrong. One of our championship contenders. It all goes wrong within a couple of corners. That is the fine margins we have here in our cadet running here with the Club 100.
Now, it's not over yet for Jacob Underhill. He can only be beaten in terms of points by 2 drivers out there. So it's the number 10. There's James Vout on your screen, but not towards the very front of the field. The number 18 of Alex Rattan is the other driver who could overhaul Underhill's score, but they've pretty much got to have perfect days. There are going to be other drivers in this race who are going to mix things up here. The number 23 of Zachary Smith has the race lead. Zachary was very quick in the timed qualifying sessions, just didn't quite have the look of the timing right at the end of the session to be at the front of the field. But over the course of, 6 or 7 laps during those qualifying sessions, you could argue, Reeve, that Zachary on race pace looked pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the number 21 here going down the inside of the number 64, David Cadar having a great run and then having a spin. Bit of contact there as we head on to the start-finish straight. David Cadar, it all goes wrong. Here we go then. Anyway, back into turn 1 we go. The number 60 this time is leading this charge, and we're looking at Rory Hamilton leads us into turn 1.
So the saving grace right now for Jacob Underhill, as I said, this is where drop scores start to come into play. This will now be a drop score for Jacob Underhill, down in 19th place. He's just got to try and get himself back up the order as much as he can, and in case he needs to score points in the Trophy A final later on today. It means effectively a P4 position that was looking at being a drop at the start of the day will now come into play. What he also needs is some of his title rivals to be not winning this race, and one of them is about to take the lead of this race. James Vout goes through. Now, Rory Hamilton didn't look too happy with things there. Rory Hamilton could be Jacob Underhill's best friend. Rory Hamilton could not win this championship, has not done all of the rounds so far, could definitely win the South Championship when we go to Bookmore Park for that final day of a season later on in the autumn. But right now, James Vout takes the lead of this race and keeps himself in play. James Vout, if he's going to win this championship, needs to win both the Pre-A final and the Trophy A final. That would put him on to 10.23 for a counting score across the whole season. If he has a second place in either this race or the next one, that is it. He cannot overtake Jacob Underhill's score. Now, another interesting thing that I've just noted on my screen here, Reeve, ABC takeout for Ronnie Deacon, number 64. Was that, but we didn't see it on our screens, was that potentially the cause for Jacob Underhill going round at turn 3?
Very possibly. We did see some further incidents later on into that lap.
That's true.
As
no,
well.
Very good point. Very good point.
So Not quite sure. We're not the stewards. We aren't going to call the decisions. We'll hear
give the facts. The facts are that Ronnie Deacon has an ABC takeout penalty from earlier on in this race. That'll be 6 places deducted at the end of this one. Still 7 minutes of this race remaining. Zachary Smith now hang on a minute. What has happened here? Where has James Vout gone on our timing? As Omar Uller goes off the road there.
James Vout's down in 14th.
What has happened to James Vout? Has James Vout had a problem? At first I thought, is it potentially a transponder error? But no, you're right. You're absolutely right, Reeve. James Vout did a 1:43 on the last lap of this race and has dropped to 14th place. So that could be the end. That could be the end of James Vout's title bid. As we say, he needed to win both of the races at the A-tier level here today, and right now, 14th place, he's a long way from winning this race.
He is, unfortunately, there, as we see. Number 63, Omar Uller, had a couple of explorations of the track a lap or so ago, keeping the nose clean, though still running in P3. Zach Smith, meanwhile, controlling things very nicely out in front. Fast lap of the race so far. He's clear by about 4 seconds compared to everyone else in terms of that accolade. He's got a 1:36 under his belt. 6 minutes to go in this race, and so much could change in this championship fight.
It could indeed, but strangely, right now, Jacob Underhill is winning the title in this race. That is because James Vout down in 14th place. His maximum possible score is dropping well below the 10:22 that Jacob Underhill is guaranteed at the end of today. And the same story for Alex Rattan down in 13th place. They'll keep pushing on. Here they are in the number 18 and the number 10. So it's the white helmet, the second in line, that is Alex Rattan, and then the bright yellow helmet of James Vout. Strangely, these two title rivals need to work together right now to push themselves back up the order. They're going side by side out of the dogleg. James Vout trying to go around the outside through St. John's. That's a cracking move. That's a brilliant move from James Vout. Gets him another position. The trouble is he needs another 11 positions to keep himself in play. 5 minutes to play.
He does, absolutely. I still think you're back to that Jacob Underhill move through turn 1 at the very start of this race. Just some of them just take you by surprise sometimes, and that is one of them. Under 5 minutes to go, then we've got a couple of penalties coming in. Omar Uller, unsafe release there. We have Edward Sybri, Sam Fleming as well. So I imagine this is looking back at previous incidents where they've declared that. Unfortunately, things were not quite to the rule book.
Indeed. What will be going through the mind of Jacob Underhill right now? Because I'm sure, well, he's now directly behind his two title rivals. So that, I think, hopefully will be quite a calming moment for Jacob. Yellow flags out at Marshall Post 7 for something that's... there, someone's off through the horseshoe. Who is that? We'll have that confirmed in a moment. Omar Uller, as you mentioned, has got a penalty. What a balmy start to the pre-A finals this has been. In a strange way, all three championship contenders are going to get drop scores here, and that's going to end things. 4 minutes to play. They're now up to 10th, 11th and 12th places each. For all of them, it would either be their worst results of the season so far or their second worst results of the season so far.
It would indeed. Look at James Vout there having a great run on through. Goes a little bit deeper. Otherwise, he's just picked up about 3 positions in the first couple of corners of this lap.
Yeah, really good stuff. Jacob Underhill trying to go around the outside there, gain positions. Doesn't need to panic at this stage. You saw how frustrated he was at turn 3 on lap 1. But the racing gods are with him right now, that the other two drivers in the title fight have had tough races as well. There's the number 86 of Ethan Junior Hall. I tell you, look at Freddie Powell as well. Freddie Powell, who had that remarkable run through the pre-B final, is now up to 12th place. As the rain continues, the rain's gone. It's the sun coming out now here in Sunderland. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Change for second place as well out there. Reeve, David Cadar has got through past Rory Hamilton, is here side by side. Underhill trying to get through past Nathan Gretsch. Underhill should have that position. Good use of the runoff to drivers left.
Yeah, maximise his use there. You wouldn't want to try any more than that, otherwise you'd find yourself making friends with the barrier potentially. As we see William Moore jumping ahead of Ronnie Deacon. Not an ideal race for Ronnie Deacon, of course. He started on pole and now finds himself down in P6.
James Vout up to P8, Alex Rattan up to P9, Jacob Underhill up to P10. So that was Sam Fleming just having a moment through the final corner. James Vout is now back into the kind of position where he will add to his championship score. Worst 2 results so far this season for Vout. A P20 in the final at GYG and an 8th place in the pre-final on the very same day of the start of the season. So 7th and upwards will improve Vout's score. Here's your battle for second place, Cadar and Hamilton.
Yep, Cadar having a bit of an issue early on in this race, shall we say, was pointing the wrong direction, but seems to have recovered well from it. Now running along very nicely here. We have 90 seconds left on the clock here. And it's Cadar versus Zach Smith. Zach Smith, who has had a very... Actually, that is... Yeah, we're looking at David Cadar here. And then we jump on to see the number 53 of... Do we see the number 53? Am I going completely blind? I'm going completely blind.
Was it 63?
It
63
was,
of
63,
Omar Uller.
Yeah.
Having their 4th place on the road.
Yeah, that would make perfect sense.
Alex Rattan, meanwhile, just a scoring situation for Alex, because I know that we've got a lot of viewers from all kinds of places tuned in for Alex. At the moment, this would be a drop for Alex as well. It's not his worst result of the season. Had a 13th. It was 13th earlier on in this race. So, yeah, no, this would still be the worst result so far this season for Alex Rattan. He's not been any lower than, I think, 7th place in races so far this season. Hamilton goes through, past Cadar for second place. Nice move there once again from Rory Hamilton. His main concentration will be in a couple of weeks' time, or a few weeks' time, when we go to Buckmore Park. 30 seconds to go in this race. Reeve, I say there's been a lot going on behind this young driver, but Zachary Smith, this is a great drive from Zachary Smith. He had a great start to the season, a 3rd and a 2nd place last time. It's the cameras. He clearly likes racing in front of the Alpha Live cameras. Has not been in the top 3 of an A-tier race since GYG. He's definitely doing so in this one, and he's on for his first win of the season.
Yeah, absolutely shone through to what is going to be a remarkably tricky start, shall we say, for this pre-A final, but has absolutely risen to the challenge. Has Zach Smith, loses that fast lap to Jacob Underhill, who's also on a charge at the moment.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter too much, I'm sure, if you are Zach Smith at the moment. What does matter is you've got 1 corner left, and from starting second on the grid, did everything you needed to do. Heads on to the start-finish straight to take a race victory, a worthy celebration as well. Zachary Smith is your pre-A final victor for our Cadet Super Lightweight division.
Really, really good stuff there from Smith in those difficult... And look at the gap as well, Reeve, that he's got. Here come the drivers for second place. Rory Hamilton. Rory Hamilton does not often lose races, and I don't think I've ever seen Rory Hamilton lose a race by 15 seconds.
Yeah, Zach Smith just clearly zoned in at that point and was just in a different world.
Over the line, Jacob Underhill, P6. In the end, that's still potentially a scoring drive for Jacob Underhill. But with that result, no Alex Rattan at the front of the field. James Vout down in 11th. Provisionally, Jacob Underhill has won this championship. Jacob Underhill is the inaugural Club 100 Cadet Super Lightweight North champion. He's just fallen out of contention in the South Championship after a strong middle part of the summer. But Jacob Underhill's score, guaranteed, is now greater than all the other competitors and what they can do with a win in the Trophy A final later today. What a run there for Jacob Underhill, but not the easiest one after turn 1.
Certainly not, no. You saw turn 1 lap 1, what a champion's drive there. Then you saw turn 2 lap 1 and thought, it could be over. Working your way back up to P6 from near enough plumb last, really. What a drive.
That score actually, takes Underhill up to 10.23. So it's another point on the board. Jacob Underhill has got this championship won provisionally, should stress that, but I'm sure Jacob will go through the last race in good order. Next, out on circuit, it's the junior lightweights.
Here we go then. It is our junior lightweight pre-A final coming up, and next it's time for our slightly larger kart fleet, our slightly older, potentially more experienced drivers to head out on track once more. Here's our starting grid then. It's John Bolter, Jamie Tyler Gooden on row 1, Dom Balasaitis and Max Sheldon Hayward on row 2, followed by Jake Chapman and Jaden Giles on row 3. Then we have Larry Tyndall and Ethan Saunders-Wilkes row 4, Zach Watson and Oliver Wilde on the 5th row of the grid. Then we have Alfie Slater and Tyler Gibson row 6. Row 7, it's Jake Dilworth-Parrott, Jensen Davies. Then we have Jacob Lamas, Ethan Pitt on row 8, Samuel Chilton, Zach Hassan on row 9, Charlie Walmsley Ride, Arnie Reemacky on row 10. Then we have Bradley Rowe, Gunnar Wright on the 11th row, Thomas Hughes, Marcus Allen on row 12. And that is in fact your 12 row grid for this junior lightweight pre-A final. They're heading around the final couple of corners now, and it looks like we might be good to go racing.
Indeed, it'll be 11 minutes again for the juniors. This is a very, very wide open championship situation, so we'll keep you up to date with that as well as we can. Away we go then for this one. Towards the first couple of corners, I think it's going to be Dom Balasaitis in the lead of this one in the early stages. Jamie Tyler Gooden down to around 5th place, one driver running out wide.
John Bolter on
John
pole.
Bolter, yeah, number 32. So a steady start for the juniors, but fair credit to them. Looks like they've just about made it through the first couple of corners.
They have indeed. So now we can begin to knuckle down, get underway properly with our racing action. Although we still have a fairly big field here, so plenty of karting. What is at some points quite a narrow circuit. Max Sheldon Hayward's picking up a forcing driver wide penalty there, unfortunately. So Max Sheldon Hayward will not be completing his race, or at least recording a result in the order that he does finish on the road.
Indeed. That's not good news to the driver of the number 58. Keep your messages of support coming in. Great to bring you this live coverage, second time this year of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North Championships. Dom Balasaitis, I've been really impressed with Balasaitis so far this season. Has had a bit of bad luck along the way in terms of final race results, but I liked the energy around Dom Balasaitis when I spoke to him earlier on in the day. Oh, someone was wide off the road there. Was that Sheldon Hayward that I saw in the background? It's the number 78, I think, off the road of Bradley Rowe. End of the first lap, Balasaitis leads from Chapman. Sheldon Hayward still running there in 3rd place. Sorry, Sheldon Hayward fans, for a little bit of a panic there. It was another bright orange helmet I saw flying off the road. As I say, I think it was Bradley Rowe. Yeah, it's fallen down to the bottom of the order, or near as much, down to 20th place.
Conditions certainly improving out on the track now. Air temperature's still not high. We haven't had rain for a little while though, and the sun is beating down on the circuit, which will go at least some ways into helping track conditions out there. It's going to be a little bit greasy throughout the rest of the day, as we say, but track certainly more raceable at this point. There is at least some grip to be found. 1:36 is Dom Balasaitis' fastest lap. So far we've only completed one lap, so we'll wait to see how that improves as we come around the next couple of corners.
Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Jamie Tyler Gooden working together there. It's a little bit touchy through Senna 2. Jaden Giles loses out 2 positions there. As I say, we will keep you up to date as well as we can with what's going on in terms of championship. Because of Jamie Tyler Gooden's 0 scores last time out at Rowra, I do think this one will go all the way to the Trophy A final. Dom Balasaitis right now wanting to get a number 1 in his positions column for the first time this year, in this division at least. Continues to lead this race by 0.7 of a second, and the lap time's continuing to improve here. Reeve, we're down to 1:35s now.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, track getting more raceable now, so these wide open championships that we're heading into these races with, they are very much all to play for as these drivers can begin to explore the technical aspects of this Warden Law karting circuit to try and get past their rivals. A couple of contact warnings coming in. That's actually for John Bolter. Started on pole, had that unfortunate incident in turn 1 where they ran wide. Now find themselves in 10th position on the road. Not an ideal start. Thomas Hughes, though, obviously one of our rep charge drivers, up 11 positions and into 12th position already. We still have 7 minutes to go.
We do indeed. Unfortunately, I do think we're calling one driver out of the title bid. We'll come back to that, because look at this. For third place, through goes Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Jamie Tyler-Gooden had it for a moment. Max Sheldon-Hayward just has to be patient right now. All of these drivers involved in the scrap for the major placings here today. And of course, those tickets to Belgium, those tickets to the inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals. This is great news, though, if you're Jake Chapman and Dom Balasaitis, because they're just disappearing off now into the distance. Through the horseshoe once again, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, also your fastest driver out on track. Jamie Tyler-Gooden holding in fourth place. Has won many a race so far this season. The last time in front of Alpha Live cameras in this championship, that double victory, of course, at GYG. Meanwhile, Jaden Giles having a bit of a discussion there with Jake Chapman. Now, what's happened here? What has happened to Jake Chapman on that lap? Because he's dropped back to 6th place.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate turn of events if you are Jake Chapman. 1 minute 40 on that last lap, so about 5 seconds off where he would want to be at this point. Now has Jaden Giles for company. We obviously saw some intercast communication involving Jaden Giles just a few moments ago, so not sure if that was related, but let's see. As we have 5.5 minutes left to go in this race, Jake Chapman does have some strong pace here, had a good run in qualifying obviously, and is hoping to try and find a way back past. Has a look around the outside, a move that we've seen work for a number of drivers. Gets a great slingshot, and the round goes Jaden Giles there. Was on the outside of the circuit, picked up a bit of the dirt, and the kart says no thank you, no grip there, spins round. Jake Chapman is through and into 5th. Jaden Giles has to pick up pieces, continues on in 6th, but this is not the drive that the driver who we spoke to in the Paddock show, who just seems really cool, really calm, was looking forward to a bit of running this afternoon. Maybe a little bit less stress-free at this point.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, just do... Oh dear, as off the road there. Now, let's keep this calm, boys. Let's not have too much of that out on circuit. Alfie Slater's had a contact warning. Back with the number 41 on your screens. Jaden Giles trying to recover here. Tom Balasaitis continues to lead this race. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, I'll make this point about the championship as quickly as I can. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is knocking some drivers out of title contention here. I think, as we knew, Harry Clark has gone. Not making it through to this pre-A final at all means his max possible score is really, really dropped. So he's going to be out of title contention. It would move Saunders-Wilkes onto 10-15. I think Max Sheldon-Hayward will go out mathematically, but could still get a ticket to Genk. Tyler-Gooden will still be in. Balasaitis will be in. Black flag now for Alfie Slater. The number 76, I think was involved in that little tete-a-tete that we saw a few moments ago. Arnie Ray Mackey has also gone down the order. So they're 23rd and 24th now.
They are indeed, but as you say, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes thundering along really. A 1:34.8 is the fastest we've seen for a little while from our juniors in this running, as we look to the top end of the pack here.
Yeah, just looking at the scores again, Dom Balasaitis, if he's going to win the championship, cannot lose the lead in this race. He's only got a 3-point gap between his max possible as things stand and what Ethan Saunders-Wilkes will have secured if he finishes second in this race. So 3 minutes to go. This could be a big moment for Dominic Balasaitis. There is much reason to defend there. You see Jamie Tyler-Gooden as well cheering them on because he wants them to defend. Oh, but Ethan Saunders-Wilkes goes round the outside. Well, we've already seen one arguably championship ceiling move through turn 1 today. That one looked even better. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes takes the lead of this race. Could that be the moment that we look back at tonight, Reeve Taylor, as the moment Ethan Saunders-Wilkes grabs this championship?
It could well be. What a move there by Ethan Saunders Wilkes. As you say, we've already seen it around the outside through turn 1. Keep the confidence up and you are rewarded. But look, down the inside goes Dominic Balasaitis, says, we're not done yet. I still want to fight for this championship. But we get a proper switchback going on here. We have a little bit of trading of paint. That doesn't concern these drivers. Ethan Saunders Wilkes is back on through Dominic Balasaitis. We've still got 2 minutes left. I wouldn't be shocked if we see this battle continuing on, although the gap has extended ever so slightly.
It has indeed. Down towards Gasworks. Can Ethan Saunders Wilkes keep it together now? Penalty ABC bump and pass for Arnie Ray Mackey in the number 60. Back at the front though, it is the top 4. It's the championship 4 at the front of this field. Oh, Ethan Saunders Wilkes has run wide through the horseshoe. Now they're trying to do that to help the carts pivot round through that long left-hander, but Ethan Saunders Wilkes nearly drops it here with 90 seconds of this race to go. Dom Balasaitis is not done here, but he's got to get back ahead with the point standings right now. If Dom Balasaitis finishes second in this race, it would mean his max possible is 1,016. With as things stand, Ethan Saunders Wilkes is moving to 1,017, but here goes Balasaitis standing inside, but there's no grip. There's no grip on the inside there of turn 2 up towards the dogleg. Great driving from Ethan Saunders Wilkes, but you feel the tension right now, Reeve Taylor. This championship battle is one mistake away from completely changing.
It is, absolutely. You can just see Dom Balasaitis looks pretty composed in that kart, actually. He's the one that is keeping the kart exactly where he wants to on the track. We are now on the last lap of this race, but despite that, because Ethan Saunders Wilkes is out in front taking those outside lines, there's nothing Balasaitis can do.
And Jamie Tyler Gooden isn't out of the title picture either. This is a good haul of points for Jamie Tyler Gooden right now in third place. He would still have quite a bit of margin to move into. There's a yellow flag out for a spin of the number 60 that is going to help Saunders Wilkes here, because nobody can overtake through Gasworks. Jamie Tyler Gooden is still going to be the favourite, I think, going into the Trophy A final of winning the title. But Ethan Saunders Wilkes, what a run this has been. He needed 130 points on the board, Reeve, and he's going to get it.
He is indeed. A crucial move at turn 1, and an otherwise fantastic race. Started 8th, works his way up into 1st, celebrates as he takes race victory. Ethan Saunders Wilkes helps himself out substantially in the championship. Dom Balasaitis comes home P2. Jamie Tyler Gooden rounds out your podium. Then we have Max Sheldon Hayward and Jake Chapman completing your top 5. That's followed by Jaden Giles, as well as Samuel Chilton, Thomas Hughes, Zach Watson and John Bolter. But what a little battle we enjoyed there between Saunders Wilkes and Balasaitis.
Championship will go to the last race of the season then, but a number of drivers are now out of contention for the top spot. I think we're down to just Saunders Wilkes and Tyler Gooden. We'll do the maths, we'll confirm it. I think at the moment, Jamie Tyler Gooden could finish P4 in the last race and beat a race-winning Ethan Saunders Wilkes by 1 single point. But it's still very, very close out there in junior lightweight for the North Division. The rest of the drivers coming over the line. Make sure you're with us for that Trophy A final later on here this afternoon. Well, the drivers will head back to the pits, gather their thoughts. Ethan Saunders Wilkes will start the A final from pole position. We've got to move on. Cadet lightweights, they're up next.
Here we go then, just in case you're not, you haven't had enough pre-A final action ready, it's the Cadet Lightweight pre-A final out next. Let's have a look at the grid for these young drivers then. It's Luke Collins, Ethan Guest on the front row of the grid, followed by Kai Jackson and Felix Shelton Hayward on row 2. Then we have Ethan Biddle and Jackson Burge on row 3, followed by, we are going to have Riley Busby and Zane Perry on the 4th row of the grid, and then it is row 5 with Layla Fitzgerald and Theo Thomas. Milo Smith and Charlie Legieux on row 6, then we have Nico Verbers and then Erton Liam Evans on row 7. Cora Moore, Jake Matthews on the 8th row of the grid, followed by Freddie Donald and Rafa Malcolm completing row 9. Completing the grid then, it's Charlie France and Benjamin Kent, our rep charge drivers from the pre-B final. So yeah, plenty of pre-A final action already in the form of our junior running. Now let's see what our cadets make of it today.
Another quite open situation in terms of points heading into this one. Don't forget Zane Perry, 0 scores from the first round of the season at GYG. Ethan Guest has got a 20th place in a pre-final back at PF International, which hopefully will be going out the window and in the bin at the end of this one. So yes, the points are a little bit further apart heading into this race, but this is a class where things could converge from this pre-A final, and then of course the Trophy A final later on today. I don't think we'll go round for a race start this time around, because at least half of the field is yet to form up into the 2x2 formation for this grid.
Yeah, we've still got a bit of a wait. There's a few more. There's another group of them heading around into the final couple of corners here. So I don't know if there's like getting out the pit lane, but we should be getting ready to form up once more. And there we have confirmation of that. I'll say slightly longer layout. It's a little bit easier to get formed up here than, say, the likes of Ella Park, where it's very quick running. We were huge grids as well for the South Championship, and took a little while to get everyone formed up. But the Club 100 staff absolutely did their best.
So again, just a quick recap on the points situation. Felix Sheldon Hayward has a minimum on track, 10:21 secured. So only Zane Perry can beat that it's Zane Perry and Ethan Guest, and they both need to win this race to keep the title rolling on. So actually, no, we could see if Felix Sheldon Hayward could improve his score right now. Someone goes through an alternative line there through the final chicane. That was Luke Collins. Yeah, that was our pole sitter going. Just making sure that the chicane's still there.
Yeah.
They still go right and left and then right again. So Felix Sheldon Hayward will do the math. I think with a third place in this race, could be in championship winning position. That is, of course, before we get to the final race. It won't be official until the final race. But all the ingredients here, Reeve, for another strong pre-A final. The pre-A finals have been pretty dramatic so far today.
They have indeed. Our drivers really jumping on the overtaking opportunities that are presented to them in the pre-A finals so far. So we've got a nice kind of slow end to the formation laps now as we try to get those last couple of carts, ready to go. I've been doing a bit of sim racing stuff recently, can you tell? But yeah, last couple of corners for these drivers to head round. Before we go racing once more, Ethan Guest and Luke Collins on your front row are the two drivers who might be having a bit of a discussion in to turn one. Let's see though, down the tram lines we go. A reminder, you can't break out of those tram lines, otherwise you will be breaking formation. The smiley face is green and we are good to go racing as we head down towards turn one. Let's see that. Number 24, Luke Collins, leads the charge, but around the outside.
Yeah, several drivers off there, including Kai Jackson. More drivers off on the exit of turn one, the 33 being one of them. That was Benjamin Kent. Well, Benjamin Kent must have had a really good start then, and then it all goes wrong on the exit, because that's one of our drivers through from the pre-B final.
It is indeed, but it was another bit of outside heroics through turn one for the top end of the pack. More spins. Didn't actually catch who that was, but we got a rather broken up pack now, haven't we?
I think that might have been Rafa Malcolm in the 43. Yeah, false start.
Yeah,
understandable.
So this effectively neutralises this race now. So we're going to get formed up once again and go racing, pretend that it never happened.
Hello to Sandra, cheering on Ayrton Limmer Evans. Plenty of drivers from the community in the chat. Keep your messages of support coming in there. And can we hit 100 likes before the end of the pre-A finals? We've got 78 on my screen at the moment. So if you're watching and you haven't pressed that like button already, do it. Do it now. Let's keep on pushing those numbers up and trying to be the top performing, the top viewed karting action in the UK here today. Thank you for your continued support. Now, yes, time reduction. So this won't be an 11-minute race anymore. It'll be now 9-minute race. Oh dear. as that is a suboptimal way to go round your formation lap. Now, I didn't quite catch who that was. I couldn't see the number board. Let's see who doesn't tick through on live timing this time around. Was that Nico Verbers? Yeah. Oh, now it's Ayrton Limmer Evans. That's what's confusing. I think. Oh no, Ayrton is in his standard helmet. So Ayrton Limmer Evans will be able to retake position in around 13th place in the field. But yeah, Nico Verbers has had a problem on that formation lap also.
Yeah, so it's quite common to see that these false start races can end up with a little bit of time reduction. That's just to make sure that the rest of the racing does continue on smoothly, but still with 9 minutes, as we saw. There's still going to be plenty of action to mull over as we wait to get formed up once more.
Hello to Ricardo, cheering on for Nico Verbers. Rejoin in this race. More racing to come after this, of course. We've still got our junior super lightweight pre-A final. That'll be a calm one from a championship perspective because Logan McAllister's already got it secured.
Yeah.
It won't be calm for the battle for the top 5 and the tickets to Genk. If you've not heard the news, top 5 from the junior ranks in this championship gain pathways through to the Rotax Racing Club international finals, and similar to Rotax Grand Finals, there's no buying a ticket. You've got to earn that ticket to get to the biggest event, the biggest party in Arrive and Drive karting for the end of May 2026. Looks like we're good for a start, Reeve.
It does indeed. As the pace cart drops away, we head down the tram lines once more. Our cadets now run down to get ready to start this race. The smiley face goes green and we are good to go racing. 9 minutes on the clock for this one. It's Ethan Guest versus Luke Collins. Luke Collins has the inside. Ethan Guest tries hanging around the outside and it works once more. That's the cart ahead now. Ethan Guest takes your race lead.
And again, Ethan Guest needs to win this race to keep the title bid open. Luke Collins gets back down the inside, retakes first position. There's a yellow flag out at Marshall Post 3, so I think someone's had a problem at turn 2.
But other than that, everyone else making it through pretty cleanly. A definite change compared to the previous race start. A little bit of a spin there, but we are underway. Is that Kai Jackson, potentially? The number 41 it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately involved in that spin there, so another unfortunate race start for Kai Jackson. Here we go, side by side, the number 16 of Zane Perry against Jackson Birds. It's Zane just in front before we head down through the chicane. Meanwhile, Luke Collins has the upper hand on Ethan Guest.
It is indeed. Jackson Bird has had a good start for this race. You can see a good amount of support for Jackson in the comments. So Luke Collins really stepping up today. It's been a regular in Club 100 Cadets for the past couple of seasons. Very distinctive race lid, of course. But looking at previous results for the driver of the number 24, he has had a second place earlier on in the season at PF International, but has yet to have a win. Ethan Guest, who was your round winner at Wilton Mill, knows he's got to find a way through. And there's Zane Perry as well. Zane Perry still very much in play in terms of the championship. Where is Felix Sheldon Hayward? Oh, now Felix Sheldon Hayward's had a problem on the first lap. So once again, in a cadet category, our championship leader is in trouble on lap 1. Now, Felix has not finished any lower than 5th place in any race so far this season. So now drop scores are coming into play. That's okay for Felix. In effective sense, one of those 4ths or 5ths comes fully into play and will not be a drop at the end of the season. But it's just going to be a bit of a nervy one once again, like we saw with Jacob Underhill, what, about half an hour ago, Reeve. Lead of the championship is going to now have to rely on the other 2 drivers in the championship not winning this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not game over, but that difficulty has jumped up substantially if you are Felix Sheldon Hayward. 9 places dropped compared to race start. Benjamin Kent, one of our Repcharge drivers, up into 10th. In this race. We're seeing a few of our Repcharge drivers really impressing as we see Ethan Guest going deep into the corner. There, hangs it round the outside though, keeps it pointing the right direction and maintains the race lead. Can he stay ahead of Luke Collins? He can. Brilliant stuff there from Ethan Guest to grasp a victory from the jaws of defeat there.
Not just holds on to the race lead, takes the race lead. That was 1 inch away from being game over for Ethan Guest. Across the line he goes. So Ethan Guest now in P1 would score 130 points. That would take his tally up to 10-14. So yes, he wouldn't have the championship lead, but he'd still have a chance.
Oh, there goes
spins for Collins. Collins off. Collins out of the battle for the race lead. Oh, that's a restart on grass as well. That's not going to be good news. Further drama, ABC takeout penalty for the championship leader, Felix Sheldon Hayward, despite being already down the order, is now going to get even worse news. That's going to be +6 positions at the end of this race. Zane Perry now up to P2. Now, Guest and Perry, how are they going to fight this out? Because right now, they both can beat the tally of Sheldon Hayward with a race win, but of course, they can't both win this race. So right now I think they're just going to have to keep things steady between the two of them. But ultimately, one of these drivers is going to drop out of championship contention at the end of this race.
Lap 3, a very bad lap to be a championship contender in this race, it appears there. Luke Collins just about recovering, but unfortunately what a turnaround in fortunes for the number 24 plated driver. We watch on then as Ethan Guest heads around, leading this race. Zane Perry just behind. Zane Perry, who was in the midst of a skirmish earlier on in this race, but is looking a little bit better off.
I just kept doing the count back because that's the other side that we need to keep an eye on things, of course, that should a driver's score be tied at the end of the season, we go back to count back of number of wins, then number of seconds, etc., etc. As things stand, Guest could still finish on 10.22 with a win in the Trophy A final. He's got to win this pre-A final first, of course. Perry could finish at the moment with his second place on 10.21. Has had 2 wins. Actually, no, Perry's still in this. So Perry has had 2 wins so far this season. Felix Sheldon Hayward has had 3. So if Perry could win the Trophy A final, he would then potentially be in a scenario to take this championship by beating Ethan Guest, Felix Sheldon Hayward not improving his score. We'd be talking about tiebreakers on second places at the end of a 5-round championship. It could all change, of course, if Zane Perry could find a way through past Ethan Guest. Ethan Guest's scenario is very simple. It's win or bust for taking the championship. A second place either in this race or the Trophy A final, and it'll be mathematically over for the young driver there in the number 11. This is going to be one tense way to finish the day here. Felix Sheldon Hayward down in 10th place on the road, but you know that worst news, that takeout penalty, is at the moment going to mean that Felix Sheldon Hayward is P16 as, my goodness me. Ethan Guest is playing with, well, not fire right now, he's playing with the puddles. And again, Reeve nearly has a moment that takes him out of the lead of this race.
Yeah, he's currently running around at near enough 10 tenths, obviously just trying to keep Zane Perry at bay. Zane Perry is flying along at the moment, has a look around the outside here. That's going to be a bit of a switchback if he can make it work. He is going to get the nose out in front, and Zane Perry takes your lead of this race, although is it for long? Because it's a great run through the chicane for Ethan Guest. Ethan Guest, who now once again leads your race. We're going to run up to the chicane in just a moment, but it's Ethan Guest, the number 11 plated kart, back in control of this race.
This is pressure. This is real pressure right now for Ethan Guest, who's done a lot of racing in 2025. He's one of the drivers doing double duty in the South Championships as well. And as we were talking to him earlier on in the day, he started doing a bit of owner racing also in Minimax. This is one chance for Ethan Guest to keep himself in this title fight. Further down the order, Charlie Francis having one heck of a race, Reeve. Another of our drivers stepping up from the pre-B final. He's up to 7th place in this race. He's just got past Cora Moore as St. Perry looks down the inside. But again, if you go on the inside line right now, the track as it is, there's no grip down there. Those wider lines are the better places to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's making it so difficult to be the attacking driver to try and find a way past the current condition of the circuit. 1 minute left on the clock. Ethan Guest looks over the shoulder, knows that Perry is there, as we have a bit of a squabble running down the start-finish straight. Perry's going to have the inside there. The back end locks up under braking. They nearly make contact. They slide on through. No change in position. Just a little bit more action.
I tell you what, that is pure driving talent. When people ask, well, why do Club 100 run on slick tyres and don't put wet tyres on a day like this? That's why. Because it teaches drivers brilliant kart control. 2 drivers, both going for a race win, both going for a championship, knowing that one mistake will make the difference here today. One off-track moment, and it is game over for either of them. And they keep it clean through turn 1 and keep this race going. We are on the last lap here. Ethan Guest is just a matter of corners away, but we've seen so many dramas through Gasworks so far in these pre-finals, especially through this part on a last lap. Perry again is trying to get down underneath. Guest defends to the middle line, needs to keep it tidy. That's a good run off of Gasworks for Ethan Guest. Remember, if he doesn't win this race, he's out of the championship situation. He's had this pressure from Zane Perry for the last 3 or 4 laps, but he's holding on to it here. This one's going to go to the final race of the season. Cadet Lightweight is not done because Ethan Guest has won the Pre-A final. Zane Perry has finished P2. It'll be a 3-way scrap for the title later on this afternoon.
Remarkable stuff from Ethan Guest. They're maintaining that championship challenge all the way until our final bit of racing for our cadet lightweights later on this afternoon. Cracking stuff. Zane Perry, Jackson Burge complete your podium. Then we have Layla Fitzgerald with a great run up to 4th from 9th. Well done, Layla there. Then we have Ethan, it's Charlie France. Charlie France up into 5th from 19th in the end. One of our top 5 drivers there. Well done, Charlie, to make it through. Then we also have Charlie Ledoux coming home in 6th. That's another great drive. Felix Sheldon Hayward, Cora Moore, Luke Collins and Kai Jackson are your top 10. Theo Thomas, Jake Matthews, Ethan Biddle, Benjamin Kent, and then we have Ayrton Lima Evans, Freddie Donald, Riley Busby, Rafa Malcolm, Milo Smith, followed by Nico Webbers, your top 20 overall. But that is, once again, another absolutely action-packed Pre-A final.
Is indeed. Some great drives there. You mentioned Charlie France. I think that's the best result of the season for Charlie France, or an equal best result in P5. But arguably, when you've come from the back of the grid, that makes that one ever sweeter. For Layla Fitzgerald as well, that's the best result for Layla since the pre-final at PF. So it's been a while since we've seen Layla Fitzgerald up in the top 5, but a good result there, and we'll start from the outside of row number 2 for the trophy final later on today. Right, that's all the pre-finals done, but the racing does not stop. No, it's not. We've still got another one remaining. Junior Super Lightweights, they're up next.
Here we go then, it's our Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A finals. Our drivers make their way out on to the track. Here's your grid then. Benjamin Hamilton, Logan McAllister completing the front row of the grid. Jensen Barnard, Ellis McKenzie on row 2, followed by Thomas Welsford and Finley Hanna on the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 then, it will be Tom Justice, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Sam Bernal, Jacob Brown on row 5. Then we have Harvey Preen and Jack Brumman on row 6. Leo Belamenko and Lewis Prendergast on row 7. It's Sam Morse and Dana Rowan on row 8. Imogen Owen, Adi Manu on row 9. Joshy Wood, George DeGreed on row 10, Kai Newman, Caden Ward on row 11. Nikolai Eisgard and Ruben Gardner are your Repcharge drivers after their brilliant battle in the Pre-B final earlier on. They've made their way up to our Pre-A final, for which our drivers are getting formed up now behind the pace cart. Only a couple of carts behind our pace-setting cart at the moment, so we'll have a little wait, I imagine, until we go racing, unless we get it all sorted out fairly quickly in the next couple of corners. Doesn't look to be the case, though. Still got a few heading down the back straight here at Warden Law. Yeah, final couple of corners then. We head through Gasworks and into the final right-hander on the lap. Has been a decider of so many a battle here today. we wait to form up those two trammer lines here. Still a couple more drivers. Actually, we might be good to go, you know. It was looking pretty borderline before we headed into that final corner, but it looks like everyone is just about formed up and ready to go racing. The pace car then drops away. Let's watch out for our two front runners here as we get ready to go battling once more. Down the tram lines we go. As we begin to hear those Rotaxes race away, it is green lights and we are good to go racing. Benjamin Hamilton versus Jensen Barnard here. Here goes Jensen Barnard down the inner side. That's not a move that tends to work here so far at Warden Law today, but it does work this time around. The whole pack actually making it through the first couple of corners pretty cleanly in this, the super lightweight B final. Our first, yeah, I know it is our pre-A final, forgive me. Looking at the wrong graphic there, bit of tyre barrier skirmishes, as we do indeed have a false start in this race. So effectively that one is neutralised, we pretend it never happens, and we go racing once more. A couple of skirmishes with a few tyre barriers there that we do need to get completed, do need to get rectified before we can go racing under green flag conditions once again for this, our super lightweight pre-A final. So here comes the pace car once more. Need to form up those two tram lines as we avoid the chicane before we get to go racing. Not sure if there was a driver out of formation, not quite sure what the nature of that false start was, but either way, the race officials have decided it was not fair or safe to go racing under the conditions of the first race start, so we will give it another go in just a few seconds. I should add, if you're wondering where Andrew Mather has gone, he's taken up a new role in comms box reconstruction. That's because he's been blinded by the sun that has been waiting to show itself. It's waiting to show itself all day as we have a spin actually at Gasworks. Has now presented itself mainly in our comms box. So Andrew is putting his engineering degree to great use here to make it so that we can see the screen, because that's always useful. Either way, time has been reduced for this race. It will be a 9-minute race as it stands. Our driver's getting formed up behind the pace car once more. The pace car dips away down the tram lines. We go. And we get ready to go racing once more. It is Benjamin Hamilton versus Logan McAllister. Can Jensen Barnard replicate that feat into turn one this time around? He cannot. Benjamin Hamilton has control of things this time around. Logan McAllister actually goes a little bit wide there. Through goes Barnard. A little bit of skirmishing going on in the mid-pack, but everyone's still pointing in the right direction. Here we go then, Benjamin Hamilton controlling things. We do have a braking formation penalty for one driver, but other than that, everyone looking pretty good. And as I say that, some tyre barriers are communicated with, shall we say. 8.5 minutes left to go in this shortened race, but it is being controlled by Benjamin Hamilton at this point. Obviously, a few big hitters in terms of our super lightweight championship in the mix here, as we do have a couple of waved yellows as well. And a big spin for Jensen Barnard there. He does get back underway. Hasn't lost all too much in terms of time, but that is less than ideal for what was otherwise a pretty good race start. Started third in this race and tumbles back down the order. We head into Sector 3 now. Look at the oversteer. Just a snap of a loss of grip there for Benjamin Hamilton under pressure from Logan McAllister. He is, as we head into the final couple of corners once more. These two actually breaking away quite comfortably from the rest of the pack. This is exactly what they need to do if they want to settle their differences out on track. They need to make sure that there are very few other factors involved in their battle. It looks like the engineering works appear to have gone pretty well here in the comms box, and I'm rejoined by Mr. Andrew Mather.
Yep, engineering works completed far quicker than National Rail. Let's continue on with this race. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Benji Hamilton and Logan McAllister, two fantastic drivers. What I'm really looking forward to when we head to Belgium in May is these drivers fighting on an international stage. And it's an event that will only grow and grow and grow in my eyes. If you look at the Rotax Grand Finals in the owner racing world, how competitive it is just to get a ticket to those finals. There's some, I might get in trouble for saying this in this part of the world, there's some big drivers in British karting not going to Bahrain this year because of how competitive it is. And as I say, you can't buy your way onto a grid in the Rotax Grand Finals. You've got to earn it. And I like that they've carried over that approach into the Arrive and Drive Rotax Race Club International Finals. Say Logan McAllister effectively already has his ticket secured through this championship because he's already, in terms of got a champion-elect position. But Benji Hamilton can't book his ticket through this division, but is of course very well positioned to do it in the south. And we'll watch how that culminates at Bookmore Park in a few weeks' time. But yeah, really excited to see how these two drivers fight each other, not just today, but going forward.
Yeah, absolutely, especially as you say on an international stage where I'm sure there's equally impressive drivers from all the other formulas out there, from the likes of China, from the likes of Formula KFX in America. But the patriot in me is still going to root for our British drivers here, who are extra specially impressive and I think are going to put on a great show for us out there in Belgium.
I mean, you could argue that the UK drivers are probably going to be the favourites in terms of the level of experience that they've got with the kind of machinery. Having said that, I know that there's some, how do I put this without getting in trouble? There's some Genk specials going on. If you're very, very eagle-eyed, have a look at the website. Oh dear, there was multiple spins going on in that. That was Tom Justice off the number 57, and someone else joining in for fun down at Senna 1. He said, I think that's the worst place to be today if you spin off, because you're having to push uphill. You found the only major hillock in the whole of Warden Law if you've gone off at Senna 1.
Apart from the mountain, which is
apart from the mountain, but if you've found the mountain,
something's
you've
gone wrong.
really, really wrong through turn 1. I'll just leave it as a little task for people. Something's going to be a little bit different in terms of the karts and their setup when we get to Genk versus now. Just going to put it there. It's publicly available.
Turbocharged.
No, it's not that. No turbos. I'm naturally aspirated all the way.
Oh, well, I agree. But, yeah. Either way, lap time's out there.
Testing is ongoing. Meanwhile, there's a race going on. 4 minutes to go. Benji Hamilton's driven really well in this race. 2 seconds clear now of Logan McAllister, looking to keep his 100% record going.
Yeah, they were having a great little squabble on that restart. And Logan McAllister actually picked up quite well from what I thought was going to be a difficult restart on turn 1, where it looks like it went a little bit wide. Unfortunate running for Jensen Barnard in this race restart compared to the first run that we had, where Jensen actually sized on through turn 1 and was looking really poised to do quite well. Has resulted in a current P7 on the road, but in terms of lap times out there, the sun's been shining for a little while, too much for some people's tastes, it turns out. But 1 minute 33 is the current fastest lap on this track at the moment. So a couple of seconds quicker than what we were seeing from our previous juniors. Obviously, these are the super lightweights compared to the lightweight, so there's a bit of a time delta there, but when you're seeing around about 2 seconds, some of that will definitely be track conditions, which are improving. Seeing a bit of a 5-kart gaggle beginning to shape up here to steal some words from some other fellow commentators as we head into Sector 3. 3 minutes left on the clock we are, though. A couple of cone warnings coming in for the likes of Benjamin Hamilton leading this race. Could really avoid picking up another one of them. Benjamin Hamilton, of course, shining at the moment. Doesn't want to pick up another warning because it won't be a warning. It will be a penalty. It will be only one place, but every race win counts now, doesn't it? We do actually have waved yellow flags going through Sector 3, which means drivers cannot be overtaking. Of course, we don't see any fastest laps, etc. if you're gunning it through this sector and you're flying along. A little bit of a skirmish here into the final corner. What a shame. Didn't catch what number it was before they headed on through behind the tyre barrier, needing to jump out of the kart and get back underway. But yeah, quite a few cars heading through the same part of the circuit there when they were going through the Sector 3, so perhaps unsurprising that we did see a little bit of a skirmish. Looking at the number 44 of Imogen Owen, looks like Joshy Wood has just found a way past here, and in fact there is an ABC takeout penalty, unfortunately, for the number 44 plated car there.
Yeah, that's a shame for Imogen, but being here the advantage of being in the pre-A final is obviously, you know, you're going to be there for the main race later on today. You don't have to, you can't get relegated out of a pre-A final. So, yes, Imogen will start a little bit further back, but can still work her way through. We've set this challenge, of course, of can we see 100 likes before the end of the pre-A finals? This is the last call for it. 90 seconds to go. We're on 93. Oh. And there's 272 people watching. So there's many more than 100 people not doing the job. Press the button, get the likes up to 100 before we move on to the last set of races. We're on to the last lap of this one. Benji Hamilton has this one in his control. 5 seconds clear of Logan McAllister. Ellis McKenzie P2 as there's a scrap going on here. This is all around 4th, 5th, 6th places. And there's drivers involved here in the battle for the places in Genk. Lewis Prendergast has had a good day, up to 6th place in this one. Jensen Barnard's fought back as well, is now running in 7th place. And Tom Justice is showing again that consistency is the key, I think, today. You can have a bit of a spill, but if you can come back through with some consistent laps, you can still get a good position. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter there, round the outside of Jensen Barnard, and up to 8th place.
Yeah, round the outside seems to be the name of the game here today at Warden Laws. We look on to the number 89 belated car getting ready to start the next lap, or their last lap of this race. Let's have a look at see where our race leaders. Benjamin Hamilton looks pretty much unrivaled. 5 seconds is the gap between himself and Logan McAllister. Only real news event from his race has been a cone warning, and he now has 5 seconds.
Benji! He nearly ran off the road there.
We need to stop talking about race leaders on the last lap.
So Benji Hamilton, well, he's not a championship contender because he's only done 2 rounds of this championship so far, but he's going to keep his 100% streak in the north going with a pre-A final win. Logan McAllister will extend his championship lead with 2nd place, and then look at this scrap going on. As I say, Ellis McKenzie keeps himself in a good position for the ticket to Genk. Sam Morse, P4. Thomas Welsford, that's a useful result. I know he's shaking his head, but that's more good points as he looks to secure a top 3 spot in the championship. Prendergast 6th, Justice 7th. Aaron Feuchter, Barnard and Jack Bromham will come over the line all in the top 10.
Yep, fantastic stuff there from Benjamin Hamilton. 5.4 seconds was the delta in the end for your front runners. That does bring an end to our like challenge as well. It is 94 now. I did my duty. But too little too late, unfortunately. Either way, that brings an end to our pre-finals for today's running, with our junior super lightweights putting on yet
we did it. 112.
Oh,
thank you, everybody.
Fantastic.
There we go.
There we go. I should have had faith. Well done, everyone.
It's never in doubt. It's never in doubt, our Club 100 community. We've had a few guesses for what's different at Genk. Nobody's got it yet. Nobody's got it. As I say, go on the website pages for the event. The difference is there. You've just got to think. It's a very Rotax change.
Oh, so
I'll
it's
give
not
you a clue.
like minus 0.2 degree of camber.
No. Far more important than that. Anyway, that's the pre-A finals done. We'll switch our attention now back to the cadets. The first of the B finals is up next.
Here we go then, the first bit of final action out here today. It's the Cadet Super Lightweight B final for our running. Let's have a look at how the grid is shaping up. Yeah, the first couple of carters are coming out, but it's Sebastian Hill, Jack Mills on row 1, Dexter Hazeldine and Lily Cattinall on row 2. Mia Gualtieri and Freddie Thompson complete your third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, it will be Jake Goodall, and then we are also going to have Jensen Goodall, and Ryan Hamlet. Then we have Jess Kirby, Lucas Fradgley on row 5, Zamvout and Nikolai on row 6. Then we have Isaac Layton, Sebastian Harris, row 7, Archie Flynn and Lewis Forster on the 8th row of the grid. Then we have Joe Fleming and Jack Lewis on row 9. Seeing our cadet carters heading out into Sector 3 then. Not long to go before we get our first bit of final racing action underway.
What do you think to that? Don't say it. I want to see if they get it.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to. I just would like
yeah.
It's playing on my own mind, so now I need to know. But now I do know.
Yeah.
Interesting. Of course. Makes sense. Yeah.
Right. B final.
I didn't know you could fit a V8 into a go-kart.
You can if you're Club 100. Right, 2 places on the grid for the A final. Whose season is going to come to a close in the B final? Who's going to continue on in very different conditions to the last time these drivers raced? We are racing once again for 11 minutes here at Warden Law. Drivers even starting to take the inside line through turn 1, but it's still not the preferred option. It's another run round the outside. Oh, it nearly goes. It does go wrong for some drivers on the approach to turn 2, but it's Jack Mills who has the early lead.
It is indeed Sebastian Hill losing out from pole this time around, as we have another spin there. That is the 61 of Sam Vout pointing the wrong direction, is able to get back on the way, nearly makes contact with another driver. In doing so, they are both able to progress on through, pointing the right direction. And yeah, it's another action-packed start to our racing here at Warden Law at the Cadet Super B final, your first bit of final action underway. You mentioned the inside line beginning to become an opportunity. It did work for Jensen Barnard in the
previous race,
pre-A final on that first race start. We didn't see it again, but it really did work down the inside for him. So we might start to see a few drivers picking up on that and start to see a slight change in the dynamic as we push later on. Number 72 of Jack Mills then, your current race leader as we head through the gasworks. And now it is all to play for one of our rookie drivers here who just needs to progress on through. Of course, rep charge still applies. B finalists can still make their way up through the A finals.
Someone with a very snazzy pair of sunglasses has got the answer. It's not Radiator, no David Whitehouse, it's not electrifying news, it's none of that. Salvador Newman, you are spot on. Absolutely spot on, well done. So head to the comments if you want to check what the change, or the difference I should say, for Genk is going to be. I saw them on a test kart a few weeks ago. Not a few weeks ago, it's been a long week and a bit. I saw them at the BUKC test on Monday last week and went, that's not normal. And I thought, yeah, of course. 8 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Jack Mills leads it from Mia Gualtieri, Sebastian Hill, Dexter Hazeldine. This is a good scrap, this. I say 2 spots through to go to the A final. Keep your comments of support coming in for our Cadet Super Lightweights. Good bit of drive there for Dexter, but no way through into 3rd place yet. If you're just joining us and you've missed any of the action so far today, you can watch it all back for free on your Alpha Live YouTube channel. Mills and Gualtieri starting to get a bit of a gap to Hill and Hazeldine. They don't want to fight too hard, those 2 drivers, for 3rd and 4th place. Unfortunately, I think there's been a problem for Lily Catignon. Lily's fallen down to 18th place. I think Freddie Thompson has also had an issue, down to 17th place, but they're still circulating, still going on out there. For Jack Mills, so far this season, I think this would be the first A race for Jack Mills in the North in 2025. For Mia in the number 65, hasn't missed an A final when he's been driving so far this year. So the driver of the number 65 was 19th and 22nd in the A finals at PF International and Wilton Mill. Wasn't at GYG, wasn't at Rowra.
We do actually have a spinning under yellows penalty coming through for a couple of drivers, so conditions clearly not quite ideal, or as some drivers would like them. Jack Mills, though, still pushing up quite nicely. 1:38 we're now seeing from that leading driver, 2.5 seconds clear. We're looking back, though, at the battle between Gualtieri and Sebastian Hill, heading up on through to Sector 3 in just a moment. Gualtieri is the one with all the pressure on her, but very much rising to the occasion at the moment. Heading up on through the chicane, Sebastian Hill, nothing that they can do just yet. Gasworks is going to be the next big overtaking opportunity, if there is one, following that
Oh, now big. Oh, sorry. No, I got confused.
I did exactly the same
I read
thing.
my Jackson numbers ending with a 2 and got too excited.
I did the very same thing.
So it's not a penalty for the race leader. Unfortunately, it is for the number 32, not the 72. I have got new glasses on for this round, honest. They're not working, though. Oh, now there was a spin there. That was the leader, though. Oh, now there's a problem for Jack Mills. Oh, Jack Mills has spun through the exit of Horseshoe. Oh, the comms curse has hit. And now Mia Gualtieri leads this race, and Mia's pulling away. Mia is pulling away now from Sebastian Hill. Sebastian Hill may not know it, but Sebastian is going through. I just wonder whether it was another example of someone running a bit wide through that latter part, that third part of the Horseshoe that we've seen a lot of drivers flirting with the dirt so far today. There were a lot of speeding on the yellow penalties coming through. Now, I wonder, sometimes on a data-driven approach, if there's been a yellow flag out there particularly. Oh, it's round! Oh, round's gone Hill! Hill now loses second place. Dexter Hazeltine goes through into second place. There's a flurry of speeding under yellow penalties as well. I think this is going to be data-driven and drivers setting their personal bests whilst there are a number of yellows out. So Lily Cattignon, Freddie Thompson, Jack Lewis, Isaac Layton. No, these are all spinning under yellows out there on circuit. Sorry, apologies. I thought I got my rules confused again. Not a spinning or a speeding under yellow. It's a spinning under yellow. That's why speeding under yellow has now become racing under yellow.
Yes, racing under yellow. Yeah.
It's meant to not make me confused, but I'm getting a bit old and I still get confused. Either way, it's penalties for those drivers. As off is the 33, that's Ryan Hamblett. That was on the reverse angle through Gasworks. Just over 4.25 minutes of this race to go, though. Top two at the moment. Mia Gualtieri in the number 65 and Dexter Hazeltine there in the number 11. And it kind of delivers the point that I was going to make and is now defunct and old. This is just the kind of race where not making a mistake will reward you a lot. That putting the driver ahead of you under pressure, let them make the mistake. Don't try and force the overtake in, because that's when you make a mistake. But just being on the rear bumper of another driver, make them push a little bit harder and find the limit or go over limit earlier than you do.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gualtieri has done perfectly in this race. The lead is now by 2.5 seconds. We look on to Hazeltine, who's now under pressure. Sebastian Hill wants that position back, wants to make amends for that previous incident, and is now having looked to see can that car fit down the inside. It was a decent run, but a gap builds up, and we do have a yellow flag, so nothing can be done through the next couple of corners. But actually, Hill getting very close to Hazeltine here, and is poised, eager, ready to try and find a way past if one does present itself to him.
Hello to Sel Newman again, who tells me in the chat that the special sunglasses from the back end of last season, and I think with the awards at the start of this calendar year, have been lost. I think that might actually be a good thing for everybody, because they looked terrible on some people. They tried to put them on me back in last year. I was like, nah. I have enough problems looking like an idiot on camera. I don't need a pair of
what is the nature of these
sunglasses going on my face.
Right, okay.
2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Gualtieri now 3. This will be a really nice position for Mia. You come through a hard day, all of this weather. You're in the rhythm, pulling away from the rest of the field now. Probably the worst thing that Mia could do right now is back off. Just keep this rhythm going, keep that consistency up. She's pulling away from the rest of the field, 3.5 seconds clear of the rest, as there's a spin for the number 61 of Sam Vout. It was in 7th place, will drop out of that position now. Good scrap going on here, though, Reeve, for the final spot in the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. In effect, Sebastian Hill becomes Mia Gualtieri's best friend in this race. Keeps Dexter Hazeltine occupied. Hazeltine can't focus really on P1, is far more interested, I'm sure, in just maintaining that repechage position up until the A final at this point, because Sebastian Hill does know what is at stake here. Has a look down the inside, tries to take a tighter run, but Hazeldine's able to carry that speed around the outside with that slightly higher grip potentially, and is looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Here is Mia Gualtieri, 90 seconds left on the clock. No major challenge coming her way at the moment. Just needs to keep the nose clean, just needs to trundle along quite comfortably. I say that, it's only 3.5 seconds. We've seen bigger gaps before. I mean, I think back to our first bit of racing action today where it was only a 30-second gap that allowed certain drivers to actually take the victory after multiple spins. So 3.5 seconds has actually closed down quite substantially to 1.6 seconds now. So Mia Gualtieri not having an ideal previous lap, whereas Dexter Hazeldine banged in their fastest lap of the session so far, or at least matching that.
Yeah, but still with these conditions, overtaking is going to be very, very difficult, and Hazeldine's got a decent gap now to Sebastian Hill. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. A few changes up and down the order. Sam Vout, unfortunately, has had an unsafe release penalty for those following the number 61. That's unfortunate. Will drop down from 9th place. Jensen Gordel is through into 8th. Lucas Fradgley up into the top 10. That's a gain of 4 places. In fact, I think that was all on the last lap. Lucas gradually gained 4 places.
Wow.
On lap number 5 there, ahead now of Jack Lewis, Freddie Thompson, Nico Lay, and I think Archie Flynn has dropped down the order as well. But Mia Gualtieri through the back chicane for the final time in this one. Just got to get through Gasworks, I feel. This is the one that drivers have been having problems with. You can see the nice, calm approach of Mia Gualtieri down through that part of the course. Got to love with all the clear visors today as well, that you can see the concentration on the driver's eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And this type of driving, it might only be an 11-minute sprint, but it takes so much out of you mentally, how much you're having to think about just to stay on the track. So a real hats off to all the drivers involved here in the racing today, but particularly to Mia Gualtieri at this moment, who takes race victory. Dexter Hazeldine comes home P2, Sebastian Hill P3. To Gualtieri and Hazeldine, who will be pushing on through to the A final. Sebastian Hill rounds out your podium. Then we have Jack Mills coming home P4, followed by Jess Kirby completing your top 5. A little bit of a wait for that, but yeah, great drive from everyone involved there. Gualtieri pushing on up from 5th on the grid to take race victory.
Yeah, I'm back into an A final. I was mistaken earlier. Second A final of the year for Mia Gualtieri. Dexter Hazeldine continues a run of making it to the A final. That's now 3 in a row for Dexter in the North Championship. Sebastian Hill, 3rd, will I think still be pretty happy with that run. A good solid amount of points for Sebastian Hill today in these tricky conditions. Yeah, I think that's going to be the best day of the season for Sebastian Hill, with a 5th and a 3rd through the B final. Not quite able to break through into the A tier races today, but I'm sure there'll be more races to come for Sebastian, whether it be at Buckmore Park for the South final round or in 2026.
Absolutely. Plenty more opportunities to come, and plenty more opportunities for us to see some more brilliant racing action here as we do bring an end to our Cadet Super Lightweight B final. Up next, it's our Junior Lightweight B final race.
Back with us here at a beautiful karting northeast Warden Law on the Costa del Sunderland. The sun may be setting because, of course, the clocks have changed, but we're not quite ready to say goodbye to this 2025 season of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North Championships. Junior Lightweight North B final next. John Wall will start on pole position. Charlie Murray alongside on the front row. Leon Metcalf-Dragota starts on row 2. He's joined by Rudy Gilmore Kelly. Harry Clark and Kira Boylan, they go from row number 3. Directly behind them on row 4 will be Jack Matthews and Edward Gorner. Lily Charlton and Toby Clark, they go from row 5. It's then Noah Hadwin and Riley Lewis starting from row 6. Dimitri Borowski and Abdul Karim Williams go from row 7. Freddie Coleman Evans and Henry Gorner have work to do from row 8. Felix Flynn and Harvey Sales go from row 9, and Charlie Mullaney had a tough time in the pre-final earlier on today. Will start shotgun on the field, 19th out of 19 here in this B final. Will not be too far away, I think, from the lights going on. And our first
yeah,
bit
I was
of
just thinking
under the floodlights racing of this part of the season. I think we've only got about another 25 minutes of daylight remaining.
We do indeed, but I'm sure that's not going to stop our drivers from having some fun out there as we head around behind the pace cart once more. So we've got a few more drivers to head up on behind and get formed up.
Good number of people still on the gantry and below it as well. New race building here at Karting North East. Lots of activity in the building as well, particularly when it comes to Rotax racing. Venator Racing Engines team based here. Hunter Motorsport as well. Wonder if we'll see any of these drivers racing in the Rotax owner ranks in the years to come. And as well, of course, in Club 100 Seniors, a number of drivers continuing the pathway, looking to step up into the seniors from these championships next year, and an expanded Seniors North programme for 2026. There's going to be more opportunities for them to do that. Anyone watching Mexico City? No, we are busy. No Formula One spoilers in the chat, please.
It doesn't start until 8 PM anyway, BST.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is very, very true.
Anyway, it's more entertaining racing here.
Absolutely. Another formation lap. The reason why we say that is there will be people in the chat and also commentators who may want to watch the race when they get home.
Yes.
Don't do what someone did to me on that 2021 finale. I like this story and I haven't told it in a while. Wilton Mill Kart Club, me and Mr. Mitchell, who sends his regards, by the way, has just had Babby number 2.
Ah,
baby
congratulations.
Rufus. Yeah, someone spoiled Abu Dhabi 2021 during a red flag right at the end of the last round of the championship for Wilton Mill Kart Club. As you can tell, I'm totally over it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. No spoilers in the chat, please. Meanwhile, pace laps continuing. We are now. I wonder, is this a technical problem? I was just poking my head round the window to see, have we had a time reduction on this race from 11 to 9 minutes? Not expecting to see one because we haven't had a false start in this race. But as you can see there, we have no timing clock on the gantry at all. So I just wonder if there's been a bit of a gremlin that the team will be working on in race control. Yeah, I think that might be why we're going on. I might be wrong, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure if I am wrong, I will be swiftly told to stop talking complete rubbish. But I think that's the cause of our little pause here at the circuit. Floodlights are now on, so for anyone watching the broadcast around the circuit, huddle in the car for warmth. That will, of course, mean clear visors are mandatory now. You cannot run with a tinted visor once the floodlights are on. Keep it locked here on your broadcast for Club 100 Cadet and Junior North. This is not our last broadcast of the year, of course, on Alpha Live on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. I think I saw this as a question in the chat earlier. Thank you very much for all your comments, everybody. Yeah, we've gone red flag. Not whilst this situation is sorted out. It's a perfect opportunity to tell you that, yeah, weekend of the 8th and 9th of November, we'll be back, won't we?
We will indeed.
At Buckmore Park for the last days of the South Championships. And there are some really, really close scenarios in that one. So that's going to be a dramatic day, not just for championships, but also for tickets to Genk. The same again, top 5. It was originally top 3. It's now top 5 drivers in the junior categories will go to Genk. And we'll also have the 23rd of November back at Buckmore Park again for the final round of the senior sprints. So particularly if you've been tuning in today for the cadets and juniors, join us 23rd of November. Say it'll be very cold down at Buckmore Park, but you can watch it from home in the warmth. Do give that support to the other half of the Club 100 community in the seniors. And as I say, for many of the juniors, they might want to watch that to maybe get ready for 2026, Reeve, because as we saw at the start of this year, it really seems to have hit the knee point now. Drivers who've maybe raced a couple of years in the juniors now stepping up to the seniors to continue their Club 100 racing journeys.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even anyone who's a prospective Club 100 competitor in any of the Club 100 divisions. Just watching along, you get a glimpse of how the days run, how they're formatted, what the little nuances are, the little nuggets of information that we might give you here or there. It's a good idea just to tune in, watch along, and get an insight into the world of Club 100. We have so many different ways for you to get involved through the cadets and juniors, obviously, through the seniors that we've just mentioned, through SB40, SB60, through BUKC, British University's karting championship, which obviously I'll always be an advocate for, as well as the aforementioned iRacing championship as well, if you fancy something in the world of sim racing. So bit of something for everyone, really, with Club 100. So do make sure you do stay tuned. Share it amongst your friends, family, those who you think might be involved or might be interested in the world of racing, because always some entertainment to be had. I believe, Andrew, you do have an update on
it is a little technical gremlin. These things happen sometimes, but obviously for fairness, we need the timing system working. Well, it's more not just the timing system and drivers coming over the line and knowing who's first, who's second, who's third, who's fourth. It's the penalties as well.
Yes.
It's, if someone needs to be called into the pits because they've been a naughty driver, we currently can't do that. So that's why we've just come to a stop.
I mean, it's completely understandable. If I was a timing system and I had to sit outside in the cold and the rain all year, I wouldn't be very happy.
It should be prepared for those who are on the Costa del Sunderland. But nevertheless, we'll be back with more action in a short while. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Tim Penny. Hello, Tim. It looks like a mighty chilly day there. It's fine.
It's lovely.
Absolutely fine. No, it's pretty chilly. Do you know how chilly it is, Tim? Even Jimbo has put long trousers on. Jimbo started the day in shorts. He lasted till about 11:45. I think that's the first time in about 3 years I've seen Jimbo in long trousers. I think we're good to go. Yes, we're starting to see timing information coming back into us in the box. So well done to Race Control, well done to the Karting Northeast team. The issues look to be fixed, and we will recommence with this 11 minutes race. It won't be 11 laps today.
Turn it off, turn it on again.
This is why, though, in the UK we run to minutes and not laps for anyone watching overseas. I was out in Italy last week for an event that ran in terms of time very well, but the previous year was an absolute deluge, and suddenly those 8-lap races became very, very long. So always running to time here. Just a quick reminder of the grid for this one. So John Wall and Charlie Murray on the front row, Leon Metcalf, Jagota and Rudy Gilmore Kelly on row 2, Harry Clark and Kira Boylan on row 3, Jack Matthews and Lily Charlton row 4, Ed Gorner and Noah Hadwin on row 5, Toby Chalk, Dimitri Borowski, Riley Lewis, Freddie Coleman-Evans, Felix Flynn, Abdul Kareem Williams, Charlie Mullaney, Henry Gorner and Harvey Sales all ready to go in this one. Oh no, there's another spin on the last corner. We go green. We don't wait for spinners on the formation lap, and away we go once again for 11 minutes.
It's Wall versus Metcalf here, as we can see down the inside there. The number 10 of Jack Matthews having a look there. A little bit too far back to make anything stick, but it's your top two breaking away from the rest of the pack. That is a tremendous start actually for Charlie Murray, who works the way up into the lead of this race. Having looked down the inside, that's Harry Clark trying to make amends for some difficulties earlier on in the racing action today. pretty bunched up in the mid-pack here, but it's your top two here. John Wall, Charlie Murray leading the charge.
Contact warning for Lily Charlton, but apart from that, Lily's had a really good start. Started this one from around 9th place, is already up to P4. Oh dear, one driver off the road. Is that the number... I hope that's not the number 70, because if it is, that is a right old hit of the commentator's curse. Might be the 10, actually, of Jack Matthews. We'll confirm that in a moment. Good start for Charlie Mullaney as well, but Charlie had a really tough time in the pre-B final, but straight away that bright yellow helmet is on the move in a good direction towards the front of the field.
It is indeed, as we head through Gasworks once more. Tighter run for John Wall, who has a look down the inside. Nothing they can do from that far back, but maybe might have another opportunity as we head into the penultimate corner. Gets close once again. There's still about a cart's length separating the two, and we have a brief look back to Harry Clark. Here we go then. Charlie Murray leading us onto the start-finish straight once more. Very little separating P1 and P2 here. As we see, Wall has a look down the inside. The inside hasn't been the ideal run previously, but here we see Harry Clark and Lily Charlton having a drag race in the background. Let's see, it's going to be Harry Clark down the inside, keeps it nose out in front, but actually compromised on the exit, and that means that Lily Charlton sives on through. That's P3 for Lily Charlton.
There's a yellow flag there out. Oh, the race leader. Oh, Charlie Murray has let go of a place in the A final. Gets back on circuit, I think at around 8th or 9th place. Now, the other close thing there was two drivers racing towards a yellow flag. As long as they weren't racing through the yellow flag, they'll be fine. As off goes the number 35 of Leon Metcalf-Chagota. So Leon Metcalf-Chagota out of this race. Harry Clark's had a penalty. It's not been a good day for Harry Clark. Harry Clark, sadly, is going to move further down the order. He's got a penalty for loading at the very start of the race. Has moved past Lily Charlton there for position on the road, but he's going to be falling back down the order, and I think he's going to be losing the ticket to Genka for being in the top 5. Meanwhile, John Wall leads this race by a distance. I wouldn't say a fully comfortable distance at the moment, because this is not a day to be comfortable, no matter where you are up and down the order. But 8 minutes to go here, Reeve. This race has turned on its head.
It has indeed, and to make matters worse for Charlie Murray, that's an unsafe release penalty coming in. That is pretty much race over, isn't it, at this point for our former race leader. There we go then. Charlie Wall continues on. Harry Clark in P2 also carrying a penalty. Lily Charlton currently running in P3, just behind Harry Clark there, but effectively doesn't need to do the overtake on the road, but I'm sure wants to anyway.
It does indeed. So right now Charlton would be sitting on in a position that will give a path through to the A final, but not if Toby Clark can get down the inside and take 3rd place on the road. Good work there from Toby Clark. Moves past Lily Charlton. Dmitry Borowski having a good race here as well. Bright orange helmet there in P5. I think Lily Charlton's just not quite got the pace at the moment. Maybe not quite got the tyre temperature. And is off. Oh, and spins out. And there's another driver involved as well down there at Senna 1. Oh dear. Well, once again, you can start to see the changes in the track as well, and where you've got levels of dampness on the track, where you've not got that dampness on the track. So it was Toby Clark. Oh, Toby Clark's gone as well. Oh, the 62 that had just moved up to 3rd place on the road. 2nd place once penalties are applied for Harry Clark. Looks like Clark is out of this one now. So Dmitry Borowski's going to be sitting in repercharging position now. There's Kira Boylan on your screens going wheel to... Charlie Mullaney is not out of potentially going through to an A final here. Charlie started at the very back of the field, is already up into the top 6 on the road. It'll be the top 4 now, possibly top 3. I think that's a move. Oh, not quite, no, because Borowski's still up the road as well. So Wall is fine, leads by 3.6, ahead of Clark. As Boylan and Mullaney getting into one another. They're both going to go wide. I thought they were going to go fully off the road there. This is over 4th place on the road, 3rd place once penalties are applied. Still 5 minutes and 45 in this one to go.
Somehow, Mullaney did very well to keep hold of it then, but disaster for some of our drivers so far.
Yeah, not a surprise to see a contact warning there for for Kira Boylan in that number 14. So just to take stock, sadly Toby Clark now down to 18th place. Lily Charlton down to 15th place. So both of those drivers are going to be out of it. The 115 of Charlie Murray's not out of this. So Charlie, having had the early race lead, Reeve, has worked his way back up to P6 and has clearly got pace.
Yeah, absolutely does. It's really impressive stuff from Charlie to not take a knock to the confidence after that early race incident. Carrying on is very much, as you say, clawing the way back through as we head into Gasworks. Has a look down the inside, finds two positions potentially. Yep, that's secure. And in fact, it's going to be Charlie Mullaney now trying to find a way past as well.
Should remind myself, though, that Charlie Murray has an unsafe release penalty from that spin earlier on. So even if Murray is able to get back up the order, Kira Boylan throwing it in again, trying to get through. He's going to lose out now to Mullaney down the pit straight. Oh, Kira knows it. Little shake of the head there. It's still a good run for these drivers. Contact warning the other way now for Charlie Mullaney. So both of them basically on a yellow card. 4 minutes of this race remaining. Lap time's still steady, as I say. That it is, I wouldn't say getting drier out there, Reeve. It's just getting less wet. The trouble is now the sun's gone down. That little bit of solar energy that we needed to move it up from maybe 4 degrees to 5 degrees.
Yeah,
that's gone now. So again, the track is going to be pretty tricky for the drivers out there. It's going to stay around in these 134s for lap times.
Absolutely. I think we're in a really tricky, greasy spot as well, where the track's inviting. The track is basically saying to drivers, come on, have a go. Grip. Yeah, you can make that move. Go for it. And then it betrays them.
Yes.
So it's a really tricky track condition to judge at the moment. You're not sure what you're going to get. It's clearly still much greasier than it looks, and it does look pretty shiny, but it's clearly even less grippy than we can see.
So, will Dmitry Borowski, in everything that's been going on in this race, know that the driver directly ahead of him, Harry Clark, has a penalty? If he doesn't need to attack.
Yeah.
Because we'll inherit the second place at the end of this race. Jack Matthews doing the wise thing there, just moving over to driver's right, keeping out of the way of the race leaders. But it's one of the tricky nuances. Always off the road is Leon Metcalf-Dragota down at Senna 1 for the second time today. That's a good shot that shows you just how much lower that part of the circuit is. There's another driver that's had a problem with that, Henry Gorner, possibly in the 71, who's gone off at Gasworks. But yeah, the level of incline that you've got to get the kart up to push back up to the track at Senna 1, very tricky indeed.
Karting is a physical sport
in
many ways, some of which you maybe don't even think about at first. One of them has got to be pushing a kart back onto the track.
Which you are allowed to do in this series. This is a good scrap. Number 22 of Gilmore Kelly, the 94 of Lewis. Lily Charlton trying to come back through. Back up to 13th place. See Lily there, racing in the white, blue and pink of AJ Racing. For those not aware, AJ Racing, an all-female karting team run by a driver formerly of the BUKC parish. Amy Jurger, former Sheffield BUKC captain. Has been doing some great efforts with that team over, I want to say, the last 18 months or so since Ami's been running that effort. And as I say, as an all-female on-track team, also she's come through the sport, raced to a very high level, racing the British Superkart Championship, and formed that team to give other young girls the opportunity to get into owner racing. And
fantastic.
Full credit to her for doing that.
What a lovely remark to bring an end to this race on. We are now on the last lap of this race. We're looking on at Harry Clark, still second on the road, does have that penalty from earlier on for loading. Which, on the top of my head, I can't remember how much of a grip penalty that is, to be honest.
Enough. It's more than one position, I can tell you that.
Yeah, 45 seconds left on the clock. 0.3 of a second to separate them on the timing tower, but they're much closer, are Harry Clark and Dmitry Borovsky. Again, it goes back to our earlier discussion. Does Borovsky know
I don't think he does.
that he doesn't need to do this in effect, because they are getting pretty elbows out and they're battling. Harry Clark maybe does know, potentially, but doesn't want to give up the position. And Borovsky works the way through. Here is John Wall then.
I think Harry let him through there, knowing he might need the points for the ticket to Genk.
Yeah.
That might be quite... Knows he can't go through. Sacrifice one place to not end up losing 3, 4, 5 if there's an incident at Gasworks. That is, on a difficult day, I think, if I'm right, that's a very heads-up piece of driving from Harry Clark. A heads-up piece of driving as well for John Wall. John goes through to the A final and will win this race in the end by 5.4 seconds at least. Dmitry Borovsky takes second place on the road. That'll be a good feeling for Dmitry to go through. Harry Clark third, and ends the season there. It's going to be a bit of a nervous wait now to see if Harry is going to stay in the top 5 in the championship at the end of the round. I don't think that's going to be the case. Good drive from Kira Boylan as well. We'll see Kira racing in the Club 100 iRacing Championship a week on Tuesday. In round 3 will be in the MX-5s at Knock Hill, and a top 5 for Kira in that B final. In fact, that'll be more than a P5, because Charlie Murray will drop at least a few positions for an unsafe release. I think Kira might have inherited third place there late on, so a really good result. Mulaney, I think Charlie Mulaney is my star of that race. Had a really, really torrid time in the pre-final. A lot of spins, let's put it that way, and comes through to, as I say, P6 on the road, and will be more once penalties are applied.
Well, indeed, yeah, fantastic progression for the field for Charlie Mulaney there. That sort of junior lightweight B final coming to an end as the daylight here at Warden Law comes to an end. We're going to move on then to our Cadet Lightweight North B finalists who are heading out on track next.
Beautiful skies then here at Karting North East, getting ready for our next B final. 2 spots on the grid in the A final in Cadet Lightweight up for grabs, and Tyler Shanks and James Binley will start this race from the front row of the grid. Ardit Roy Chowdhury and Atty Cooper, they start from row 2. George Glossop and Harry Berry Whiting go from the third row of the grid. They're ahead of Adam Asgar and Oliver Renshaw on row 4. Harry Woods and Jasper Newell complete the top 10 on row 5. It's then Rian Roy Chowdhury and Jack Gibbons on row 6. Harry Horn and Andrei Vasikov start in the midfield on row 7. They're ahead of Thomas Payne and Bobby Peters on row 8. Oliver Sanderson and Libby Venus go from row number 9. Savannah Shelvin completes the 19-strong field. So this race once again will be 11 minutes. The last race potentially of the year for a number of our drivers in the Cadet North Championship. As, spin, Gasworks, area of lots of action today. And the cone being rearranged there as well. Now the question is, will we go to green this time around, or will it be another rolling lap?
We might just about get...
No, I think we're going to go, yeah.
Yeah, we're just about getting formed up in time here, so we head around onto the start-finish straight. Down the tram lines we go. Green lights for another race here. Cadet Lightweight North B finalists are on the way. As we can see, Tyler Shanks has the inside here. It's James Binley trying to hang it around the outside, but down the inside, George Glossop from all the way down in 6th spins out after a move that looked like it might have been on. Torrid start to his race, it all comes undone.
And Harry Horn, who span at the formation lap of the first race, has been involved on that first corner as well. Round goes the 42. Now this is all breaking down a bit in this B final. That was Harry Woods going for a turn. Penalty for Savannah Shelvin for breaking formation from the back of the field.
Roy Chowdhury spun round in there at some point as well. It is chaos for the first couple of corners.
So at the front of the field then, it's James Binley in the number 75 going wheel to wheel with Ardit Roy Chowdhury. But I say they're not right at the front of the field. They're battling for 4th place. I think Adam Asgard's had a really good start to this race. Complete opposite of what we saw in the pre-final for Adam. Running up towards Gasworks for the first time. It is the number 48 of Athena Cooper. So Atty Cooper turned 13 a few weeks ago, did Atty. And she's had a really good start to this race. Has one of those 2 transfer spots. I think there's been a further problem perhaps at Gasworks because the yellow lights are illuminated up at the top of the circuit. So we'll count them through at the end of this lap then. Cooper leads with 9 minutes and 20 seconds to play on the clock. Asgar at the moment would be going through as well. Asgar looking down the inside for the lead through turn 1. This is looking good at the moment. Oh, good line round the outside there from Cooper to retain the race lead. James Binley was trying for 3rd place with Tyler Shanks. This has been a good race from these 4 drivers so far.
It has indeed. There we can see number 17, Asgar, finding a way down the inside here, but very much under pressure now, as we can see Cooper wanting to claw back that race lead. Over the shoulder though looks, that is number 75, James Binley, looking over the shoulder there, or very much under pressure.
And we saw James Binley be able to drive through the field in the pre-B final. Can Binley get the overtaking shoes on again to gain one more spot? Meanwhile, Cooper alongside Asgar for the race lead towards the back chicane. Asgar's going to be on a wider line there. Keep an eye on Binley. Binley might have the cutback out of the back chicane. 3 wide as they run round the top of the hill. Oh, that's a little bit rough there for Cooper, and round goes Binley. Oh, Binley facing in the wrong direction. Binley won't be too happy about that, and Cooper's now off the circuit. Cooper spins. Will be, oh no, she's not going to be able to rejoin. Oh, that's race over. That's race over for Athena Cooper. Will not go through to the A final. What a shame.
What a shame indeed. Carrying so much speed into Gasworks there. Obviously wants to...
As off goes the number 10. Sorry, Reeve. Harry Berry Whiting, the latest to spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as I was saying, Cooper there, late on the brakes, quite rightfully so, was on for a great overtake, but unfortunately the back end of the car was already kicking out.
And I think Hattie just clipped on driver's left, the little divot, the little curb, that on a day like today, something as small as that, we saw Ethan Guest just about hold on to it in one of the A-tier races earlier on today. There's another spin. This is down, this time down at turn 2 and
Andrew Vasikov.
Yeah, Vasikov, that was from 4th place. Again, we'll say it. It's about survival and consistency out there today.
In all of this, Adam Asgar now takes back the lead of this race. We saw through the chicane, he was hanging on a great move around the outside. It compromised him, he ran a bit deep. That was what allowed Athena Cooper to try and claw back the overtake running into Gasworks, but now Asgar takes charge once more. We can see that is Binley running quite deep into the right-hander there. The back end kicks out, is able to collect it, but loses a position in all that.
Yeah, James Binley might still have... Oh, there we go. I'll put that one on the chalkboard for commentators' curses. I was about to say James Binley still has a chance in this race. I think that's gone now with 6.5 minutes to go. Adam Asgar could have had the pace to go through in the pre-B final. But again, had a spin. Just needs to keep it calm and steady right now. He's had 2 appearances so far this season in the North Championships. One at PF, one at Wilton Mill. Has been through to the A final in both of those appearances. 6 minutes of this race to go. Lead is 1.2 seconds.
Oliver Sanderson jumping up into P4 after Vasikov's difficulties on that previous lap. 6 minutes, as we say, left to go in the race. Couple of contact warning coming in for Athena Cooper as well. She's in the mix in that brawl. I must say, in all that, only an 8th. So actually, with 5 minutes to go, not all said and done potentially.
Yeah, it needs a lot to happen though.
It would.
Because Cooper at the moment is, 8 seconds behind Tyler Shanks in 2nd place. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Change for 16th place. Looks like Aditya Chowdhury and Harry Woods, who we both saw in a bit of bother on the first lap. They're back through and into those positions ahead of Savannah Shelvin. A few contact warnings in. Adam Asgar and Athena Cooper had at least one each from earlier on in this race. Still just a single penalty in this one. as Cooper has a look to try and get past Vasikov. This is for 7th place. There is the driver at the moment, though, Reeve, in the pound seat of going through to, or one of the pound seats of going through to the A final. Tyler Shanks running P2 and with good pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Started first on the grid, dropping down a position overall then, but you know what, I think in a race with as much action as we've had, you'll take that. Just needs to run comfortably towards the end now. Can't rest too easy, only 1.5 seconds down to Jack Gibbons, who started 12th and he was up into 3rd. Oliver Sanderson, 17th and into 4th. So some really good, strong drives in this B final. A few drivers tempted by that, enticed by the idea of jumping into that A final. But yeah, Tyler Shanks having a great run out there. Our top scoring rookie driver so far in this race.
See the sparks coming up off the bottom of the carts when the curbs are clipped now as well. 4 minutes of this race to go. Finley, if not mentioned already, back up to 12th place ahead of Venus. Horn and Adit Roy Chowdhury continuing their drive back through the field. Every single position counts for points, of course, as well. So, you know, there's always a reason to keep pushing on in these B finals. Which particularly for drivers looking to maybe, not every driver can be racing for top 5, top 10. You know, say, I remember when I had my first season of Club 100 racing, it was like, can I break into the top 30? I didn't, but it was still the target later on in the season for that continuous improvement.
Yeah, exactly. I remember my first Club 100 very mixed, first and only. Either P3 or usually around about 30th.
Yes.
One of the two.
One of the two.
Yeah.
There's Tyler Shanks continuing to go round. Lap time still hanging around the 1:35. So as I say, the track is not going to get any quicker, I think, between now and the end of the day. Adam Asghar. Now, has Adam Asghar had a problem here? Adam Asghar's behind Tyler Shanks, so has not lost his place in the A final yet, and now is furiously trying to way forward to say, let's keep pointing forward. Jack Gibbons is not out of this. Jack Gibbons still has a chance, and again, that's what we've been saying. Keep it clean, keep the mistakes to 0, and you stand a good chance of getting through.
Absolutely. Jack Gibbons smells blood, I think, because 0.7 of a second faster than Tyler Shanks was on that previous lap. So it does have a decent turn of pace here, could close up, and particularly might be made easier for him if Adam Asghar and Tyler Shanks now get mixed in the battling now. We see side by side, potentially a little ways back is Asghar. Nowhere for him to go just yet. Both trying to run the slightly wider line where there is some grip still on the track. Curb warning does come in for Asghar as well. I suspect related to whatever.
Turn 2.
Yeah, at turn 2, whatever. Oh no, so that was on this lap then.
Yeah, on this lap.
But
As
through he goes.
Asghar takes the race lead away from Tyler Shanks. So Tyler Shanks now again is the driver on the bubble. Jack Gibbons started the season with a 3rd place in a B final in front of Alpha Live cameras. That was back at GYG. Way back at round 1. Asghar off and it's spun and is going to lose 2nd place. Through goes Jack Gibbons.
There we go then. Jack Gibbons now just ahead of Adam Asghar. One of those really unfortunate slow proceeding spin outs, but down the inside, Asghar's got the pace. He takes the position back.
Yeah, Asghar's got good pace, but needs to keep control of the kart with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. This will be the last lap then that they're going on to now. Tyler Shanks has the lead of this race. Tyler Shanks' season so far for the driver of the number 53 hasn't been to an A final so far this season. Could this be Tyler Shanks going through at the 5th and final chance into the biggest race of the day for these cadet lightweights? Adam Asghar has been there, of course. Jack Gibbons has been there since that GYG 3rd place in a B final. He was made it through to the A final at the 4th attempt. Last time out up in Cumbria at Rowra. Asghar looking down the inside, doesn't necessarily need to make this move. Well read by Tyler Shanks there, Reeve. He's going to have to deal with Asghar again through center number 2, but if he does another cutback here, he's not going to be able to do it, but that's fine. Asghar the quicker driver now up the road. Shanks just needs to hold this position and we'll be going through.
Exactly that. Shanks' job now is to relinquish P1 and just make sure that he can take that repechage position. We are, of course, on the last lap. We head down to the gasworks, which has caught Asgar out in the past. Takes it much more gently this time round, doesn't go anywhere near the outside of the circuit, just cruises on through. 7 senses the gap between, sorry, they ignore that completely. But no, it's Asgar who leads us down through the final couple of corners. Shanks just behind, and Gibbons, who had a taste of a race victory, doesn't look like he's going to win out this time around, as Asgar, after many trials and tribulations, celebrates and takes race victory here. It's the North B final for the Cadet Lightweight, and it goes to Asgar. Shanks in P2, Jack Gibbons rounds out your podium, Sanderson in P4, and then James Binley late on with a fastest lap takes P5. That is a decent resurgence given how this race started for him. It's followed by George Glossops, Bobby Peters, Harry Benry Whiting, Jasper Newell, and then we have Andrei Vasyukov completing your top 10.
Properly entertaining race there for our cadets. And just over the line there, Athena Cooper and Libby Venus, 11th and 12th place. Oliver Renshaw, Thomas Payne, Harry Horn. Oh, I feel for Harry today. Good speed, but no luck on formation laps or lap 1. And it means it's P15 for the driver of kart 57. Ardit Roy Chowdhury comes over the line, P16. It'll be Harry Woods, P17. Last few karts coming over the line. And then Rian Roy Chowdhury will be our penultimate driver over the line. Just waiting for kart 32 to come round the final corner. There is Rian. A little bit frustrated at the end of the race. It's a tough day for many drivers out there. And Savannah Shelvin will complete the 19 finishes. But again, credit, I say we keep talking about it, conditions really tough. Everybody's finishing their races. They're all getting to the end. They're all learning along the way. So it's a credit to those cadet lightweights. We'll see Asgar and Shanks later on in the A final. More to come though. Junior Super Lightweights, their B final is next. Back to the Junior Super Lightweights then. Their B final is next here at Warden Law. A little bit of a headwind down the pit straight. Let's have a little bit of a chat then and look through the grid for this next race. Remember, it's 2 places to go through into the A final. This last of the B finals will start with Jamie Crampton on pole position, Ella Rowe alongside on the front row, Lewis Tracy and William Harvey on row 2, Jonah Young and Dan Griffin row 3, Caden Graham and Chris Yakimov on row 4. On row 5, Amy Gualtieri and James Wall, Kai Timmins and Max Poole on row 12, Paige Martin and Noah Morris on row 7, James McLaughlin and Oscar Mallet on row 8, Ollie Ward, Clara Boyce, Jacob Rattray and Mason Watson complete the top 20. It's then Alfie Hyde, Thomas Jackson, Caitlin Steppenbeck, Chris Clark and Jolan Wilkinson, 25 drivers in the field.
There we go then, there is your 25 drivers who will be getting ready to go racing once more. Our Super Lightweight B finalists are making their way down the tram lines for some more racing action. Crampton versus Rowe then, as we can see. Ella Rowe around the outside. Crampton will be defending on the inside. Bit of oversteer though for Crampton, who just about keeps it on the track. Loses time though. Through goes Ella Rowe. Watch out for Tracy and William Harvey as well, making their way on past. And that is Crampton struggling ever so slightly, but very much still in the mix, actually clawing it back and taking back P2.
A good start for everybody in this race. Good hello to Amanzi Nwosu as well in the chat, and just because I know that some of our drivers here in the north not necessarily racing at Buckmore Park in the south, good luck to any of our drivers racing in the I'd say we might have regionals, or then the final of course, the British Indoor Karting Championship that'll be taking place in the next few weeks. May well see some of those drivers from the BIKC on this grid for 2026. Oh dear, spinner in the middle of the pack. There were 2 Lewis Hamilton helmets in very close proximity there, so we'll confirm on tiring which one of them it was going round in a moment. Here's your battle for the race lead. Crampton and Rowe. Rowe taking that wide line. Oh! Crampton goes round, gets going again, doesn't actually lose too much there. That's not a complete disaster for Jamie Crampton. Still has a good chance in this race. It's Ella Rowe. Oh, I'm getting worried about drivers using that almost little berm on driver's right-hand side through the horseshoe. Someone is going to spin off of that in the A finals, I fear, later on today. But end of the first lap then. Ella Rowe leads this one from Lewis Tracy. Lewis Tracy looked a bit out of sorts in the pre-B final, but Lewis knows still has a chance of a top 5 in the championship and potentially a run through to Genk on one of those tickets available in the juniors. Lewis Tracy cannot let the season end here in this B final.
Absolutely not. And what a great run, by the way, for Ella Rowe to actually avoid the spinning cart at Gasworks on that previous lap. It was pretty close quarters, but she managed to keep the nose clean.
8 minutes and 45 of this one to go. If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure that you click that like button. I want more. I know we hit 100 earlier. Can we hit 150? By the end of today. We're at 118 at the moment on our screen here in the box. Meanwhile, good scrap going on here for third place. This is William Harvey, Jamie Crampton, James Wall, all involved, running towards Gasworks now. Lewis Tracy's being given a bit of breathing room here in second place. As down the inside there goes Crampton, back up to P3. James Wall is going to be on the outside there. That's going to get tight on the approach to the horseshoe, but they made it work.
Yep, just managed to cling on there. But in their battling, they are allowing those two front runners to absolutely break away here. Here we see Crampton has the inside for the final corner. The inside line is beginning to open up as more of an opportunity now on this circuit. It's not quite so cut and dry as to what line you want to take at this point with how the track is currently developing. William Harvey's on the scene as well. This is the three-car battle for P3. As I say, the top two breaking away. Ella Rowe nicely in control of things at the moment. Tracy had a go before. Nothing you can do just yet. We'll have to recoup and have another crack later on into the race. But Jamie Crampton has all the work to do, has clearly got some frustration there. James Wall and William Harvey don't find a way past. We are pretty much 3 wide. Down the inside is going to go Harvey potentially, but no, Harvey's too occupied with Wall, and Crampton is safe for a couple more corners.
It's looking. Oh, I thought that James Wall was going to become our latest driver to go into the pit of despair off of Senna 1. Just that dip down towards the tyre barrier, but he just saved it. William Harvey back down the inside for fourth place. Jonah Young's going to be on the scene pretty quickly as well in the 105. Contact warning for the number 31 of James Wall. Have you been enjoying the coverage today? No, I would say this every weekend, but it's another busy weekend in motorsport. There's been plenty to watch on Alpha Live across the course of today and yesterday. And so the Burkett 6-hour relay.
Oh, fantastic.
At Silverstone
I
yesterday.
forgot about that.
And some more coverage of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship at Alton Park. A good hello to our Fun Cup resident expert in the Club 100 and BUKC commentary corps.
Yes.
And Mr. Man, that is John Ratcliffe. 6 minutes of this race to go. Ella Rowe did a grand job at the moment. 1:35.915 from Ella last time around. Oh, that was a close moment for William Harvey trying to hold on to this fourth place. There is Jonah Young in the bright blue helmet. Kart 105 trying to move up from 6th place.
Here we go then. If we get 200 likes on this stream,
Where's this going?
I will do the Bookmore Paddock show in a shirt and shorts, no matter the weather. And I'll find some ridiculous sunglasses as well.
Oh, well, that's
200
a
likes.
That's a challenge, ladies and gentlemen. You've got, what, an hour or so to make that happen. 3 wide off of Senna 1. This is all around 8th, 9th, 10th place. Kai Timmins, Amy Gualtieri in there. Number 99 of James McLaughlin coming through the order. Ollie Ward in the bright yellow suit. Not missing that one on his day like today. Ollie Ward had a bit of a moment there through the chicane, but recovers well off of the corner. That's a nice overtake. Max Poole Number 23 looks to have won out in this battle, so that should be, I think, Paul up to at least 9th, if not 8th place.
Yeah, Ella Rose controlling things very nicely at the front at the moment. I was about to say has maintained the fastest lap for a long time. Jamie Crampton just snatches that away, 1:35.0, as you say, Andrew. Times not looking like they're going to improve at all past this. I mean, the carts, the engines, we really enjoying the cold temperatures that we've got.
JV's fuel bill will be enjoying the conditions as also. Just to know, I was just having a look at some. Who are we seeing potentially getting a best result of the season so far? This has been a big step forward for Max Poole, I believe. I think I'm right in saying Max has only done one round so far this season, and that was at PF International. This has been a much stronger performance for Max, and is on for a best result of the season so far. Meanwhile, scrap still going on for 5th place here. James Wall gets down the inside of Jonah Young, uses the track really nicely there. Does James? Goes back through past Jonah Young and into the top 5. The moment for James, it's not quite going to be the best result for James this season. He has had A final appearances previously in this championship. Still, you want to finish on a high. That's the moment. Wall winning out in this close battle. Through Gasworks then, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Ella Rose lead still around about a second and a half, but continuing to lap quicker and quicker. Okay, Ella's not got the fastest lap of the race anymore, but it's not slipping backwards into the clutches of those behind her. Although, as I say that, Lewis Tracy has just done the fastest lap of the race, so maybe it's not quite done yet. 2 minutes and 45 remaining. Here we are with the race leaders. Ella Rowe last time around 1:35.124. Lewis Tracy 1:34.781. It is still that thing though, top 2 positions go through. Actually, Ella Rowe needs to be concentrating on what is the pace like versus Jamie Crampton. A 1:34.8 last time around for Jamie Crampton. So still a little bit in the balance here. Top 4 covered by just over 3 seconds.
It absolutely is. Some very close running for our top 4. Some of the closer running that we've actually seen overall, given the conditions that we've been enjoying today. Look over the shoulder for Ella Rowe. She's aware that Lewis Tracy hunting her down as we run through the chicane. We look backwards to the number 53 car there heading through. That is going to be Clara Boyce actually running through into lap 1. Into turn 1. I think we get an idea of just how dark the circuit is beginning to get at some point. Obviously we are floodlit, so we're good and safe to continue on, but sun disappearing now, so now we head into a bit of a night racing stint, if you will.
Yeah, I do like these conditions at the end of a season. Can really produce a lot of spice here in the Club 100 Cadets and Junior Championships. Change further down the order. Oh, I knew I should. Sorry, Max. Max Poole has just dropped down to 15th place.
Here we go.
And out to the top 10 then. James McLaughlin goes through. Caden Graham up into the top 10 now as well. This is on the last lap. Ella Rowe just lost half a second there of her lead. Lewis Tracy. But again, how much risk do you play here? Because Lewis is still looking at a good position in the final championship standings, but only if he gets through to the A final.
Yeah.
For me, if you're Lewis Tracy, you bring this one home and just make sure that you're in that top 2. Don't necessarily dive.
Absolutely, though. I wonder if Lewis Tracy potentially thinking, I better watch out for Jamie Crampton here.
Well, that's, very good point.
If Ella Rowe is maybe losing a couple of tenths here or there at this phase of the race, Jamie Crampton could say, thank you very much, I fancy another go out in the A finals later on. 28 seconds left on the clock, then we're heading into sector 3 now. As you say, the sparks beginning to rise as we use those curbs. Ella Rowe looks over the shoulder. That gap still looking pretty comfortable, hasn't really shrunken down anymore, just Gasworks to negotiate and then a couple more after that. Ella Rowe makes it through the right-handed hairpin there, no major challenges, and looks to be controlling things very well indeed. From second on the grid, her rival Lewis Tracy third on the grid, just behind the man on pole. The top 3 then still features the same 3 carters. The only difference is This time around, heading on to the start-finish straight, it's going to be Ella Rowe who takes race victory in our Junior Super Lightweight B final. Congratulations, Ella, just ahead there of Lewis Tracy. A remarkable effort to hunt Ella down. Wasn't enough in the end. Less than half a second separating it, though. Then we have Jamie Crampton rounding out your podium. William Harvey completing the 4th position, and then we have James Wall completing your top 5. That's followed by Jonah Young, Dan Griffin, Caden Graham, Kai Timmins, and then James McLaughlin, your top 10.
Solid results for all of those drivers. Some of them, that is the end of their season. Do hope we see them all back in 2026. Ollie Ward over the line, P11. Amy Gualtieri there in 12th. Chris Yakimov, Paige Martin and Max Poole all in the top 15 to finish things here. Mason Watson, decent race there for Mason, up 4 spots to P16. Jolyn Wilkinson as well. Oh, just lost out in the fight for 17th right at the end with Noah Morris and Oscar Mallet. So 19th place at the end for Wilkinson, but it's still an improvement of 6. Chris Clark comes home in the top 20 and will be ahead of, in 21st place, Clara Boyce. Waiting for the last few drivers to come over the line. We're now into fully dark conditions, twilight conditions. Yeah. But we'll be fully under the night sky in the not too distant future. Alfie High across the line, P22. And then I think it's going to be Thomas Jackson over the line in 23rd. I think there's been a problem right on the last lap, unfortunately, for Jacob Rattray. And yes, comes over in 24th place, just ahead of Caitlin Steppenbeck. So the drivers in the juniors will head back into the pits. And that means we're all done, Reeve, for the B finals.
It does indeed. They've delivered some great racing action, as they have done throughout the afternoon in the pre-running as well. But looking forward to seeing what our A finalists can deliver, as they, especially the likes of the juniors, have it all to play for.
They do indeed. So the drivers head into pit lane. Let's move into our first A final of the day then. We will kick things off for 4 more races here at Karting Northeast. Cadet Super Lightweight North A final. The last one of the year is next. So we head into the Cadet Super Lightweight North A final. Already seen a little bit of history completed in this one. By our calculations in the box, Jacob Underhill has sealed the championship already, but also become the first son of a Club 100 champion to become a Club 100 champion himself.
That's a brilliant little stat, isn't it?
So he is now the Damon Hill of Club 100. Out onto the track go our drivers in the Cadet Super Lightweight North A final. The championship may be done from a provisional sense, but there's still plenty to compete for across these 11 laps. Let's take you through the grid then. 22 drivers ready for this one, Reeve, for 11 minutes here at Warden Law.
Exactly. The first of those drivers then, Zachary Smith, Roy Hampton on the first row, then it's David Carroll, William Moore on row 2. Jacob Underhill and Alex Rattan on row 3. We move on to row 4 with Omar Uller and Ronnie Deacon, followed by Freddie Powell and George Marriott on row 5. Then we have James Vout and Freya Lally on row 6. Row 7, it's Daniel Norton, Ethan Hall, and Nathan Gretsch and Joshua Milburn on row 8. On the 9th row of the grid, it's Mohamed Issa Subadar and Felix Rigby. Moving on to the 10th row, it's Sam Fleming and Edward Sybry, and rounding out your field, it's Mia Gualtieri and Dexter Hazeltine, who have rapid charged up from the previous Cadet Super Lightweight B final. That's your grid then. They're all forming up out on track at the moment before we get to go racing for one last time with our Super Lightweight Cadets. Pace car still heading round. It looks like we are still potentially waiting to be formed, but we'll see what the decision is from the kart out in front. We're going round again by the looks of it.
Yeah, we are. Now, timing has gone on the board once again. Oh no, I think we may have had a repeat of the gremlin that we had about an hour and a half ago. So we'll wait and see if we get this
race underway very soon. Just running through some of the scores. We always say, if this is your first DDMM commentary season finale, anything that we say in terms of the scores, ladies and gentlemen, is provisional with a capital P. Generally, we trust the spreadsheet of doom. There's no doom today. We only talk about doom when it's BUKC qualifiers, and we'll have that fun in a few weeks' time at Wilton Mill. Not broadcast, but we'll still have fun with it. So Jacob Underhill, 1,024 points secured before Jacob even turns a wheel in this race. The reason why we're saying he is champion-elect is because the next highest max possible score that anyone can achieve is 1,022. That's Alex Ratan. That's in the case that Alex wins this race. Still pretty close in that picture for third place. I actually think Alex might have secured second place as well, yeah, because James Vout, 11th in the first race, can move up to 10.15. Actually, on live points, I think has lost third place in the championship to Zachary Smith. So Zachary Smith, your pole sitter, with that big 130 score earlier on today, is now on 1,009, a max possible 10.15. James Vout is on 1,007. David Cadder was third, of course, in that first race in the A final. He's not a million miles back, still in the fight for third place in the title picture. Should be clear though, no Genk tickets available for cadets for 2026. Watch this space. The way Club 100 have evolved their championships and the strategy and how things have gone about. At the moment, this is still the only place in the world that you can do Club 100 style cadet racing. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of those other championships that have been established in the last 18 months or so, that they potentially could see some cadet racing in the future as well. And I'd love that, because it's even more international Rotax racing, club racing for us to enjoy in the near future. Right, the good news is not quite in time for that formation lap, but 11 minutes has just popped back up on the digital display in front of us at the start line. That would indicate to me that we are ready to go racing after a few more formation laps for the drivers.
There we go as well. The time system has updated. That's good
well
news.
Done, team. That was a very quick turnaround to overcome those gremlins. So the pace of this formation lap will be a little bit quicker, I suspect, Reeve, just to make sure that everybody's got heat into their tyres. But this should be a really good one. Excited to see what Rory Hamilton could do in this race as well. Not a championship contender here in the North divisions, but we know from his exploits down south that he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some of these names already out on track today, and they provided us with some fantastic action. So as we head through Sector 3 for the last time in formation, let's see what our cadets can demonstrate to us for one last go-around in the super lightweight running. There we go then. Pace car drops out of the way. It's Rory Hamilton versus David Cadder on the front row of the grid, heading down the tram lines. They are under the floodlights, and we are green and good to go racing. Here we go then into turn one. A corner which has caught so many drivers out and has given so many opportunities to others. It works rather well for Rory Hamilton. Hangs it round the outside, takes race lead, looks pretty comfortable in doing so as well. Zachary Smith then actually... Oh, we're going around. False start. False start on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, chevron flags out. I wonder whether that was second half of the field, because everything looked okay at the front. But yes, no, it's false start flags have come out. So we'll form up again now. This probably will then sub off some time, down to 9 minutes for this final. I'm not sure the drivers are actually fully aware or clocked that it's a false start yet, but I do believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the flags are out. Well, there you can see one coming out of Marshall Post 4, and the digital display board has been showing false start as well. And on the back straight, so good work from our marshals. Big thanks, as ever, to the Orange Army. We always give them praise, but my oh my, they are built of hardy stuff, particularly at this time of year.
Yeah.
Us cushy commentators in a warm room with the lights, with a coffee, with a drink. We have it easy. compared to the marshals out there on post. And we couldn't go racing without them. And very high standards as ever here at Karting North East.
Oh, we're up to 150 likes.
Yes, if you want to see this man to my left freeze himself at Buckmore Park, you know what you need to do. We need to hit 200 likes before the end of the broadcast here today.
We do indeed, but here we go. Good to go racing once more. A green flag. I suspect that formation wasn't quite perfect, but we are going to continue on anyway. 11 minutes, I imagine, because it was potentially a technical issue. That meant that we're not going to sub off any time. But here we go. First couple of corners underway, and once again, Zachary Smith is now your driver who actually leads the chart into the first couple of corners.
Yeah, a better start that time around for Zachary Smith, ahead of Rory Hamilton. Fight going on with Jacob Underhill and David Cadder for third place, but in around 13th place. The tyres have been displaced off of the dog leg there. Zachary Smith knows if he can win this race, he's got a top 3 in the championship. That would be a great turnaround between the start of the day and now. Rory Hamilton there in second place. Good start for David Cadder, Jacob Underhill. This will be a really special moment, I'm sure, for Jacob and his dad, Dan. They've done a lot of racing this year. Oh no, Cadder spun. Oh, Cadder's had a spin off the chicane, and will lose third place. Smith and Hamilton traded first place back and forth a little bit there. Oh, that's a real shame for David Cadder. That'll be David out of the fight for third place in the championship. Pretty much needed to win this race to stand a chance of moving past Smith and Vout in the standings, and that unfortunately will not happen.
It will not, no. A couple of unfortunate incidents for Cadder today overall. Penalty coming in for James Vout though as well. Ooh. ABC takeout for Vout, currently down in 13th on the road. If he remains there, he will not be able to finish there, on paper at least.
Yeah, and that's going to open the door again for your race leader to move past in the championship and up to P3. Meanwhile, here's your fight for second place. Hamilton and Underhill. These two will go wheel to wheel again at Buckmore Park on the second weekend of November, 8th and 9th of November. If you want to join us at Buckmore Park, you'd be very, very welcome to for the finale of the South Divisions and their championship season. But how much of a rhythm is Zachary Smith in today? I'd say these are two very talented drivers. Jacob's been racing not just in Club 100 this year, but had that appearance at Kart Masters, the British Kart Grand Prix, earlier on in the summer. Had a very good run at Shennington a few weeks ago. He's continuing his own racing, and a move like that shows why he's one of the most highly rated drivers in this division, up to P2 past Rory Hamilton, but not able to catch this young driver yet. Reeve, Zachary Smith leads by over a second.
Yeah, very much enjoying his own race out there at the moment, although Jacob Underhill doing his utmost to make sure that isn't the case for much longer. And Underhill, we know, has had some immense pace overall today. He's had some unfortunate races, but has used that pace to then claw back some results, some points from it. Not that it matters too much given his current status in the championship, but a couple more penalties coming in as well. Joshua Milburn picks up a racing on the yellows and an ABC takeout, so won't be quite finishing where they do on the road. But I want to give a mention as well to Freya Lally, currently 6th on the road from 12th. Great start to this 11-minute race for Freya Lally.
Yeah, I'm glad you've mentioned Freya, as James Vout goes wheel to wheel there with George Marriott. Freya on for a top 10 finish in the championship. Oh, Vout is going to go round. Oh, that kind of just sums up James Vout's day. It just hasn't been the kind of journey here at Warden Law that Vout required. And another problem sets him down the order out of the top 10. And Freddie Powell went through there. Freddie Powell, what a turnaround after that difficult qualifying at the very start of this Sunday, final day of the season. There is Jacob Underhill closing in a little bit on Zachary Smith. Half a tenth here, a tenth there. Takes a bit of curb through the back chicane. But no, go back to Freya Lally. Yeah, on for a top 10 finish in the championship. I think with this one as well, potentially on for a best A final result of the year. Freya has had a top 5 in a pre-A final. back at Rowrah, but is yet to finish higher than 9th in a trophy final. So has yet to have a podium this year. Has Freya Lally, but little few positions off that at the moment. P6 right now in a Trophy A final would be a best result of the year so far for the driver of the number 15. Another lap ticks on by there. I thought I saw Jacob Underhill closing in. Yeah, 1:34.0 for Smith last time around, 1:33.4 for Underhill.
Yeah, that's one of the quickest racing laps we've seen from the cadets so far today. Take-up penalty coming in for David Cadar as well. So some of our big names, I was about to say some of our big hitters in the championship. Unfortunately, in that instance, it kind of was a bit of a hit. But some of our big names in the championship, unfortunately, not quite turning out the way they would have wanted.
Yeah, that really does put to rest any kind of hopes for David Cadar to get third in the championship. Zachary Smith, I think, doesn't even need to win this race now to take third in the final standings. And of course, want to. There's only one driver in this division who's done a clean sweep of both Pre-A final and Trophy A final in Cadet Super Lightweight North in 2025 so far, and it's the driver directly behind him, Jacob Underhill, looking down the inside into Gasworks, takes the race lead, trying to hold that inside line. Zachary Smith with the more conventional wet line. He's going to draw back alongside Underhill, wrap round the outside. Brilliant from Zachary Smith. Really calmly done. Showed the inside line to Jacob Underhill to say, yep, Jacob, if you want to go down the inside there, be my guest. I'll get you on corner exit. Zachary Smith still has the lead of this race.
Yep, cracking stuff from Zach there to bait basically Jacob into getting that move on. It nearly did work for Jacob Underhill. It was only on the exit phase as he now goes down the inside into turn 1. So sort of replication of the move we saw into Gasworks. Only this time it might be more successful as we complete the move. There we go. It's Jacob Underhill in the lead of the race. But yeah, Jacob Underhill there nearly made it work at Gasworks. The back end just kicked out on corner exit and had to wait until turn 1 to get it done.
And patiently gets through then. So as mentioned, Underhill has had a perfect day in this championship before. He's actually done it twice. First time at PF International, and then he repeated the feat at Wilton Mill for the third round of the championship. Funnily enough, as it stands, the worst result that Jacob Underhill has had in this championship so far this season was the final at GYG in front of the Alpha Live cameras. So we wanted to put that right with this last race of the season. But saying that, I think Zachary Smith's got a good run here out of the back chicane. He's going to have the outside line now for Gasworks. It feels to me at this stage, Reeve, that it's that set of conditions where it's quite difficult to be the race leader.
Yes.
Because you haven't got anyone directly ahead of you to be that reference marker.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this awful kind of unknown, unpredictable, greasy circumstances where you just don't know what the track's talking to you. You don't know what it's saying, and you're having to rely on your competitors to kind of find out for you.
Zachary Smith has definitely had an upturn in pace since he lost the race lead. And I tell you what, Rory Hamilton is getting into a rhythm as well. Rory Hamilton at 1:33.554 last time around. It wasn't the fastest lap of the race so far. You could just see Rory there in the bright white helmet closing in. We're going to have a bit of a grandstand finish here between these top three with 2 minutes and 40 to go.
We are indeed. Cone warning coming in for Underhill there. One more of those and it will be a place drop. So needs to just keep the nose clean at this point in his race lead. You can still see drivers using the outside of the circuit as much as possible, trying to clamber for any grip that they can. As we say, Rory Hamilton's now on the scene. Could be a spanner in the works of this battling duo late on in the final couple of laps.
You can see the different lines that the drivers are playing with now as well, particularly through the back chicane. Oh, Underhill looks the wrong way and is not going to be aware until soon enough that Smith is right alongside his number 14 kart once again. They calmly run through. This is where Smith has been strong, but just holding on there is Underhill from both Smith and Hamilton. Alex Rattan's up to P4. Gotta say as well, Freddie Powell, what a day. Oh, there's a spinner there. Now that's right in front of the leaders. Gets back onto circuit. I think that might have been Nathan Greach having a problem. Oh, it's the number 60 that's got... Oh, was it Hamilton? No, it was Rory Hamilton. Oh, now that's a rare mistake. Don't often see Rory Hamilton having a spin like that, so we're down to a top 2.
We are indeed. The fight continues on just as it was a few moments ago. Yeah, as you say, Underhill's exploring and experimenting with different lines. It did compromise him on the exit of the chicane last time around. I wonder if he's going to be just a little bit more conservative going around this time and thinking, I've just got to keep Zach behind, just to keep Zach behind. He can now afford to go on the defence. They can now afford to slow each other down. They've got that nice air gap back to Rory Hamilton of around about 10 seconds.
Hamilton's not actually lost track position. That was a big gap back to Alex Rattan. Omar Ulu is through into 8th place. Freddie Powell was mentioning what a day Freddie Powell has had, up to P7 now in this race. William Moore likewise up into the top 5. That's a better line that time around from Underhill. Just looking through, William Moore, this could be a best result of the season for William Moore. Has had a tendency, only on one occasion has William not made it through to an A final this season. That was back at PF, but hasn't been higher than 10th in an A final for a trophy A final. Best result of any kind right at the start of the season. P7 at GYG in the pre-final, so this could be the first top 5 of the year. Last lap board is out. There it is, over the line. Sorry, they just caught us on timing there. Jacob Underhill has won this race. Zachary Smith across the line, P2. It is a 3rd A-final win of the year for Jacob Underhill, and what a way to cap off a championship campaign that makes him the champion. He extended his lead in the standings. Jacob Underhill wins it from Zachary Smith. Zachary Smith will move up to at least 3rd place in the championship on this last day of the season. Hamilton comes home in 3rd. Alex Rattan with 4th place will take the runners-up spot in the championship. William Moore does indeed get a first top 5 of the season.
Freya Lally missing out then just on that podium was still a really strong
best result
drive
for her this season as well, Yeah,
so hats off to Freya Lally for that one. 12th up to 6th there. Another fantastic race for our A finalists, bringing an end to the cadet super lightweights, running at least James Out, George Marriott complete your top 10. Then we have the likes of David Carrara, an unfortunate race, but some great pace otherwise today. And that brings an end to this cadet super lightweight A final for our 22 drivers here. So we'll have a bit of a pause with the cadet action, but up next it's the junior lightweight North A final. Here we go then, our juniors are heading back out on track now for their lightweight A final. Nightfall is most definitely upon us. Now let's see what our juniors can do out there. If they can deliver some more fantastic battles like we saw with the cadets, I'll be very happy indeed. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Dom Balasitis on the first row of the grid. Jamie Tyler Gooden and Jake Chapman complete row 2, and then we have Jaden Giles and Samuel Chilton on row 3. Moving on to row 4, it's Thomas Hughes, Max Sheldon Hayward, Zach Watson, John Bolter on row 5, and then we have Larry Tyndall and Oliver Wilde on row 6. Moving on to it's Jacob Lammas and Marcus Allen, then we have Tyler Gibson, Jensen Davis, then we have Charlie Walmsley Ryder, Zach Hassan. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, we have Ethan Pitt and Bradley Rowe completely top 20. Then we have Gunnar Wright, Jake Dilworth Parrott on row 11. It's Alfie Slater and Arnie Ree-Mackey on row 12. Couple more to go. It's just John Wall and Dmitry Borovsky completing the 26 kart grid as they repechard through from the lightweight B final earlier on.
Thank you very much, Reeve. So no changes from post-race penalties from the pre-A final. So, and we really do stress it with this one, folks. These are the provisional scores heading into this race. Jamie Tyler Gooden has 902 secured, but remember, his results from the last round at Rower were expunged and deleted from the record. So it's almost as if he was not there. Yep. He was, but it was a double zero score. So he can still move with a win in this race up to 1,032. Remember that number, 1,032. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes He heads into this race with the most number of points. We have practice laps as well, of course, because this is a junior/senior level in terms of type of kart A final, so you're not missing any racing action. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has 1,017 points. An 11th place from the first round of the season in a pre-final at GYG. That's gone. The next result for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes in drops is the 10th place on the same day in the Trophy A final. It means Ethan can go as high with a win in this race as 10.27. He can add another 10 points on top of the score that he's already got. Now, the reason why that's important is let's bring that 10.32 back. Ethan could win this race, move to 10.27. Jamie Tylee Gooden could follow him round in second place and finish on 10.30. He would beat Ethan by 3 points. He similarly could hold position. He could finish in third place. That would drop him a point. That would be 10.29. He could drop another point. He could finish on 10.28. Then we're getting into the realm of tiebreakers. Now, the best that Ethan could do, of course, is 3 race wins. He's got 2 already. Could get another one here. If we do end up in a tiebreaker situation, it's going to go in the direction of JTG because Jamie had a clean sweep at GYG. He won the pre-final at PF and he won the final at Wilton. So he's already got 4 wins in the book. What we are all saying with all of these permutations, Jamie Tylee Gooden, by our calculations, needs 5th or higher in this race, irrespective of what Ethan Saunders-Wilkes does, to become champion.
Exciting stuff. Starts third on the grid, of course, so as long as he keeps the nose clean, things should be looking good, but we shall see.
And then there's going to be a lot to talk about in this race, folks. Tickets to Genk, top 5 in the final championship standings, will be receiving pathways to Belgium. The winner, the champion, gets a fully funded race entry courtesy of CLUB100 through to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. This could be race of the day. It could be Alpha Live race of the week as well.
Oh, the weight of expectation bears down, but I am looking forward to this race. 11 minutes to go for our junior lightweight finalists. One last time that they'll get to go racing in our CLUB100 Cadets and Juniors North Championship. We are going to go round again. I'm wondering if there's a...
No, all good on time.
We're all good to go, so it's just a case of formation.
Yep.
Still not quite sorted out yet.
Just looking at other drivers who could be in a mix for a ticket to Genk. Zach Watson is another one to keep an eye on. Starts this race from 9th on the grid. Another driver who was not at round 1, so has already used his drop scores, but has just got to go all out in this race. Alfie Slater as well, down towards the back of the grid. Bit of a long shot for Alfie. But of course, he has got the ability to win races. Had that double race victory earlier on in the season at Rowra. Really can't call this one. Race start is going to be very, very important.
Yeah.
In a way, I think it's quite useful for Jamie Tylee Gooden that he's starting directly behind Ethan Saunders-Wilkes.
Yeah, we have seen on many an occasion the front row have a bit of a squabble, kind of need to pick where they're going into turn 1, and then the driver in P3 is poised to just scythe down the inside and end up in a good position. So we'll see who wins out here as we head around Sector 3 for one last time for our junior lightweight A finalists before we get racing. Pace kart drops out of the way. Saunders-Wilkes versus Balasitis as we run down the tram lines once more. The bellow of the kart roars down as we head into turn 1 in just a moment. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes there very hard on defence against Balasitis, but there's a whole fleet of karts trying to make it down the inside on lap 1. In all this, Saunders-Wilkes wins out and continues on in the first couple of corners with the race lead.
Looked like Larry Tyndall was round there in the number 64. Well, the first bit of the job has been done then. Oh, Jamie Tylee Gooden is being shuffled down the order already. So immediately we've got championship drama here because Jamie Tyler Gooden, I reckon, is outside of the top 5 right now. Cannot afford any kind of penalties on a day like today. Sam Chilton in there as well. Sam Chilton, who took a very dramatic win the last time he was in front of Alpha Live cameras as part of the River Tools British Kart Championships in Tillotson T4. Change for the lead. Balasitis has gone through. Balasitis takes the lead away from Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Now that's big in terms of championship. That's good news if you're Jamie Tyler Gooden, because as soon as Saunders-Wilkes is not scoring another 130 points for this race, the job for Jamie Tyler Gooden gets that little bit easier. Where is Tyler Gooden at the moment? He's back into 5th place. So right now, as things stand, Jamie Tyler Gooden would be your champion.
Yeah, this is great news for the JTG, but here we see Balasitis back in the lead. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes had a great run the first part of lap 1. He's going to try and claw it back as we head there once more. We can see Balasitis defending the inside, a little bit of a weave there. Saunders-Wilkes follows him directly through into turn 1. A bit of a gap they've got down to Thomas Hughes, who's having a comfortable race out in P3 at the moment. Started 7th, nice progression up into a podium scoring position there for Thomas Hughes. But the battle is all between Saunders-Wilkes and Balasitis. Just behind there is Jamie Tyler Gooden under pressure from Jaden Giles. Had a look down the inside there. Wasn't able to get back past. He's going to be near enough side by side though, as it is going to be Tyler Gooden on the outside. Giles on the inside there, and it's Giles who wins out this time around. Looking further forward, it's Balasitis still leading us on.
So as things stand, it would be a 2-point advantage for Jamie Tyler Gooden, but he's in the mix of things here. This is going to be a bit uncomfortable for the driver of the number 12. He's got Max Sheldon Hayward there in the orange and yellow helmet. Right behind him in 6th place. For me, he needs to get past Jaden Giles pretty quickly here. He doesn't necessarily need it for the points, but for the race situation, just to give himself a bit more control, he needs to find a way through. This is brave down the inside from Jamie Tyler Gooden. Jaden Giles is going to cut back here, retake 4th place. All the while, the top 3 are trying to break away. JTG tries to go back down the inside to take 4th place on the road. As I say, doesn't need this position for points, but with all of those drivers immediately behind, he needs to get through. Oh, he's nearly running wide off the circuit, out of the final corner. Through has gone Jamie Tyler Gooden, and you can see how animated he is, Reeve, there. Look at the gap now, up to Thomas Hughes in 3rd place. It's another point on the board now for Jamie Tyler Gooden, but he will still, for me, be feeling a little bit apprehensive at this stage.
He will indeed. Just about grasped onto P4, then he is able to continue on. Meanwhile, out in front, Balasitis, new fastest lap for our juniors, 130.7 in the racing, so they are flying along at the moment, breaking away from this pack. We're looking back at our race leaders now. Here's Saunders-Wilkes having a look around the outside. Potentially we move back down to Tyler Gooden. Yellow flags being waved at the first marshal point there, so no overtaking to be had in that sector of the track.
Still the situation for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. I think you've got to go out and attack this race. You've got to assume that you need those extra 2 points for a win versus a 2nd place, because right now Jamie Tyler Gooden, whilst in 4th place on the road, you know, it's only a cone penalty, you know, some contact out there, and it could all completely change. It is within the realms of possibility that Ethan Saunders-Wilkes can still win this title, but the trouble is Dom Balasitis trying to get this win, trying to repeat what he did at PF International back at round number 2, is not going to give things up. That was Jake Chapman down the inside of Jaden Giles, so either Jaden Giles has dropped behind Max Sheldon Hayward and it's the clutches of Chapman, or Chapman's got 2 places on this last lap. There is Jamie Tyler Gooden. No, that is the battle for 5th place. So Jaden Giles back into P5. Jake Chapman now ahead of Max Sheldon Hayward in 6th place. John Bolter, Sam Chilton, Oliver Wilde, all at the moment in the top 10.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Jamie Tyler Gooden. That battle that was previously proving some quite a few issues if you're Jamie Tyler Gooden, now squabbling amongst themselves. Tyler Gooden can just concentrate on running along in P4, potentially clawing back up towards the likes of Thomas Hughes. It's a 7-second gap in 6 minutes. That's a very tall order without anything else happening out on track. But Tyler Gooden just needs to keep the nose clean. All he can do at this point is just cruise along and just keep the nose clean, hope for a good race and see what happens towards the end of the running. takeout penalty coming in for Dmitry Borovsky there. Borovsky was shining previously in the afternoon, unfortunately not quite going his way in this running, although has repecharged up on through into 21st, so actually not too bad all things considered. John Bolter as well making up a couple of positions, and Thomas Hughes is still the star of lap 1 really, as we discussed earlier on, 7th up into 3rd. I don't know, very comfortable podium at the moment, isn't too close to the front runners, has a bit of breathing room to Tyler Gooden behind. As we are getting rumours, or at least an inkling, that there might be a few spots of rain falling back down on the circuit. It hasn't dried up completely, of course. Yep, there you can see it on the camera, falling onto the camera lens. Will this affect the final couple of laps of this race? I'm not too sure, but that could play an influence into our final couple of races coming up after this one. Let's see how our championship leaders in the lightweight division negotiate this. Then 1.6 seconds is the gap between Balasaitis and Saunders. Well, Balasaitis is starting to find a bit of rhythm here now, is comfortably in the 30s and 31s, whereas everyone else is in the 32s. Thomas Hughes is also looking pretty comfortable out there, and Tyler Gooden is in a bit of no man's land really, not as close as he wants to be to those podium scoring positions, but has broken away from that battle which is starting to break out. 4 minutes left on the clock in this one. As I say, fast lap goes to Balasaitis. We're looking on to the number 32 here of John Bolter, who I mentioned has made up a couple of positions. He's in the mix in this mid-pack action. We're all actually progressing and going faster lap by lap. So despite this battling, they are still finding improvement. There's a spin in front of Bolter. Didn't quite catch who that was. That is Jaden Giles. Jaden Giles, who was 5th in the running, who provided so many issues for Tyler Gooden, now tumbles back down that midfield order. That is a shame for a driver who's actually had a pretty good run out, all things considered, so far today. Started 5th in this race and will have a bit of work cut out in order to try and pick up a few more points.
Indeed. Just keeping an eye on how things are going for Zach Watson in this race. Currently running around in 12th place. We're not going to be able to call who are the recipients of the tickets by the end of today, because you can appreciate there's lots, particularly in this class, lots going on for like 4th and 5th in the championship, and we don't want to make the wrong call. Right now, 3 minutes of this race to go. It's still this situation that for Jamie Tyler Gooden, this is good enough. This is fine. This is him going through and on to winning this title. And well, it did not go his way, of course, at Rowrah. Right now, in terms of scoring results, no lower than 4th at any stage this season.
Remarkable consistency from Tyler Gooden there. As we mentioned, one blip, that's why we have the drop rounds, and outside of those drop rounds he has been on top form. Hasn't quite been the race that he would have wanted in order to bring that championship home, but it might just feel that bit more special if he's done it right. If he's done it right at the jagged edge there, as we see Balasaitis trying to use that outside line, which might be more favourable to the drivers at this point if there is a bit of rain beginning to fall once more, and nearly finds himself falling foul of track limits, but is able to plod along 2 seconds ahead of Saunders Wilkes on the previous go-around. We'll see how that has changed as he comes across the timing line once more. But Balasaitis controlling things nicely after that early lap 1. Battling actually does extend his lead ever so slightly, so a nice grasp over the race for Balasaitis. 90 seconds there or thereabouts left on the clock. Your prospective championship victor, Tyler Gooden, currently in 4th, has some pressure in the form of Jake Chapman. I thought that gap was beginning to build up, but Jake Chapman only around about 2 and a bit seconds just behind Tyler Gooden, so it's not all over yet for Tyler Gooden. Still has work cut out for him in the final minute or so of this race. Looking back as well to the other podium scoring positions, Thomas Hughes, once again, haven't seen him too much on camera because sometimes that's what you want. It's an unremarkable race for Hughes, who after gaining a few positions is just pootling along quite nicely there. Less than 60 seconds left on the clock. We head through the chicane once more with our 2 front runners. 2 seconds they are separated by, and Balasaitis leads us with that 1 minute 30.7 being his best lap so far. Times are now looking about 32s as the track conditions are beginning to become less favourable. Saunders Wilkes has a bit of oversteer into the gasworks, but gets the better of it. We run on through then to the next couple of corners. And these drivers who have put up such an almighty fight today. These are not easy conditions to go racing in for a full day's worth of racing, and for the most part they have absolutely rose to the challenge and have put on a real treat, a real show for us today. As we look further down to the Max Sheldon Hayward and Samuel Chilton battle here, pushing on through the final couple of corners. We are indeed on the last lap. Balasitis and Saunders Wilkes have started the final lap of this race. 1.1 seconds is the margin as well, so they are closing up on each other as we continue on through. Timer has indeed hit 0. Then we look on to Balasitis, who has controlled the majority of this race, has a couple of kart lengths between himself and his nearest rival. They started 1-2. Well, they started 2-1, in fact, and they swapped that around at the top end of this race. But they're just going to be cruising on home. We'll have a huge haul of points to take away from this race. They'll be happy with it. But there are some other drivers in the field who will be perhaps even happier with their results as they stand, as we bring an end to this race. Into the Sector 3 we go then, with our two frontrunners. Balasitis looks over the shoulder to see where Saunders Wilkes is, and Saunders Wilkes seems to have built up that gap ever so slightly as we run through the gasworks, heading around that outside once again. A little bit spots of rain showing up for us, but that is not going to provide too much challenge for Balasitis, who has very much risen to the challenge in this Junior Lightweight A final. Heads round the final couple of corners. Just ahead of Saunders Wilkes, it is going to be Dominic Balasitis, heads down the start-finish straight for the final time in this race and takes the Junior Lightweight A final victory. Saunders Wilkes takes home P2. We have a short wait for Thomas Hughes to come home and round out the podium, and then we've got a slightly bigger wait as well, but this is the important one that matters, folks, as Jamie Tidy-Gooden heads round the final corner. He takes the checkered flag and most importantly takes the championship for your junior lightweight division here in the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors North Championship. Jamie Tidy-Gooden is your champion.
Brilliant response from Jamie Tidy-Gooden. 3rd and 4th today means he takes the title by 3 points. It doesn't matter that it could have been a bigger margin, of course, had he been able to get points on the board at Rowrah. Ethan Saunders Wilkes gave it his all. It is another second place. It's the 3rd second place of the year for Ethan Saunders Wilkes. Dom Balasitis, it's his 2nd victory of the year. Unfortunately, bad luck for Dom earlier in the season. A couple of 7th and 8ths here and there means he's not quite able to overhaul Ethan's score. He'll take 3rd place in the championship standings, and you also saw there a very excited Thomas Hughes. I reckon that's his first podium of the season, so a really, really good effort there from Thomas Hughes in the number 19. Yes, in fact, what a turnaround that is. Last time out at Rowrah, Hughes finished 3rd in a B final. So it's gone all the way up to a 3rd in an A final. Absolutely fantastic. Well done to Jamie Tidy-Gooden. The championship is his. We've got to move on, though. The cadets are back out on track. So we've seen one title decided here in the A finals. Are you ready for another? Let's go for cadet lightweights. Their A final. 3 drivers can win the title going into this final race of the season. Let's see how they line up. 2 of them are on the front row. Ethan Guest starts on pole position. He has Zane Perry alongside him. It's basically win or bust for both of those drivers. Jackson Burge and Layla Fitzgerald, they go from row number 2. Layla going for a top 10 finish in the championship. On row 3, Charlie France from the pre-B finalists alongside another Charlie. All Charlies on row 3 with Charlie Ledoux. Row 4, next up, Cora Moore and Luke Collins on the 4th row of the grid. Kai Jackson and Theo Thomas, row 5. Jake Matthews and Ethan Biddle go from row number 6. It's then Felix Sheldon Hayward, current championship leader, needs a big race from row 7 alongside Benjamin Kent. Ayrton Limmer Evans and Freddie Donalds go from row 8. Riley Busby and Rafa Malcolm go from 9. It's then Milo Smith and Nico Verbers on row 10. Adam Ascar and Tyler Shanks have moved through from the B final to form up the this 22-strong grid.
Another championship all up in the air as we head into this race. What a treat we have had so far today. Of course, you get all the racing here at Warden Law, and then some of you will at least get to go and watch a Formula 1 Grand Prix where the championship is also up in the air. So plenty of championship deciders to be had here this evening, but Warden Laws is perhaps the most special as we head round into the tram lines once more, and it will be not another race start. Oh no, we still had red lights, but
no, we've gone green. Gone green then for the start of this race. Down towards turn number 1. Can they make it through? Ethan Guest will have the early race lead in this one. Zane Perry trying to hold on to second place. This could be a very good start here for Ethan Guest. He could break away in the early stages. Luke Collins trying to find his way through the spinners towards turn number 2. So, and I think, are we out false starts? Is that a chevron flag, a C being waved there, or was it a yellow flag? No, I think it was a yellow flag only being waved. So the start has been called good here, Reeve, with Ethan Guest taking the early advantage.
As a couple of kart lengths has made his way through turn 1 exactly as he needed to do so, gaining an advantage as we head further into a couple more spinners actually in this. Yeah, and we did see a penalty has come in for Layla Fitzgerald there. Unfortunately, started nice and high up in the order in this race. Unfortunately, will not be finishing there. So there's a few points added on for that penalty.
Now, has there been a problem? I'm just trying to keep an eye out on where the number 27 of Felix Sheldon Haywood is in the early stages of this race, the 15 and the 34.
Very last.
Off goes Charlie France. Charlie France off the road. That was from second place for Charlie. What an up and down day. Now, I wonder that, I think, has Felix Sheldon Haywood had a problem on the formation lap? Crossed the line to start, go through lap 0 effectively, was 8.2 seconds behind the race leaders, was meant to start this race from 13th on the grid. What a torrid day in the race conditions for Felix Sheldon Haywood. The qualifying was fine, but it has rather unravelled a little bit here in the races.
It has indeed, for someone doing so well in the championship. It's just unfortunately something that we see sometimes very late on in the season. Has been the case for Sheldon Haywood today.
So Zane Perry is caught back up to Ethan Guest. I will say Felix Sheldon Haywood is not out of the championship battle yet, because remember, for either of these drivers to win the title, they have to win the race. Second place for either of these drivers will not be enough to overhaul Felix Sheldon Haywood's 1,021 point title score at the moment. If you've been following karting in the UK in 2025, we have already had a number of cadet championships go to the wire. You think of some of the races at Wilton Mill and PF International in the British Championships. Something tells me we're going to have another tense one in Club 100 here for the Cadet Lightweight Norths. 8 minutes to go here, Reeve. Ethan Guest right now looking calm at the front of the field, but under a lot of pressure. Oh, he's run a bit wide. This is Zane Perry's chance. Zane Perry at the inside. They're going to be side by side off the final corner. Ethan Guest will get his nose back ahead, but Zane Perry pulls out of that one. Just waits for now. Knows he's got a lot of time to make this move.
Guest continues on back in the lead of this race. This is the type of calm drive we saw from Zane Perry earlier on today as well. Some great stuff from Zane Perry so far. Ethan Guest, we saw, did have some really strong pace, just occasionally late on into the stint it was starting to become unravelled. It is totally anyone's game at this point between these two. Luke Collins could also provide a real thorn in their side at this point. He's flying along and is potentially on the cards for a race win here.
Luke Collins has been fantastic today, and he has got the experience, he has got the knowledge of being able to race up at the front. His best result so far this season is a second place in the pre-final back at PF International. He could be Felix Sheldon Haywood's best friend out there on circuit, because if neither Guest or Perry win this race, Felix Sheldon Haywood will be your champion. Right now we've got scores in the box looking like this. Guest 1,022, Felix Sheldon Haywood 1,021, Zane Perry 1019. That could all change though if Perry can take this race lead.
Look how close we are running for our top 3 drivers. This is what I like when the track becomes a bit more raceable. We get some really close running between our competitors here. Over the shoulder looks Ethan Guest, sets a fastest lap whilst doing so as well. Zane Perry hunting him down then as we head into turn 1. A bit of a gap between the two, but really not that much. 0.8 of a second could be closed up very comfortably within the final 6 minutes of Cadet running today. Plenty of changes going on elsewhere in terms of position in the mid-pack. Layla Fitzgerald and Adam Asghar gained a couple of positions as well. Actually, an ABC takeout, unfortunately, coming in for Layla Fitzgerald. Some really strong pace today overall, but fortunately not a race to remember in this final bit of running. But looking a little bit further back here, we can see this is the number 23 of Layla Fitzgerald heading through the chicane now.
I think Layla should still be okay for a top 10 position in the final championship scores. Drivers having a good race in this one. How about Adam Asghar? After all that drama in the B final for Adam Asghar, is now up 12 places in this race to P9. Good scrap going on here on your screens. Layla Fitzgerald and Cora Moore going wheel to wheel. Cora's raced well today, looking for a top 10 finish in this one. Ayrton Limmer Evans. At the moment, Ayrton could be on for top 5 in the championship. It's had some difficulties out there. That spin on the formation lap, of course, in the first race. 5 minutes of this one to go. Just to note as well, Felix Sheldon Hayward is still circulating out there. He's currently running in 14th place. This sometimes happens with a drop score system, though, that he's kind of being the victim of his own success earlier in the season. Right now today, this will be a double drop score for Felix Sheldon Hayward. And to just put one more point onto his championship tally, he needs to finish 4th.
That's a big
He's
difference,
been in the top 5. Always here's the battle between the 2 race leaders. Zane Perry's having another go here for the race lead. Very simple scenario. Between these 2 drivers, if one of them wins this race, they are the inaugural Club 100 Cadet North Lightweight Champion. Ethan Guest has been under pressure for pretty much a full race now. He's up under pressure for the second half of the pre-final and now for the first half of this trophy final. Zane Perry so far, though, not able to find a way through.
Yeah, Guest not relenting so far. Head through the chicane. Now we can see Guest takes the inside. Actually, no, goes to defend the outside, and that might allow Perry on through. Perry's going to have the outside here. The run down to the Gasworks, but Guest is able to get the upper hand. Potentially going to have the inside for the Gasworks is Zane Perry. Who goes later on the brakes? It's that age-old question hanging it around the outside. Zane Perry has got the car just about in front. He doesn't, though, and through goes Ethan Guest. This is cracking stuff from our 2 front runners in our Cadet Lightweight A final. Ethan Guest holds on to that lead by the skin of his teeth. There is a cone that may or may not have been skirmished ever so slightly there. I'm going to take the political stance on that one and head back onto the start-finish straight.
No cone warning so far, so at worst that's going to be a warning at this stage of the race, but 3 minutes of this one to go. This is properly good racing. These 2 have been talked to keep it clean today. Zane Perry's through. Zane Perry's got the move done. Is that the move that makes him champion? Ethan Guest is going to go back down the inside. Brilliant switchback from Perry. Read that like a book. Gets down the inside into dogleg. Zane Perry has the lead now. Rolls reversed. Ethan Guest has got to find a way through past Perry to take the championship. He's drawing alongside, side by side, towards Senna 1. Is there going to be another cutback here for Perry? There is. In towards Senna 2. This is brilliant stuff between Perry and Guest. Guest has another go, this time into Senna 2. Out wide for Perry. Guest retakes the lead. 2.25 minutes to play.
Brilliant switchback moves between the 2. I don't think it's over yet. Perry had another glance at the inside into that chicane there. Any move he does needs to be made with surgical precision as we head into the gasworks now. A little bit of a squirm, under braking for Guest. Perry has a look around the outside, carrying way more speed into the corner, but nowhere for him to go. Can't have a dive down the inside because that gives you an unideal line for the next couple of corners. Guest then takes us through into the next couple of corners. Next big opportunity is going to be turn 1 on the next lap. Zane Perry versus Ethan Guest in turn 1. That's something we've come accustomed to in this race. It's a drag race onto the next lap. Who is going to win out then? Maybe a tiny benefit of a slipstream, but not really here in these types of conditions. We are now on the last lap and down the inside, but under braking goes too deep onto the brakes. Back end kicks out. Zane Perry eliminates himself out of this championship fight. Ethan Guest can breathe a momentary sigh of relief at least as he leads us onto the next lap.
Zane Perry is out of championship contention. Zane Perry cannot win this race. Felix Sheldon Haywood is down 11th on the road. Will gain 1 position for the spin for Perry. Will gain another 1 for the penalties for Fitzgerald, but is still 5 places off where he needs to be to outscore this young man. Ethan Guest came into today as the rank outsider, needed a perfect day. Luke Collins is still there though, only 1.5 seconds behind the race leader. We have seen so many drivers in the lead of races in Gasworks have problems. Ethan Guest has just got to get through 3 more corners. He turns it in through Gasworks. Brilliant line there from Ethan Guest. Horseshoe is the penultimate corner, this long left-hander where Ethan Guest has just got to keep it clean. Oh no, he tickles that cone. He tickles that cone. The time is up out of the final corner on the road. Ethan Guest is going to become champion. Ethan Guest wins at Warden Law and in dramatic fashion wins the championship. Luke Collins P2. It's the best result of the season for Collins. St. Perry P3. And we wait now. Felix Sheldon Haywood cannot score, cannot outscore the drivers at the front of the field. There he is, the number 27. Comes over the line. P9 needed P4 on the road. That is it. Ethan Guest wins this race, wins the championship once again. 2025, mark it as the year of the Cadet Championship finales in British karting, going absolutely bonkers.
My, oh my, I did not see that coming, but that is brilliant stuff. I mean, commiserations to Zane Perry in all of this.
Wow. What a way to finish a race. And for Ethan Guest, a second A final victory of the year. His first one in the North Championship was at Wilton Mill. And, well, that's a driver who's worked very, very hard to get these results across the course of the season. In the end, wins this race by 2.3 seconds ahead of Luke Collins. Great drive from Luke Collins today. He kept both of those championship contenders under a lot of pressure.
100% started 8th on the grid and worked their way up into second in the end. I wish we could talk and ruminate about that race that we've just witnessed, but we have to jump on to our Junior Super Lightweight North A final. Here we go then, the final bit of racing action for the day. It's our Junior Super Lightweight A finalists, rounding out what has been an action-packed day's worth of racing here at Warden Law. Let's see what our juniors can do for us for one last time here tonight. Of course, Benjamin Hamilton, Logan McAllister are your front row. Then we have Ellis McKenzie, Sam Morse on row 2. Then we have Thomas Welsford and Tom Justice completing the top 3 rows. Then it's Mateo Erdenfoister and Jensen Barnard on row 4. Jack Brom and Kai Newman on the 5th row. Dina Rowan and Lewis Prendergast on row 6. Moving on to row 7, it's George Tweed, Finlay Hanna, and then it's Annie Manu and Josh Wood on row 8. Ruben Gardner and Harvey Preen complete row 9, and then on the 10th row of the grid, we have Caden Ward and Sam Burnell. Then on row 11, it's Leo Belamenko and Imogen Owen, Nikolai Eisgard and Jacob Brown on row 12. Final row of the grid then, it is Ella Rowe and Lewis Tracy on row 13, completing the 26 cars grid and repcharging up from the B final earlier on. So then, same applies for our Junior A finalists. Couple of practice laps for these drivers to complete to make sure that the car parity is all good. Obviously, the Club 100 car parity is always pretty good as far as it goes because of the work that goes into maintaining this fleet. But just on the off chance, if this is an opportunity for our drivers to get a feel for their car, to have a quick run around this circuit, get a feel for the conditions out there before they form up and go racing. Here we go then, 11 minutes is all that we have left of the racing action today, and what a bunch of racing action it has been. And I've got a feeling, just a slight inkling, that the Junior A finalists are going to provide us just a little bit more than that. A final has been the one to watch out for out of all the racing that we've had so far. So a big thank you to all of you for watching along at home, showing support to us, to the stream, to those of you who might be here watching the stream as you support competitors here today at the track as well. Big thank you to all of the officials, marshals at the track for putting on this event for us. Big thank you to all the crew with Alpha Live for making this event possible. Thank you to all those working on the stream. Thank you to all those cameramen who have quietly gone along and put on a show for us today in this rather torrid weather we've been experiencing. As I say, just one race to go. It's our Junior A finalists heading out there. Some big names in the world of Club 100 Cadet and Junior Karting. I'm looking forward to what they can do for us here as night has descended upon Warden Law.
So practice laps underway then. We're going to have probably a quick end to this one. It's a long journey back down south for a number of us, and including some of our crew. I think you mentioned already, big thanks to the whole Alpha Live team here today. I always enjoy coming up to Warden Law. We get all the boys and girls from the northeast turning out. So we've been very lucky to come up here for British Kart Championship rounds in recent times. It's been great to be here today for Club 100. So personal thanks to Chris Simpson, to Thomas, to Hannah, to Martin, to Stu as well for all of their help. Big thank you of course to JV and to Molly for all of their command over Club 100 as an operation. Brilliant event once again, and big thank you to you as the viewers. I will be very interested to see the numbers off the back of this stream. I think this has been one of the most watched Club 100 streams ever.
Wow.
I may be wrong.
That's a bad one for me to decide to put a bet on to wear some shorts in the middle of November.
Yes, if you've not heard, this man is going to do Paddock shows.
You've got one race
in shorts and a t-shirt or a polo shirt on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November.
One Paddock show.
One Paddock show. But only if we hit 200 likes between now and the end of the broadcast. So you've got 11 minutes to get those in. And, I think we're going to have some good fun with this last race as well. Thank you for all of your comments. Thank you for all of your interactions here today. Championship's already started in this one, of course. But, again, that top 5 picture for the tickets to Belgium. The chances to race at the very first Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Those tickets are going to be decided in this race.
Yep, still all to play for in that regard then for the party of karting out in Belgium. That'll be approaching us in early 2026. But the pace cart drops away for one last time. We are green and good to go racing. Benjamin Hamilton, Logan McAllister lead us down to turn 1. Here we can see Benjamin Hamilton on the inside. There goes out wide. Big spin from P3 there.
Yeah, round goes Ellis Mackenzie. With a few more spins towards the back of the field. Ellis did very well actually to keep out of the way of a good part of the field. I think there's been further incidents at turn number 2, or even more incidents on the exit of turn 3. But for Hamilton, looks to be away and gone in this race. Benji's defending thin air. He's probably not aware at all that there's about half of a county behind him before second place.
Should just be a nice, comfortable cruise home, unless the likes of McAllister, Welsford have anything to say about that. as we head on through to the mid part of the lap. Chicane comes up next. Still got a fairly big bunch of karts heading on through, so it might not be smooth running for some of our drivers here. There is a bit of an escape road to take if you need. Oh, I think we're getting some Formula Drift from Benjamin Hamilton there for some extra style points in this championship, if you could have any.
Yeah, Benji Hamilton trying to do, I say he's not a championship contender because he's not done the full season. He's done a part-time schedule in the North divisions this year. But right now, he's looking on for an 100% record whenever he's raced in this championship. So,
what could have been?
What could have been perhaps for Benji Hamilton in this one. We'll still have a chance of a title in the Southern Championships later on in the autumn. So Hamilton leads at the end of lap 1. Felt like a very long lap 1 there by 5.6 seconds.
Wow.
Over Jack Bromham and Dina Rohan as well.
Wow.
Up third place. Pretty much every single driver in this field has changed positions apart from Hamilton in the lead and Harvey Preen down in 18th place. Logan McAllister's not made it through the gloom. He's not made it round at the end of this first lap. It's not going to cost him championship. He's already got that secured. This will be a drop score for Logan McAllister, but drama there for one of the front row sitters, Reeve.
Indeed, that is the case. Sam Bernal, by the way, 20th up into 7th, and then we have Jacob Brown, 24th into 10th. So some big movers who just kept the nose clean on lap 1. That has benefited them substantially at the first part of this race. Watch out for Bromman and Rowan, though. They could be on for a good squabble for second here, as we do see some contact between some karts there. Luckily, no major ill effects from that as they head through the chicane. 8 minutes on the clock then for this, the final race of the day, the final time we will see our Club 100 Cadet and Juniors North runners, or competitors rather, heading out on a track this year. For an inaugural year, what a year it has been, and I'm pleased to report it only goes from strength to strength next year as we have 7 rounds on the calendar. The likes of Rara making an appearance, Glanigor making a reappearance twice because it is just that much good fun. Warden Law will be your finale next year as well, and I'm certainly very pleased with that. I think it's been a more than adequate finale for this year's running. It's been a very enjoyable day's worth of racing. 7.5 minutes on the clock then. Benjamin Hamilton is the first driver in a long time to jump into the 129s and is currently leading us, building up his gap out in front and cruising along comfortably at the front end of the pack. Head on through then to the mid-pack. The middle sector of the race with the mid-pack, who are all still in very close formation, must be said. We've got the upper midfield who have split off. We've got Benjamin Hamilton, who is in the Benjamin Hamilton class of this race. And then we have the rest of the midfield all still bunched up as they head into the chicane in just a moment. A couple of contact warnings coming in, perhaps unsurprisingly, as a result of that. As we approach not quite yet at the halfway distance marker for this race, but Benjamin Hamilton leads us on to the next lap in just a moment. Here we look though to the number 93 car there, Finley Hanna, heading in to Gasworks, getting it just a little bit upset there is the kart. Does manage to stay pointing in the right direction, just goes quite deep into the corner. Clearly there is some pace in this track at this point, 129.7. But I suspect that, though, greasy parts are only getting a little bit worse as we do hit around about 3 degrees ambient temperature around here. Potential frost on the cards, believe it or not. So conditions unlikely to improve past this. Look at some of our Repcharge drivers. Well, Ella Rowe Repcharged up from the B final, started 25th, now in 19th. So that's a nice bit of progression there. Meanwhile, Lewis Tracy up from 26th to 15th. That's a nice little drive there from Lewis Tracy. And it only gets better as well for Jacob Brown, who goes 24th into 9th in the running here. So some big changes in this final race, which is what we like to see. We like to see everyone enjoying a bit of competition out there on track for their final bit of running in the day.
And some of these drives, I think, could be changing the destinations of the tickets to Genk. McAllister, as we know, is going as the fully funded drive off the back of winning this championship. Could well be taking 2 championships this year, but you'll have to tune in on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. to find out on that one. Again, these scores are provisional, folks, and before any penalties are applied. But right now, Thomas Welsford, off
Finley.
into the wall goes
Finley Hanna.
Yeah, Finley Hanna, the driver from Scotland, out of this race. Again, Gasworks has been where most of the drama has been here today. Oh, and Finley cannot get out of the wall, needs a bit of help from one of the marshals. He's going to need a bit more help as well just to push back out onto the track, but Finley Hanna drops out of the top 5 there, and that changes things indeed. And right, so just to go over these tickets, Welsford I've got now in second place in the championship, so is going to Genk. Ellis Mackenzie is still going to Genk, but has dropped down to third place. At the moment, it's only 1 point behind Thomas Welsford, but similar to what we were talking about with Felix Sheldon Hayward, he's dropped scoring at the moment. It's Jensen Barnard down the inside there of Sam Burnell and goes up into 6th place. Sam Morse is going to come in as well to gain a position. Jack Bromham, though, is the big mover in this race. This second place right now is putting him into 4th in the standings, only actually another point behind Ellis Mackenzie's. This is a great scrap going on with Burnell, Barnard and Morse. Tom Justice, I think, is just holding on as well, despite having those problems on lap 1. I've still got him in the top 5 in the standings. So right now, provisionally, those are the drivers qualifying for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, Genk, in May next year.
3.5 minutes of racing to go. Couple more drivers creeping into those 129 lap times.
Oh, spin for Barnard, and there was a bit of a touch there as well. Jensen Barnard out of this race and will drop out of the top 6. That was a kart that was turning through a left-hand corner and suddenly was going right. So very, very easy to see in these slippery conditions. Oh, that is a real shame for Jensen Barnard. He did still have an outside opportunity of getting in the top 5. That's gone now.
Yeah.
That has gone for the driver of the number 27.
Terrible shame. Another example of, oh dear, as we see the number 91 and number 111, that's Sam Burnell and Caden Ward there. Caden Ward, bit of opposite lock there to keep the car pointing in the right direction. Ended up working out in the end though. Sam Burnell is through. But yeah, what a shame for Jensen Barnard there, who has had a bit of an up and down there. As I say, he's got some really good pace, but unfortunately as it's progressed, just hasn't quite worked out.
No, not on this occasion. Just checking through the rest of these scores, making sure we've not forgotten about anybody in the top 5 battle to Genk. Well, I don't think we have, but look at this. Look at this.
I know.
This was the M6 yesterday afternoon again.
I've got some great news for you, Andrew. We're going on the M6 later.
Joy. Number 15 trying to go around the outside there. That was Lewis Tracy. Got a feel for Lewis Tracy. I think that chance of getting in the top 5 for himself probably went away in the first round of races here today, but he's still going to give it a good go at the moment. Running in 16th place, having come through from the B final. Number 42 running a bit deep there. That's Lewis Prendergast. This is all, as I say, around 15th, 16th. George Dugan in there as well. Tom Justice trying to force his way back up the order. Here's the battle for 7th place, Jacob Brown and Caden Ward.
Your top 3 covered by 10 seconds. I just want to mention that because Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, a 127.9. Nice speed there from Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who we haven't talked about too much today. He's just had a nice kind of comfortably good day out on track, which is by no means a bad thing. If we haven't discussed it, it might just mean that you've just had a comfortable day's worth of running out there.
Mentioned Jacob Brown, just meant, I need to check his scores as well, but again, similar to Lewis Tracy, I think Jacob's lost out probably here on that top 5 position because of a 24th in the first race. Just not enough points turned over at the start of the day. 45 seconds to go. Not quite on the last lap yet. Benji Hamilton is in a league of his own in this one, and this could be quite a telling performance for a few weeks' time in the South Championship. Very different circuits, of course, Buckmore Park, but the conditions could be very, very similar. And the fact that Benji Hamilton is looking in such tune here is probably going to be a bit of a worry for Logan McAllister when we have that other season finale.
Yeah, absolutely. 15 seconds to go on the clock, though. We are on the last lap of the racing today.
This is the battle for second place. Jack Bromham, at the moment, getting himself into that top 5 in the championship. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, though, wanting one of his best results of this Club 100 North season. Missed Wilton Mill, so he's going to be a little bit further down in the scores, but not done in this fight for second place.
Absolutely not, no. We just had a brief glance at Benjamin Hamilton, who's controlling things nicely. Here's where all the action is. Ehrenfeuchter goes a little bit wide, though, goes onto the grass. Nearly finds himself falling down that mountain. Does well to avoid that, though. It has cost him some time. He's now about 0.3 of a second down there or thereabouts. Still a great drive. I mean, Bromham from 9th to 2nd and Ehrenfeuchter 7th to 3rd. We do look on, though, to Benjamin Hamilton, a driver who hasn't been present at all in every round for the Club 100 North Cadets and Juniors, but perhaps he should have been, because just look at the pace he has demonstrated today at Warden Law. Leads us by 10 seconds. Heads round the final corner for one last time today. Celebrates as he takes race victory. Congratulations, Benjamin Hamilton. Truly impressive pace throughout today. Bit of a wait, but then we have Jack Bromham after that squabble, losing out to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, and Ehrenfeuchter takes P2. Bromham rounds out your podium in the end. Truly impressive pace from the top 3 there, but it's more so eventually in the top 5. Takes your fastest lap at 1:27.2. It's all to play for those tickets for Genk, because it's all such a mix here in this pack.
Just waiting to see where is Ellis McKenzie. Oh, Ellis McKenzie's had a very good second half of this race. Back up to P9. Oh, I think it's just got it. I think Ellis McKenzie has just taken second place in the championship by 1 point now.
Wow.
This, of course, is before any penalties are applied. But earlier in the race, Ellis McKenzie was down the back. He's fought back to P9. I've got him scoring on 9.96. Thomas Welsford, 4th in this race. 9.95, just misses out. They both get tickets to Genk, though. Jack Bromham, yes, loses second place on the last lap, but I still think that's good enough for P4 in the championship. Tom Justice at the start was down around 22nd place and went forward. Yeah, I think that's going to be R5. I think that's going to be R5 in junior super lightweights, who have got their pathways to Belgium. And wow, what a way to finish then. But Benji Hamilton, yes, not in the championship contention, but a bit of a statement there. He's had 6 races in this championship this year, and he's won every single one of them. But the other side of this is 4 of those 6 have been in the last 4 races. He did Rowra. He's obviously done today. We've seen his performance. So that form book side of things is going to be a very intriguing thing when we get to Bookmore Park for the roundup of what's going to happen in the south.
Absolutely, because we've still got that all up in the air in Bookmore Park as well, which is really exciting, especially if this is anything to go by, because I've missed a bit of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors North action. It's been a little while. Obviously, GYG was the last broadcasted round. So I'd like to say, first of all, thank you everyone for having me. Thank you all for watching, and a big thank you mainly to our drivers who've put on such a good show today.
Absolutely. Big thanks to you all in the chat as well. Thank you for your messages of support for all of you drivers. If you want to be on the grid for 2026, keep an eye on the social media channels over the next few weeks. The entry windows will be opening, first of all, of course, for return customers from this year's championship, and then for new drivers as well later on in November. But there we go. We have our 4 champions, our first 4 champions in the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North Championships. Well done to Ethan Guest, your Cadet Lightweight Champion, Jacob Underhill, your Cadet Super Lightweight Champion, Jamie Tiley Gooden, who could be on for a double, of course, leads the points in the Southern Championship as well, heading towards Bookmore Park. He has the Northern Championship secured, though, and, of course, Logan McAllister. Not the race that he would have wanted there. He actually retired at the end of lap number 1, but he still is your Northern Champion. That's his second Club 100 Cadet and Junior title. Adds it to the Cadet Lightweight title from a couple of years ago. Any last words before we head home?
No, just what a great day's worth of racing. I'm looking forward to the last couple of bits of Club 100 action for this year.
Absolutely. So we will be back in 2 weekends' time. Weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. The venue, Buckmore Park. 2 full days of racing to find another 4 of our Club 100 champions for this year. And then we will be back at Buckmore Park later on in the month for the seniors. Big thanks to all of the team here at Karting North East, to Paul and the whole team of staff here at Warden Law. They have been fantastic. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, whatever it is you are doing. If you've not subscribed already, please click that button. And just to check as well, did we hit it? Is he going to be in his shorts and his T-shirt before Buckmore Park? This is the moment. Oh, you're safe. You're safe for today. But thank you very much, everybody, for your support.
Maybe you'll be treated anyway.
Maybe you'll be treated anyway. We'll see you at Buckmore Park in 2 weeks' time.